Section 1 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Introductory Remarks. In magnificence and terror, the judgment of the Seventh Vial stands alone. It possesses a marked preeminence over every other judgment in the volume of prophecy. Its vengeance will be on a scale that shall surpass all that went before it, since the world was destroyed by water, and all that shall come after it, till the world shall again be destroyed by fire. It ranks as one of the three mighty dispensations, standing midway, as it were, between the waters that overwhelmed the antediluvian world, and the fires that shall consume the post-diluvian. Viewed in all its comprehensiveness as the closing act of a great drama, which began so early as the days of Daniel, and ever since has been advancing step by step to its consummation. It will form the most finished demonstration of God's power and justice, of which earth has been the scene, or guilty man the object. The glory of this event will penetrate far into the past and dart its rays forward into the future. In light of the Seventh Vial, the scheme of prophecy will stand revealed. The admirable wisdom and beautiful order of past dispensations will clearly be seen. A new light will be shed upon the character of God, and the great principles of truth and righteousness will be settled on a stable foundation for all time to come. It is the finishing of the mystery of God, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. How great shall that event be! The great empires, which the doom of heaven overwhelmed righteously of old, Babylon, Egypt, Jerusalem, were but types of that city on whom this vial is to be poured out, and in her consummated ruin shall all these types find their complete fulfillment. Who can conceive the terrors of a judgment comprehending in itself the combined vengeance and accumulated horrors under which the great empires we have named were overthrown and utterly broken? And is it not meet that this judgment should be one of unexampled terror? Let us only think of the consolidated strength of that kingdom which this judgment is to break in pieces, and of the enormous guilt it is to avenge. By this stroke, an enemy greater than Babylon, greater than Edom, greater than Imperial Rome, is to be brought down, an enemy whose rage and craft, whose malignity and strength have never been surpassed, never equaled, an enemy which has committed more crimes and violated more oaths, which has shed more blood and crushed more victims, which has sought more woes upon the earth, seduced and destroyed more souls, offered a more determined opposition to the cause of God, and defied God himself with more effrontery, and that for a longer time than any other enemy that ever arose. It is this enemy whom the Seventh Vial is to sweep away. The prayers and the hopes of the Church have looked forward to this event during past ages, and when it shall have been accomplished, her songs and thanksgivings will look back upon it throughout all succeeding eras. That was a majestic hymn sung of old on the shore of the Red Sea. A nobler song is yet to burst upon the world, when a greater enemy shall fall than he whose destruction the timbrel of Miriam celebrated. A shout of joy shall publish it to the ends of the earth, and the melody of that shout, rolling in triumphant numbers over the world, shall meet its re-echo from the heavens in the hallelujahs of angels, and the songs of prophets and apostles and martyrs. Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her. And again they said, Alleluia, and her smoke rose up for ever and ever. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Apocalyptic Symbols. The key of the apocalypse is to be sought in the Old Testament scriptures. This is the briefest and perhaps the best rule that can be laid down for the interpretation of this book. We do not know that there is a really new symbol made use of in it from beginning to end. There is not a single figure or character admitted whose use had not been already sanctioned, and its meaning determined in the law, the Psalms, or the prophets. The apocalypse differs from them only in that it is symbolical throughout. It resembles those monuments and temples of Egypt, which, being wholly written over with hieroglyphics, were illegible till the accidental discovery of the Rosetta Stone. This furnished the key, and instantly the graven monuments of that ancient land stood forth, fraught with the secret of past ages. In some chapters of Isaiah, or in some psalm, we find the Rosetta Stone of the Apocalypse. We mean that we there find this and the other symbol used in such a way that it is impossible to miss its meaning. Thus, we make out an alphabet, by the aid of which we come to read the whole of this symbolic writing. In the prophets, the heavenly bodies uniformly symbolize the rulers of kingdoms. We find this symbol employed, particularly in the denunciations against Egypt and Babylon. Of Egypt, Ezekiel says, I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over thee. From the Psalms, we learn that a vine is the symbol of the true church. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. In Ezekiel and other books of Scripture, we find the false church exhibited under the symbol of an harlot. In Daniel, we are told that a wild beast is the symbol of a conquering and despotic power, and that a horn denotes a kingdom. Thus, by diligent search in the Scriptures, we discover the symbols here employed in such connection that their meaning is obvious. And when we meet the same symbol in the Apocalypse, we have only to transfer its ascertained meaning to the prediction under review, and, without more ado, we translate it into plain language. Thus, we come to read off the apocalyptic prophecies, much as we would any ordinary writing. As an example of the way in which an alphabet of the apocalypse might be made out, we may instance a few of its more important symbols. Earth symbolizes society in a settled state. Sea, society in a state of convulsion. Rivers, nations. Mountains and islands, great and small kingdoms. Air, the political atmosphere. Heaven, the civil or ecclesiastical firmament. Sun, the monarch. Stars, inferior rulers. Hail and thunder, wars. Earthquake, revolution. Head, form of government. Horn, king or kingdom. Bow, war. Crown, victory. Altar, martyrdom. Coals, severe judgments. Vine, a church. Rainbow, a covenant. Key, ecclesiastical authority. Angel, a minister of God's purposes. Having determined the import of the individual symbols, it becomes easy to interpret them when found in combination. Thus, when we are shown in the Apocalypse drama coals of fire taken from the altar and cast upon the earth, we understand that the action indicated is the infliction of terrible judgments on account of the martyrdom of the saints on the inhabitants of the Roman world. Again, when we read, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy." All that is necessary to the right interpretation of the prophecy is to give to each of its component symbols its appropriate meaning. Dealt with on this principle, the passage reads as follows: "I was shown, see, society in a state of convulsion, and out of these convulsions emerged a beast, powerful despotic monarchy, having, i.e., having had 7 heads, distinct forms of government, but broken up at the time of its emergence into 10 horns, separate kingdoms, with their crowns upon their horns, kings. Each of its 7 forms of government possessing an impious and idolatrous character, as intimated by the name of blasphemy upon its 7 heads. Amid the closing scenes of the Apocalypse, there occurs the following: "And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe." What a picture of the final doom of the papacy! No description could convey, in 10 times the space, 1/2 of what these few symbols disclose respecting the manner and severity of Babylon's destruction. A vine is before us, the symbol of a church, but it is the vine of the earth, a false church. The vine is ripe and is to be cut down. The idolatrous faith of Rome has landed her adherents in downright infidelity and atheism, the natural fruit of superstition. Men who believe in no God can be governed by no law. And now an end is come. Accordingly, an angel, a minister of God's vengeance, appears upon the scene, having the instrument of destruction, a sharp sickle. How sharp will be seen when the time comes. The command to thrust the sickle and begin the work of destruction comes from the altar and is given by the angel who has power over fire. To Rome, at such an hour, the altar was a symbol of terrific import. It reminded her of the blood she had shed. From the altar ascended the cry, "How long, O Lord?" And now from the altar comes the command, "Thrust in thy sharp sickle." And from the altar, too, is taken the fire in which Rome is consumed. There are 2 rules which must be rigidly adhered to, otherwise our interpretations of the Apocalypse can possess neither certainty nor consistency. First, we must always treat its symbols as such. We must not regard them as figures in one place, and literal descriptions in another. The earth can never mean literally the earth, but some other thing, society in a particular state. When we read, "In the earthquake were slain of men 7,000," we must understand the statement as having reference not to a literal, but a symbolic slaughter, the defection from a certain interest of a large body of adherents. And so with regard to all the symbols in the Apocalypse. There are interpreters of no mean name who disregard this rule. Second, we must always give the same interpretation to the same symbol, just as we attribute the same power to the same alphabetic character, and just as we attach one meaning to the same hieroglyphic, wherever we find it on the Egyptian monument, so we must preserve uniformity in our interpretations of the apocalyptic symbols. A slight variety of interpretation may be admitted, but that variety must never be inconsistent with, but always embody, the radical meaning of the symbol. If we find that the meaning which we have given to a certain symbol does not carry us from the beginning to the end of the apocalypse, and that it is not in all places perfectly natural and easy, and that its interpretation does not piece in with that of the other symbols with which it stands in combination, we may be sure that we have not yet discovered its true import. There will always, till the apocalypse has been all fulfilled, be some doubt about the commencement and termination of its grand epochs. But if regard be had to what we have now said respecting the interpretation of its symbols, there can be no difficulty in determining the character of the great events which the apocalypse predicts. There are some who regard the apocalypse as wanting in arrangement and meaning, who decry the study of it and deny claims to inspiration. And why? Because it is symbolical. Do such persons reject the value and authenticity of other symbolical writings? Would they not account the labors of a lifetime well spent in successfully deciphering the Egyptian tablets, and in bringing to light the secrets which lie hid underneath the mysterious characters which cover the Sinaitic mountains? Why then should we take offense at this book, because it is written in symbolic characters? And why should that which stimulates ingenuity and excites to labor in other cases be held as a sufficient reason for declining all inquiry and investigation into this? If the graven pillar that rises amid the sands of the Nile awakens within us so engrossing an interest, and is regarded with awe because it still holds forth, to those who can read its record, those great transactions of the past which gave to Egypt her glory and renown, would it not be strange if we should regard without either awe or interest this venerable monument, which God Himself has set up in the field of revelation? We wish to know the future. Here it is already come. We wish to know how the world's drama shall end. Here it is already wound up. The past, the present, and the future here meet. Let us turn aside, then, and see this great sight. By the help of these heaven-engraven hieroglyphics, we can survey the whole history of the Christian Church at a single glance. We can trace her path from the Mount of Olives to the gates of that holy city, New Jerusalem, which John saw coming down from God out of heaven. We see her in all the variety of her earthly condition, in the wilderness, where for 1260 years she was clothed in sackcloth, engaged in war with the beast, and her blood flowing like water on Mount Zion, with the Lamb in white, ascribing salvation and glory and honor and power unto God, when she sees the smoke of Babylon's torment, living and reigning with Christ 1,000 years, delivered from a dreadful combination of foes to be formed against her at the close of time, redeemed at last from the grave itself, and, after all her toils, entering end, and made to dwell through ages that have no end amid the living waters of the paradise of God. Brought thus into one view, we are the better able to trace the admirable order and progression that reign among these events, and especially among those more immediately under our review, and which fill up with the long and momentous period extending from the white horse of the first seal to the lightnings and thunders and earthquakes of the Seventh Vial. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Structure of the Apocalypse. In order that our readers may be the more able to perceive the force and truth of our statements and conclusions respecting the Seventh Vial, we propose introducing ourselves to it by a rapid survey of the whole of that grand drama, of which this vial is the closing act. We shall make the 10th chapter of the Apocalypse our starting point, a position better adapted than any other, perhaps, for looking around and taking a survey of the plan and structure of this wonderful book. The Apocalypse is, in brief, a history of the Church, written in grand symbolical characters, from the ascension of Christ to his second and glorious coming. On the little stage of Patmos, a rehearsal of providence, so to speak, took place. Those mighty acts were to fill up the history of ages, and of which the ample territory of the Roman earth was to be the scene, were made to pass in figure before the Apostle John, who was permitted to behold them in the character of the representative of the Church. By the same apostle, under the inspiration of the Spirit, were these things committed to writing and communicated to the Church, as a help to her faith and patience during the protracted period when both should be severely tired. The Apocalypse opens with a representation of the exaltation of Christ and his installation on the right hand of God. This is the grand subject of the vision of the 4th and 5th chapters. Having rested a while after the first vision, which he saw, that of the first chapter, John again lifted up his eyes, and behold, a door was opened in heaven, denoting the free access now given to John and to the Church through John to know the secrets of futurity, the grand events of the new dispensation. A great voice, which in strength and melody the apostle could compare only to a trumpet, now spake to him and said, "Come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter." No sooner had the voice spoken to him than John seemed to have ascended. And he proceeds to describe the august vision which he saw. Behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. The heaven of the vision, where the throne stood, is not that heaven which is the abode of the blessed. By the heaven now thrown open to John, we are to understand the Church, and the scene is intended to represent the majesty and grace with which God there reigns. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, the symbol of the covenant of perpetuity which God has established with the Church. 7 lamps of fire burned before the throne, which were the symbol of that Spirit, which is the blessed source of the Church's light and of the efficacy of all her ordinances. And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, the apocalyptic symbols of the dispensations of providence, chosen so as strikingly to represent the terror and sublimity which sometimes accompany these acts, and intimating that they all proceed from the throne of God. The gospel ministry is symbolized in the vision by the 4 living creatures, and the gifts with which they are clothed, by their being full of eyes before and behind, and the tendency of all their labors, which is to advance the Church's profit, and the glory of her head, by the song of praise which they are represented as offering day and night. The members of the Church generally are represented by the 24 elders, clothed in white, and having crowns of gold upon their head, and the worship of the church by that ascription of glory, honor, and power, which is begun by the 4 living creatures, and, being taken up by those that occupied the 24 thrones, is pleaded forth by the whole assembly, and rises in one loud and united anthem around the great throne in the midst, on which sat one who was to look upon as a jasper and as a sardine stone, and out of which proceeded the lightnings and thunderings and voices. The same vision is continued in the 5th chapter, only a new object is produced upon the scene. Lo, in the midst of the throne, and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb, as it had been slain. The symbol of Christ as mediator, his priestly office being prefigured in his appearing as if he had been slain, and his kingly, in that he stood in the midst of the throne. John was next shown in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book or roll sealed with 7 seals. And whilst he contemplated this awful book, a mighty angel came forward and proclaimed in the hearing of all creatures that it was the will of him who sat upon the throne that this book should be opened, and the writing of it contained known, and saying with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book, and to loose the seals thereof?" A profound silence followed the angel's challenge, for no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And John wept much, because no man was found worthy to open the book. Its seals were likely to remain forever unbroken, and all within buried an impenetrable mystery, till the event should declare it. At this crisis, when heaven and earth were mute with expectation and fear, the Lamb came forward, and taking the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne, proceeded to open the seals and unroll the volume. What is the truth that lies hid under the veil of this symbolical transaction? Plainly this: even the delegation of authority to Christ to carry on the work of providence, and his assumption of that great task, signified by the act of taking the sealed book from the hand of him that sat on the throne. He raised him from the dead, and set him at his own right hand, in the heavenly places, far above all principality, and power, and might, and dominion, and every name that is named, not only in this world, but also in that which is to come, and hath put all things under his feet, and gave him to be head over all things to the church, which is his body. Similar were his own words to his disciples just before he ascended. Jesus came and spoke unto them, saying, "All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth." This supreme dominion and universal empire, for every principality in heaven and every throne on earth, were put under him, were conferred on the Son as mediator, and for the purpose of enabling him to accomplish the great ends of his meditation. It was necessary that he should be able to wield every instrument, and have every authority to summon to his help and engage in his service every agent, in order that he might break in pieces the kingdom of his great rival, and set up his own in its room. When the task of governing a universe was committed to him, the resources of a universe were placed at his disposal. It would neither have been just on the part of the Father to have exacted the duty without conferring the means of fulfilling it, nor wise on the part of the Son to have entered on the work wanting the powers which its successful execution demanded. As mediator, we say, was this great commission, the administration of providence, given to the Son, for it was the Lamb that had been slain that received the sealed book, and the special and paramount object for which he undertook this commission, and which he continues to keep an eye in its execution, is the preservation of the Church meanwhile, and her complete triumph at last. He that presides over all events, arranging, directing, overruling all, stands not only in the midst of the throne, but in the midst of the living creatures, and in the midst of the elders, that is, in the midst of the Church. This act gave unbounded joy to the Church, which hailed with a shout of praise her Saviour's entrance on his difficult but glorious work. She knew that his power and wisdom were adequate to its triumphant execution. Though yet afar off, and though many a gloomy dispensation was to intervene, and though many a hard struggle had to be endured, and many a powerful enemy had to be struck down, yet the Church confidently anticipated, now that she was the sealed roll in the hand of the Lamb, the advent of victory, because, though distant, it was certain. She knew that the administration of her head could have only one issue, and that issue unspeakably glorious and blessed. Accordingly, she shouted for joy. And that shout was a prelude of that yet more ecstatic song which shall be heard on that day when Christ's administration shall have terminated in the total discomfiture and final overthrow of the Church's foes, and in her complete triumph and everlasting reign with her Lord. I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts, and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom, and strength, and honor, and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven, and in the earth, and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing, and honor, and glory, and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb for ever and ever. Having exhibited in symbol Christ's installation on the right hand of God, and his entrance on his great work, the Apocalypse next presents in figure the various acts of his administration. It is here necessary to call to mind the grand end contemplated in the whole of that administration, namely, the universal establishment of his kingdom, the Church, in the unity, purity, and splendor of the millennium, in order to see how each successive act paved the way for the full attainment in due time of that glorious object. First of all, the ground had to be cleared. When Christ ascended and sat down at the right hand of God, the ground where he had proposed to plant his church was occupied by the old pagan empire of Rome, a most degrading polytheism, deeply founded in the passions and lusts of men, attired in the garb of a most fascinating poetry, enjoying the venerable prestige of a high antiquity, sanctioned by the laws, and protected and upheld by the military power of the state, was so interwoven with the fabric of the empire that it had become necessary, in order to eradicate the one and strip it of its props and defenses, that the framework of the other should be shaken and rent. This was accomplished in the opening of the seals. Each seal, see chapter 6, ushered in a new dispensation to the Roman Empire, and by the successive acts of judgment, by the passage across its stage of the red, the black, and the pale horses, war, famine, pestilence, that powerful state was so exhausted and broken, that at last, in the opening of the sixth seal, that great revolution was accomplished which issued in the elevation of Christianity, in the person of Constantine, to the throne of the empire. There is here a stop in the apocalyptic history, the progression of a symbolical drama now passing before John is arrested, with a profoundly Christian emperor on the throne and with all the helps and facilities naturally springing therefrom. For the diffusion of Christianity, we expect to be instantly told of its universal reign, with the winds of persecution and political contention all hushed, with serene skies over the church, and nothing to impede the labors of the spiritual husbandman. We expect to see him scattering the seed far and wide, and with zeal worthy of his cause, adding field to field, till at last he had included the whole earth within the vineyard of his Lord. Alas, our anticipations are suddenly overcast. A ranker idolatry springs up than that which had been well-nigh extirpated. A murkier night settles down on the world than any that had ever heretofore darkened its firmament. Fiercer persecutions are seen moving on the scene than any that had defended the cause of paganism with fire and knife. We are now but a little way off from the commencement of that noted period, obscurely hinted at to Daniel, plainly announced to John, the 1260 prophetic days or years, for which preparations of a very unusual kind, but requisite, doubtless, are made. This period was to form the gloomiest, without exception, in the annals of the world, the period of Satan's highest success, and of the Church's deepest depression. And lest she should become, during it utterly extinct, her members, never so few as then, were all specially sealed, thus secured by a divine precaution against perishing. Whether by craft or by violence, they enter the cloud. The long night passes on, darkening as it advances, but the sealed company are not visible. They disappear from the apocalyptic stage, just as they then disappeared from the observation of the world, for they fled away to escape the dungeons and the fires of their persecutors, to hide in the hoary caves of earth, or to inhabit the untrodden regions of the wilderness, or to dwell beneath the shadow of the Alps, or to enjoy fellowship with God, unsuspected and unknown, in the deep seclusion and gloom of some covenant. But at last the clouds break away, and the sealed company, having trod this valley of the shadow of death unhurt, one and all of them come forth, the 144,000 sealed ones, in white raiment and carrying palms, not to hunger and to thirst, as aforetime, when the bread and water of life were scantily supplied, nor to be scorched by the hot sun of persecution, but to be fed by the Lamb, and to be led to fountains of living waters, and to have all tears wiped away from their eyes, denoting the happy and prosperous state of the Church, which shall succeed the 1260 years, and the exemption she shall then enjoy from all the perils, enemies, and sufferings that have hitherto attended her path. This is the vision of the 7th chapter. The vision affords us a glimpse of the Church, protected against no ordinary danger by the seal of the angel, just before she entered on the fatted 1260 days, and another glimpse of her as she appeared after she had come through the great tribulation of those days. But it leaves the events of that disastrous period, the fury with which Antichrist had warred against her, and the noble constancy with which she had withstood the assault, untold, because these were to form the subject of future apocalyptic narration. After this vision, the symbolic scene again progresses. The 8th chapter takes up the history exactly at the point where the sixth had dropped it. The seventh and last seal is opened, and the seven trumpets begin to be sounded. The first four trumpets include those eruptions of the barbarous nations of the north by which the Western Roman Empire was completely destroyed, and the let or hindrance to the appearance of the man of sin, of which the Apostle Paul had spoken, taken out of the way, and the stage left empty for the rise of Antichrist. Rome had ceased to be pagan and had become Christian, but its Christianity was not worth much. In its imperial government still subsisting, it formed an obstacle to the rise of the papacy. For how could the Pope become Lord of the world while Caesar continued to be so? It behoved this empire, therefore, though professedly Christian, to give place that the predestined enemy of Christ might appear. Accordingly, each trumpet announced the descent of a new calamity upon the unhappy empire. First, a tempest of hail and fire, mingled with blood, swept across it, the symbol of the frightful ravages extending from AD 396 to AD 410, which the Goths under Alaric inflicted on Greece and Italy, and the descent of Radicasius with his host of Vandals, Suevi, and Burgundians, who, as Gibbon says, burst like a dark thunder cloud on the Rhoetian and Italian valleys. Next, a burning mountain was cast into the sea, the symbol of the Vandals under Genseric, who began in 429 to desolate Africa with burning and slaughter, and, by means of his fleet, ravaged the coast of Italy, Sicily, and Sardinia. Next, from its firmament a star shot down, burning as a lamp, and, falling upon its rivers and fountains, turned them into wormwood. In this star we behold the scourge of God, Attila, the king of the Huns, who, returning from his eastern wars in AD 450, crossed the Rhine as high as Basel, and descending its course, made the entire valley through which it rolls a scene of slaughter, burning its towns, and massacring the inhabitants. Turning then to the south, he inflicted on the towns of Mantua, Milan, and Venice the same miseries as in the cities of the Rhine. But at the sounding of the fourth trumpet, the empire, which the successive and terrible shocks had brought to the verge of ruin, were utterly dissolved. Its dissolution under this trumpet is symbolically exhibited after the manner of Scripture when the fall of empires is the theme, by the darkening of the sun and stars, imagery highly appropriate, and imparting a gloomy grandeur to the subject. About the year 566, the Senate, and, in short, the entire framework of the Roman government, were removed, and that proud city, which for so many ages had held the rank of mistress of the world, was reduced to the miserable condition of a tributary dukedom. Thus the stage on which Antichrist was to appear was now cleared. The colossal empire which had occupied it so long had been shivered, and its very fragments swept away. John, however, defers entering on the history of the papacy. He withdraws our attention to the Eastern world and exhibits, under the fifth and sixth trumpets, the infliction of the woes by which the Eastern Empire was destroyed. The lights on the imperial firmament had been obscured, and amid the gloom that prevailed, symbolizing the confusion into which all things had been brought by the destruction of established order and government, John heard the voice of an angel flying in mid-heaven. 3 times did that awful voice denounce woe against the inhabitants of the earth. After what had already taken place, this is an unexpected as well as awful announcement. One would have thought that the angel of woe had already emptied his worst vial. that nothing more fearful could he inflict than that which he had already inflicted. But no, the calamities that were yet to fall on the world would obliterate the recollection of those that had already overtaken it. 3 awful judgments were approaching. The history of the world from the beginning is made up of but a succession of woes. But in the dark retrospect of the past 18 centuries, we can discern 3 calamities of surpassing magnitude, so fearfully dismal that others lose their blackness when placed by their side. 3 woes towering above all others, which during that period have overtaken the miserable race of man. These were the burden of the angel which John now saw flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, "Woe, woe, woe." The first woe was to happen under the 5th trumpet, the second under the 6th trumpet, and the third and last under the 7th trumpet, which comprehends the judgment of the 7 vials. Leaving then the Western world, which Providence, by a series of tremendous dispensations, had made empty and void, in order that a more terrible enemy than that which had just been struck down might be suffered to lift up himself, to be destroyed in his turn, the scene changes to the east. Immediately, the scenery becomes eastern. So long as the west was the stage of the apocalyptic drama, the scenery was of occidental character, storms of hail and burning mountains. Now the symbols become oriental. The 5th angel sounds, the bottomless pit is opened, and forthwith there issues from it a smoke so dense that, as it rolls its murky folds onward, it darkens the air and inflicts blight upon the earth. The symbol of that system of imposture which, arising in Arabia, overspread so large a portion of the world. In the Bible, error is darkness, truth is light. Along with the smoke, there came locusts from the pit, which, for the space of 5 months, tormented men with their stings. The Saracens, by whose arms the religion of Mohammed was propagated, and their dominion extended from the banks of the Indus to the base of the Pyrenees, and whose career of conquest lasted for 5 symbolic months, and 150 years. The scene of the 6th trumpet, or second woe trumpet, is the banks of the Euphrates. On its sounding, the 4 angels which were bound in that river were loosed. The term for which they had been prepared was an hour, and a day, and a month, and a year. Their numbers were almost incredible, 200,000. Their equipments and appearance were of a truly martial order. I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire, and of jacinth, and brimstone. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire, smoke, and brimstone. Their tails were like unto serpents, and had heads, and with them they do hurt. Their commission was to slay the 3rd part of men. Of the correctness of the interpretation which applies this symbol to the Turks, it is scarce possible to entertain a doubt. Did our time allow, we could show that the event fulfilled the prediction in all its particulars. At the time referred to in the prophecy, this people, who had originally come from Scythia, were divided into 4 clans or sultanies, all of whom were located in the neighborhood of the Euphrates. They were at length let loose to desolate Asia with their arms, and that part of it particularly which was the seat of the Eastern Empire. Their troops consisted mainly of cavalry, and their mode of warfare was new, artillery being now for the first time employed. both of which particulars are not obscurely hinted at in the prophecy. They continued a conquering power for 391 years, which, putting a day for a year, gives the predicted term of an hour and a day and a month and a year. Their peculiar vocation or mission was to slay the third part of men. It was against the corrupt and idolatrous Christians of the Eastern Empire that the Turks were sent, and they were charged to inflict a fuller measure of vengeance than their predecessors, the Saracens, had done. The latter were sent to inflict chastisement, if so be those on whom it fell would repent. But not repenting, the Turks were commissioned to destroy them. To the one it was commanded that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, and accordingly the conquest of the Saracens were comparatively bloodless. The fields were as green, the palm trees as flourishing, behind their army as in advance of it. But the longer the judgments of God are continued, if they prove ineffectual, they grow more severe. Accordingly, the commission given to the Euphratean horsemen was to slay those whom the locusts had power only to sting. And the work assigned to them they executed. During their career of conquest, they committed an incredible number of slaughters, and inflicted hitherto unheard of miseries. All the provinces of the Eastern Empire they subjugated and occupied. Egypt, Greece, Palestine, Syria, Asia Minor. At last, they crossed the Hellespont, drew their armies around Constantinople, besieged and took it, and thus the empire of the Caesars came to an utter end. We have now come to that point in the apocalyptic history where we design to begin our fuller, yet very imperfect, exposition. But in order that we may include in one view the whole order and plan of the apocalypse, we shall continue to its close our brief narrative of its events. A few moments will suffice. So far, the administration of Christ had been successful. Not in vain had he sat down on the right hand of God. In the exercise of his power, one enemy had been overthrown after another, Rome pagan in the opening of the seals, and Rome Christian in the sounding of the trumpets. Was the stage then clear? And had the hour now come when the kingdom of Christ, and all its universality and glory, was to be set up? The time was not yet. Another chance, so to speak, was to be given to Satan. All his attempts hitherto had been abortive. He had seen the labors of long ages swept away by the seals and the trumpets. Another cycle of centuries was to be given to him, that he might do his very utmost to render frustrate the grand design of Christ's meditation. The Western world was to be allotted to him as a field of operation, and 1,200 years were to be allowed to him to mature his plans, time enough and room enough, surely. Accordingly, putting his ingenuity and malignity to the stretch, he now brings forth his masterpiece, even popery, the most finished system of imposture, the most complete embodiment of satanic malice and cunning, and the most skillfully organized plan of opposition to the cause of God, which the world ever saw. This is the grand subject which is now introduced on the apocalyptic scene. The progress of the grand symbolic drama is arrested till, in a subsidiary vision, John has a history given him of the rise, the character, and the reign of Antichrist, and the sufferings endured by the Church during the period of his domination. The lesser is marked off from the greater vision by its symbols, which are of a completely different sort, by its subject, which is not the administrative acts of Christ, but the crimes and successes of his enemy, and by its retrogression in point of time. The great apocalyptic vision had advanced to the end of the 15th century, when, at the sounding of the sixth trumpet, the Greek Empire was destroyed. But the vision, now exhibited to John, recedes to the middle of the 5th century, when the Roman Empire in the West was overthrown by the judgment of the fourth trumpet. The events which occurred in the West during this interval, that is, from the middle of the 5th to the close of the 15th century, form the subject of this vision. The fourth trumpet had taken out of the way the let, which for so long a time had prevented the rise of the man of sin. The obstruction being removed, he arose, and now, at the beginning of the 16th century, he stood fully revealed, reaching the zenith of his power about the time that the sixth trumpet consummated the ruin of the Eastern Empire. This was the last enemy who was to arise to oppose the creation of Christ's kingdom, and whom Christ, in the exercise of his great power, was to destroy, as he had done others. Accordingly, at this moment, the seventh trumpet is sounded, and 7 angels, having the 7 last plagues, appear on the scene. Vial after vial is poured out upon the papacy, and each successive shock helps onward the consummation of its awful doom. The 7th and last is poured out, and a great voice out of the temple of heaven from the throne announces, "It is done." The grand object of Christ's administration has been accomplished. And while the utter and irretrievable ruin of mystic Babylon is brought vividly before us by the symbol of the company who stand afar off weeping and wailing, and saying, "Alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen, and purple, and scarlet, and decked with gold, and precious stones, and pearls, for in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught, and every shipmaster, and all the company in ships, and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What is this city like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their hands, and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea, by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour she is made desolate. The immediate erection of Christ's kingdom is no less vividly presented to us by the symbol of that other company who hail with shouts of joy and praise the near advent of some long-expected and thrice-blessed event. And I heard, as it were, the voice of a great multitude, and the voice of many waters, and as the voice of mighty thunderings, saying, Alleluia! For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. Let us be glad, and rejoice, and give honor to him. For the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. Let us here pause. Read in the light of the Apocalypse what a sublime scheme is providence. How vast, yet simple its plan. How complicated, yet harmonious its movements. What an infinite variety of parts, yet what unity of action. How great the apparent risk of missing the end, yet with what completeness and certainty is the end attained. How amazingly the regularity and exactness with which its great cycles are performed, so that no enemy is ever permitted to rise higher or exist a moment longer than infinite wisdom has ordained. Then, how surprisingly grand are its results? Let us lift up our eyes and contemplate a scheme on which the power, wisdom, and goodness of God are so gloriously inscribed. And let us, with the Church, ascribe blessing, and honor, and glory, and power unto the Lamb, by whom it is administered. It is but a troubled and gloomy light at the best, which history sheds upon the course of this world's affairs. If we look back upon the time which has elapsed since the ascension of Christ, with this help only, we are altogether unable to discover anything like order or progression among the events which fill up the period. One war has been ended, only that another might be commenced. One empire has been overthrown, for no end, apparently, but that another, not less hostile to the liberties and the religion of the world, might take the place of its predecessor. In vain we question history. What advantage or profit has the world reaped from the calamities it has endured, and the revolutions and changes it has undergone? It can tell us of nothing worthy of being set off against so great an amount of suffering. It exhibits the world moving on through the ages of barbarism and bloodshed, yet never approximating an era of repose, and, for anything, it can confidently affirm to the contrary. The world may have another 1800 years of wars and convulsions, of secular and spiritual thraldom before it, and even then be no better than it is at this hour. We begin to lose hope, and allow our despair to drive us to the conclusion that its present most miserable state can be ended no otherwise than by its annihilation. But when we avail ourselves of the aid of the apocalypse, instantly a great light is shed upon the scene. We can discover the beautiful order and rapid progression of events. We can assign to every act in the long series its place, and can tell the special end it was designed to accomplish, and can measure the degree in which it contributed to the success of the whole. We can plainly see that, vast and complicated as is the scheme, there is not an act from beginning to end which has been in vain, or which could have been left out. And that long as the time is since the first seal was opened, and to the Church, which has been a sufferer throughout the entire period almost, it has seemed long indeed. Yet not a day, nay, not an hour, has been lost. Constant, rapid, irresistible, has been the march of events, onward and ever onward. There has been no delay, no retrogression. There have been no mistakes to rectify, no unforeseen occurrences to provide against, no useless expenditure of power, no useless expenditure even of suffering. The heavens themselves present not a spectacle of more perfect order, or of more harmonious events. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Vision of the Mighty Angel. Visions of terror, symbolizing events yet more terrible, which were to desolate a wretched world, had passed before the eye of John. Trumpets of hail mingled with blood, burning mountains forcibly projected into the sea, the obscuration and the fall of part of the heavenly luminaries, the smoke from the pit by which the sun and the air were darkened, and the terrible ranks of the Euphrasian horsemen, which overran the eastern world, and slew the third part of men. But now, like the dawn breaking upon a night of thick darkness, after these symbols of woe comes a vision of transcendent glory. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. I saw another mighty angel. He is contrasted with others whom John had seen, but whom he far excelled, even the angels of the trumpets. The point in which the contrast here is made to lie is his power, a mighty angel. The angels of the trumpets had had great power over the earth. They had broken in pieces the iron kingdom of Rome, both in the west and in the east, but that power was not their own. It was derived from the mighty angel who now stood before John. Who this mighty angel was does not admit of doubt. He was plainly the church's king and the world's king, our Lord Jesus Christ. Mr. Eliot, who has brought to the exposition of the Apocalypse a rare erudition, both classic and historic, great candor of mind, the most exemplary patience of inquiry, and an admirable sobriety and sagacity of judgment, and who, aided by these great qualities, has excelled all his predecessors in this field, gives it as his opinion that Christ here appears in a symbolic character to the angel of the Reformation. To this opinion we demur. It appears to us that it is liable to the objection that it confounds the administrator with his acts of administration. In no other part of the Apocalypse is a person singly and by himself employed as a symbol to denote an event. The opinion, moreover, appears untenable on the ground of time. The vision is seen by John. It is true, after the surrounding of the sixth trumpet, but there is here an undoubted retrogression, inasmuch as the events included under this vision date their commencement from the sounding of the fourth trumpet, and, starting with the rise of Antichrist, run on in symbolic narrative, till the sounding of the seventh trumpet, when Antichrist, having reached the summit of his power, begins to be brought down. Now, seeing the vision of the mighty angel occupies the foreground in that symbolic representation which was made to John of the troubles of the 1260 days. What more natural than to conceive that this vision was meant to prefigure the manifestation which Christ would make to the church of his power and faithfulness as her king, both before the commencement of these sad events and during their continuance. Antichrist was to lay claim to the sovereignty of the world, exact the homage of all who dwelt upon it, and deny, to such as should withhold their worship, a spot where to rest while living or sleep when dead. How consolatory to the church in these circumstances to reflect that her Savior had set his right foot on the sea and his left on the earth, in token of his being Lord of all, and that he should yet assuredly wrest what was his own out of the hands of the usurper. She knew that while Antichrist was laying both sea and land under tribute, and while both were groaning under his oppressions and his crimes, the mighty angel was standing over him, ready to deal the blow at the proper time by which he was to be destroyed. All the appearances of Christ are suitable to the dispensations he comes to usher in. And how suitable his present appearance to the dispensation about to commence, we shall see when we explain, which we now proceed to do briefly, the particulars of the vision. Power is the attribute by which this angel is mainly characterized. He is the mighty one. As God, he laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the workmanship of his hands. As mediator, he sits on the right hand of power in the heavens, and has all power in earth and heaven committed to him. There is not a being in the world of mind, nor an element in the world of matter, over which he does not exercise control. The angels that excel in strength do his commandment throughout every part of his vast dominions. Equally supreme is his sovereignty over our lower world. The lights of the sky shine at his command. The tempests of the air gather and burst at his bidding. The waves of the sea rise or are stilled at his voice. The armies of earth are his, and, even when acting against him, are in reality acting for him. It is his to give stability and glory to thrones, or to overturn them, to crown hosts with victory, or to break them in pieces, and he wills their success or defeat, according as they subserve the great ends of his reign and government. Greater still is his power, and wider still is his dominion. Even the spirits of the pit are not exempt from that tribute of service under which he lays the whole of creation. He displays his power over them by restraining, directing, and overruling them, so that, with intentions the most opposite to his, they assist in the accomplishment of his everlasting and holy purposes. How many displays has he given of his great power in the ancient days, in the generations of old? These the Church has commemorated in her songs. He it was, when she dwelt in the house of bondage, who cut Rahab and wounded the dragon. He it was, when she was in captivity, who sent to Babylon and brought down all their nobles. But among all the great acts which have marked the course of his administration, there is not one equal to that which he reserved for the last. This shall eclipse all that went before it. Egypt and Babylon were great oppressors. Rome pagan, in her latter days, was a greater oppressor than either. And the deliverance of the Church from their yoke was a single mercy. But when did there arise an enemy like Antichrist? When before had the universe beheld such a fearful combination of policy and power, of hypocrisy and craft, of impiety and blasphemy, an enemy who spake great words against the Most High, and did wear out the saints of the Most High, and thought to change the times and laws, who waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and did cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. And as the world never before beheld so formidable an enemy, so never before did it witness so tremendous an overthrow so signal, unexpected, and terrible, that the whole earth shall hear of it, and glorify the power and the holiness of him who has inflicted it. Clothed with a cloud. This forms a beautiful connection between his appearances to the Church of the Old Testament and the appearance he now made to the Church of the New Dispensation, represented by John. Veiled in a cloud, he marched before his people through the wilderness. When he descended on Sinai to receive the homage of that nation, whose sovereign he condescended to become, he said, "Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud." When intimating that he would be present in his church, he said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. Was the darkness symbolic? There can be little question that it was. It shadowed forth the nature of this dispensation, which was one of type and shadow, revealing, yet obscurely, the work of Christ and the way of salvation. So the clouds that veiled the form of the mighty angel may be held as symbolizing the character of the dispensation now to commence, a period of judgment to the world and of trial to the church. As at a former period of judgment, so now he made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. How often should the church, during this part of Christ's administration, of all others the most mysterious, have occasion to say, "Thy way is in the sea, and thy path in the great waters, and thy footsteps are not known. Clouds and darkness are round about thee." And a rainbow was upon his head. With regard to this symbol, since the era of the flood, it had been used as a sign of the covenant. This is its consecrated use. After the waters had assuaged, and the mountains and valleys had again looked forth, God said, I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth, that the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy the earth. In the dark cloud now gathering above the church, God had sent his bow, the token of the covenant between him and the church, that the waters of wrath, which were now to roll over the world, should not become a flood to destroy the church. Under the shadow of that cloud, and in sight of those desolating torrents that were to fall from it, and to grow into a deluge that should sweep away empires and dynasties, the church, undismayed, fixing her eye upon the sign of the covenant, might sing, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. This sign, displayed on the bosom of the cloud, was as if God had said to her, Fear not, little flock. In awful judgment I am come forth against the world, but the arm now stretched forth against it to destroy it is around thee, to protect thee. Though I should make a full end of all nations, I will not make a full end of thee. His face was as it were the sun. Throughout the whole of that dark night, whose twilight shadows were already falling, his face was to be hidden in the world, but his own should see it and be refreshed and cheered thereby. The church was to dwell in light, while the world should be shrouded in darkness. When the church passed through the Red Sea, the pillar of the cloud that followed her was a pillar of light to her, but of darkness to the Egyptians. That pillar was to take its stand once more between the sealed church and the anti-Christian world, and to perform its functions as of old, in shedding light upon the one and darkness upon the other. The glory of Christ was seen, and his love enjoyed, even during the night of the papacy, by his chosen witnesses. Though hidden from the world, yet not from Christ, some dwelt in the inaccessible cliffs, or in the deep valleys of Piedmont, covered by the friendly shadows of the overhanging mountains. Others retired to the remote and uninhabitable wilds of the Hebrides. Others found shelter in the converts of England and Germany. Others lay hid in the caverns of Bohemia. But wherever their retreat, the word of God lay open before them, and through its instrumentality they held communion with Christ. Thus the promise was fulfilled, as it has often been in days of darkness to the world. But unto you that fear my name shall the Sun of Righteousness arise with healing in her wings, and his feet as pillars of fire. The steps of God are uniformly employed in the Old Testament to denote his dispensations of providence. Such is the undoubted meaning of the symbol here. It implies that the providential procedure of Christ, during the period now commencing, should combine in no ordinary degree power, glory, and terror. His feet were as pillars of fire, strong to carry forward his work, maugre all opposition, and to fulfill his own purposes, amid the ruin of the plans and purposes of all others. In the government of the world, as in its creation, he fainteth not, neither is weary. On he goes, conquering and treading into the dust all his enemies. His feet were as pillars of fire. Fire scorches and burns up. So were the judgments now to be introduced. They were in due time to scorch and to burn up the papacy, and to refine and purify his church. She should be safe while the earth was trembling, and its pillars giving way beneath the feet of this mighty angel. She should be built up by the same events which should break in pieces the world and its inhabitants. End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Little Book. In the hand of this mighty and glorious angel was a little book open. We cannot think that the interpretation of this symbol which Mr. Eliot, Dr. Keith, and others have given is the one true videlicet, that it represents an open Bible, first given to the world at the Reformation. It is contrary to every canon of interpretation of the apocalyptic symbols to say that a book is the symbol of a book. Nor will this idea consist with the sequel. John was commanded to take the book out of the angel's hand and eat it. When he had done so, he found it sweet in the mouth, but bitter in the belly. We cannot see the propriety of applying this to the publication of the Scriptures at the Reformation. No sooner had John digested the book than he received a commission to prophesy again. This seems to connect the little book with the predictions that follow, and to lay a ground for the supposition that these predictions formed the little book. It was pleasant to know that the events contained in this book, but painful to announce them to the church, relating as they did to her long prophesying in sackcloth, and to the arduous conflict she should be called to wage with the dragon. We are persuaded that the opinion held concerning the little book by Mede, in which he was followed by Vitringa and Sir Isaac Newton and others, is the sound one. That opinion is substantially what we have stated. The little book naturally suggests a larger book, with which it is contrasted. Had it symbolized the Bible, it would have been described simply as a book, but the little book, Biblaridon, in the angel's hand, is obviously contrasted with the Lamb's book, Biblion. It is represented with great propriety as a little book, because the space of time comprehended in it is much shorter than that included in the other. The Lamb's book comprehends the whole period from the opening of the first seal till the return of Christ to judgment. The little book comprehends only 1260 years, or, to come nearer the truth, it comprehends only that part of these years which includes the rise and reign of Antichrist, for it leaves off his history when his overthrow commences, the point where the sealed roll takes it up, to carry it on under the symbol of the vials. The prophecy of the little book is contained, we apprehend, in the 11th, 12th, and 13th chapters. Without this little book, the sequel of the Apocalypse would scarce have been intelligible, for then we should have seen the third woe inflicted, without having had the object on whom that woe fell described. We have already said that when the Western Empire was destroyed at the sounding of the fourth trumpet, the scene of judgment was transferred to the Eastern world. The fifth trumpet, or first woe trumpet, was sounded, introducing the plague of the locusts, the Saracens. The sixth trumpet, or the second woe trumpet, was next sounded, introducing the plague of the horsemen, or Turks, by whom the Eastern Empire was destroyed. but during the infliction of those woes in the East, popery was gradually rising in the West. On it, the third woe was now to be inflicted. Therefore, it was necessary to retrograde in the symbolic narrative in order to bring up the history of affairs in the West from the time the Western Empire had been overthrown. This the little book does. It exhibits the rise of Antichrist and his gradual ascent to universal dominion. Once again, and a third time, are we told the story of that eventful period. First, in the witnesses who prophesy in sackcloth, are slain and rise again. Next, in the woman clothed with the sun, persecuted by a dragon, and obliged to flee into the wilderness. And yet again, in the history of the beast of the sea and the beast of the earth, which last grew to such a height of power and waxed so self-willed and imperious that he would permit no one to buy or sell who did not wear his mark in his forehead or in his right hand. Thus the prophecy is thrice given, and each time under different imagery, because God had established the thing and would surely bring it to pass. And also, that opportunity might be given minutely to paint Antichrist in his character and actings in order that the church might know him when he appeared. Such, then, is the subject of the little book. It supplies the history of some of the most important events which took place during the sounding of the fifth and sixth trumpets, that is, from the close of the 5th to the beginning of the 16th century, and the knowledge of which is essential to the right understanding of the closing acts in the great apocalyptic drama. The main objection to Mr. Eliot to this interpretation is that had the little book been prophetical, it would have been represented as closed, like the Lamb's book, and opened gradually as the others were. We do not think that there is much force in this. The true answer to it we apprehend to be that the main idea set forth in the unrolling of the sealed book was, not that its content related to the future, but that the whole administration of providence was in the hands of Christ. The act of opening the seals exhibits Christ, not as a prophet, but as he to whom it belongs to execute the purposes of God. It was unnecessary to exhibit symbolically this truth over again, and therefore the little book is represented as open, just as the roll given to Ezekiel by the river Chebar, from which this part of the imagery of the apocalypse is undoubtedly taken, was spread before him, although it contained the predictions he was to deliver to the house of Israel, and thus related to the future. Whether sealed or open, the disclosure of its content could proceed only from him who reveals secret things to his servants. He set his right foot upon the sea, and his left on the earth. A striking representation of this is his universal dominion as mediator. Mr. Eliot and others who make this angel the symbol of the Reformation, a most anomalous interpretation, we cannot help thinking, interpret this sea, on which the right foot of the angel rested, as meaning Britain and those maritime parts of the continent, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, where the influence of the Reformation was most felt, and the earth, on which the angel placed his left foot, as denoting the more inland parts of the continent, where the effects of the Reformation were less permanent. But this is to violate a most imperative law in symbolic interpretation, according to which the sea cannot mean the sea, but something else, nor the earth, but some other thing. Having framed a symbolic alphabet, we must adhere to it throughout, and not give the same character one meaning in one passage and another meaning in another passage. In this way, we might make anything of the apocalypse, or rather, we should make nothing of it. The sea is the symbol of nations, particularly in a state of excitement, and therefore may be here taken to denote secular society. The earth is society in its more settled state. But being that out of which the papacy arose, it is sometimes put elliptically to denote the papacy, and may be here taken to mean ecclesiastical society. As the world is composed of sea and dry land, so society is made up of secular and ecclesiastical. Christ is here seen standing on both, on the sea and the earth of the anti-Christian system, denoting his power over both civil and ecclesiastical society. He had his foot on the nations, and he had it planted, too, on Antichrist. And notwithstanding that for a long period he appeared to practice and prosper against God, Christ was all the while subserving his own purposes by him, and when these were accomplished, he trod him into the dust, and cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. By the voice of Christ is meant the dispensations of his providence. By these he speaks to the world. His voice was loud, majestic, terrible, as when a lion roareth. The world resounded and shook, as does the wilderness when the lion roars, and its tribes became mute with terror. This denotes the awful character of those events he was now to introduce, and by which he was to rebuke the nations for their sin and proclaim his power and justice. And when he cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. Ho heptabrante. The 7 thunders, not simply 7 thunders, various, and in some cases, very extraordinarily interpretations have been given of this symbol. The 7 thunders, says Vitringa, mean the 7 crusades, and John was commanded, he tells us, to pass over in silence what they uttered, because nec dignae erantque prolixius exponerentur. The explanation of Mr. Eliot is scarcely more satisfactory to our mind. The 7 thunders symbolize, according to him, the excommunications which the Pope launched against the reformers, and he rests not a little stress upon the fact, as a vindication of his theory, that the papal bulls, in common phrase, are denominated thunders, and emanate from the 7 hills. The fault of this exposition appears to us to lie in its being too ingenious. Mr. Eliot builds also a good deal upon the circumstance of the definite article being employed, the 7 thunders. We submit that this bears with much greater force against than for his theory. Had the papal thunders been here symbolized, it is probable that the definite article would have been omitted, seeing they are never introduced before or after the apocalypse. Besides, the rise of the beast had not yet been shown, and it is contrary to all propriety to introduce his thunders or roarings before he himself had received existence. What, then, are we to understand by the 7 thunders, and the command given to John to seal up what they uttered? Let us follow the leadings of the figure. The angel speaks with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth, and the 7 thunders are the re-echo of the angel's voice. Similar in character to the original sound must be the reverberations. The voice denoted the awful events of the coming dispensation, especially those that were to bring about the consummation, and so must the 7 thunders, which were awakened by that voice. They relate, we are strongly persuaded, to the plagues that were to constitute the 3rd woe, the judgments by which the ruin of the papacy would be accomplished. If so, they are the same as the plagues of the 7 vials, with which they correspond in point of number, and the words of the angel that follow give ground to conclude that they correspond with the vials in point of time also. That, in fact, both relate to the same events. Why then was it said to John, "Seal up those things which the seven thunders uttered, and write them not"? Obviously, because the events they announced were to be afterwards revealed to him in symbol under the seventh trumpet. They were sealed up now because John had first to be shown the rise and reign of that terrible power on which the plagues which the thunders announced were to be inflicted. It would have violated the properties of the apocalyptic drama to write the doom before the object of that doom had arisen. These disclosures were to be introduced at their proper place in the apocalypse, with the difference that whereas the thunders described, most probably without any figure or metaphor, the judgments by which Antichrist was to be overthrown, the revelation afterwards made of these things was given in symbolic language. If this be the right interpretation, which we are persuaded it is, then, although the things that were uttered by the seven thunders were sealed up at that time, they are now in course of being revealed. The days in which we live are the days of the voice of the seventh angel, and the events of providence are now publishing to all men what it was unlawful then for the pen of the apostle to write. And when the hour of Antichrist's overthrow shall have arrived, we shall know more fully still what the seven thunders uttered. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Oath of the Angel. The grandeur of the vision is heightened by the awfully solemn act which the august being, who stood with one foot planted on the sea and the other on the earth, now proceeded with great impressiveness to perform. And the angel which I saw stand up upon the earth and upon the sea lifted up his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth for ever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer. Every one qualified to consult the original will at once admit that our translation does not give the precise import of the angel's oath. Chronos ukete este. Literally, the time shall not be yet. The angel refers plainly to the time when some event, important in itself and anxiously desired and expected by John, as representative of the church, should happen, and of which the angel had just spoken, and been answered by the thunders which had disclosed the particulars of that great event. When, then, shall it be? But, continues the angel, in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. That it was some joyful event to the church, at least whatever its aspect to the world, is undoubted from the term which the angel employs when speaking about it, evangelese, the same word which is employed to denote the preaching of the gospel. It has been declared as good news. We learnt farther from the angel's oath that the event had ere now been foretold. It had been declared, preached as good news, to the prophets. To which of the prophets? Is there any of them whom we find a revelation made, a revelation on oath, on the consummation or the finishing of some grand epoch in God's government of the world? We find such a revelation made to Daniel, conveyed in terms and accompanied with imagery so very neatly identical with those of the vision before us, that we can have no doubt the allusion is to that prophet. In the last chapter of Daniel's prophecy, we find a time of trouble spoken of, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. But Michael should stand up, and Daniel's people should be delivered. Every one that should be found written in the book. In the hearing of Daniel, one made inquiry at the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river. How long shall it be to the end of these wonders? And I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand unto heaven, and swear by him that liveth forever, that it shall be for a time, times and an half. And when he shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people, all these things shall be finished. The epoch, which was to bear a complex character, inasmuch as it was to be a period of unexampled trouble, and of deliverance equally unexampled, was then far distant. Accordingly, Daniel was told, the words are closed up and sealed till the time of the end. The vision of Daniel helps us to interpret that of John. In the words we have quoted, there is a reference made to a noted period in the Apocalypse, a time, times, and an half, i.e., a year, 2 years, and half a year, i.e., 1260 prophetic days or years. The period, we say, is a strongly marked one in the Apocalypse, seeing it embraces the reign of Antichrist. At the end of that period, all these wonders of judgment and deliverance are to happen. This enables us to determine what is here meant by the mystery of God, which shall be finished in the days of the voice of the seventh angel. It also goes a great way to determine with certainty what the things were which the seven thunders uttered, but which John was forbidden to write. Seeing we are informed in Daniel that they were to take place at the close of the 1260 days, we infer that they were the 7 last plagues by which Antichrist was to be slowly consumed, and at length suddenly and fearfully destroyed. The history of the little book begins after the sounding of the 4th trumpet, from which period, speaking generally, we date the rise of Antichrist. The oath of the angel touching the finishing of the mystery of God and his destruction bore that it should not be yet. A full millennium had to intervene. From the 5th to 16th century, not sooner should Antichrist reach his meridian. But having attained the height of his power, the 7th angel should sound, and then, as sure as God possessed almighty power and eternal being, Antichrist should be destroyed. There was a high propriety in the angel's appeal to those 2 attributes of the divine character. No power less than that which made the heavens and the earth could destroy so consolidated a system as the papacy. And he, only that liveth forever, could carry on through successive ages that series of events by which Antichrist should eventually be brought down. Nor was the propriety less of terming this great event the finishing of the mystery of God. We know not how long God's providence over the world in its present state shall last, but we know this, that the mystery of providence, that part of providence which, from the intricacies and perplexities with which it has abounded, has been a mystery to the wisest, shall come to a close when Antichrist falls. It is long since it was revealed to Daniel that there should be 4 grand epochs in the history of the world, marked off by the rise and fall of 4 great monarchies, that these should be preparatory to the kingdom of Christ, and that as soon as the 4th and last of these monarchies had fallen, that kingdom should be set up. The fall of the last monarchy was to form the completion of the scheme, the winding up of the drama, and when finished, the admirable wisdom with which its plan had been arranged should be seen, and all the mystery in which, to human penetration, it had been shrouded during its progress should be removed. This long-predicted and much-desired event should happen, John was assured by the angel on oath, during the days of the voice of the 7th angel. Not longer was the patience of the church to be tried, and not longer should Satan be permitted, by the instrumentality of his agents, to deceive and destroy the nations. The 7th trumpet should sound the world's jubilee, the day of vengeance, and the year of the redeemed. The idea that it is the day of judgment that is here announced is inadmissible, but in respect that the scenes by which the close of this part of God's providence shall be signalized will be second in importance and terror only to those scenes amid which time itself shall close. They are depicted by imagery taken from the last judgment. This period will be a harbinger of the day of judgment, in reality a judgment day to the world. Accordingly, it is predicted, both in Daniel and elsewhere in the Apocalypse, that then the dead shall be raised. That is, those whom Antichrist has slain shall stand up, not in their persons, but in their cause, that their innocence may be published, and his iniquity proclaimed, before he is cast into the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. The vision ends with an intimation to John to receive the book from the angel and eat it. He did so, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey, and as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter. To eat the book denoted the exercise of his mind respecting it. To understand a matter, at once important and profound, is pleasant, sweet as honey. But alas, the book contained heavy tidings to the church. It announced a period of 1260 years of sorrow to her, and of triumph to her foes. And as soon as I had eaten, understood it, my belly was bitter. Once more was the voice of prophecy to be heard in the world before it should become silent forever. Thou must prophesy again before many peoples, and nations, and tongues, and kings. John was the last of the prophets, and this was the last prophecy. It respected the church's last enemy, and as soon as this prediction should be published, the volume of prophecy would be closed. John was not in person to publish these sayings to the world. He was a prisoner in Patmos, kept there by the tyrant who now governed the world. But though he had been permitted that very day to leave the shores of the lonely isle, he was too full of years and sufferings to journey through the countries and proclaim what was now made known to him. He was soon by death to rejoin in glory that Lord whose chosen and best beloved companion he had been during his humiliation on earth. But being inspired to write the visions of Patmos, he is prophesying to this hour before peoples and nations, and by the church he has ever been held to be one of the greatest of those prophets, which, though dead, yet speak unto her. How infallibly certain, is it that popery shall be brought down? God has not only permitted, not only prophesied, but sworn to overthrow it. At the commencement of that grand scheme of providence, which embraces the four monarchies, the angel who stands upon the sea and the earth lifted up his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth for ever and ever, that after a time, at the commencement of the fourth and last monarchy, the same oath was repeated in the same solemn manner. The oath of the angel must be fulfilled. Oppose it whoso list. Nor is God slack concerning his oath. Our impatience often provokes us to think that the vision tarries, that events pass slowly over the stage of time. We measure the duration they occupy by our own little span. We are like one viewing the motions of the great bodies of the firmament at the distance of the earth, to whom they seem to creep slowly across the sky, whilst, were he nearer, he would be dazzled by the rapidity and irresistible force with which they move onward. So would we judge the events of providence, were we to measure their progress by the standard here set up by the angel, God's eternity. 1,260 prophetic days have been allotted to Antichrist. To that term, not a day, not an hour, shall be added. When it expires, his knell will be rung, and a universe shall shout over his fall. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording, and therefore all LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Measuring of the Temple. John, having digested the content of the book and received the command again to prophesy, now addresses himself to his task. Like Ezekiel, who, after he had eaten the open roll, and had been commanded to prophesy to the house of Israel, began to do so by signs, John enters on his prophetic mission by the exhibition of signs. He measures the temple and its worshippers, an act which bears on the face of it that a great apostasy among the members of the visible church was now to take place, of which the measuring of the temple was at once the preparation and the prediction. Chapter 11, verse 1. And there was given to me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. There was given to me a reed. Calamush. The calamush, or reed, was used in 3 ways among the Jews: as a walking staff, as a measuring rod, and as a pen. Its size varied according to its use. To show in which of these senses the calamush, or reed, is here to be taken, it is added that it was like unto a rod. It was a measuring rod, then, that was now given to John. And the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court, which is without the temple, leave out, and measure it not. Not to the literal temple on Zion, obviously, was John to apply his measuring rod, for that holy and beautiful house where his fathers worshipped, long before the period referred to in this vision, was to be leveled with the ground, and the Roman plowshare drawn over it, if, indeed, it had not been so already. It is the Christian church that is here meant, described by imagery borrowed from the hill of Zion, as there is so obvious a reference here to the plan and arrangements of the ancient Jewish temple. It becomes necessary, in order to the clear apprehension of what John now did, and the precise significancy of the act, to describe briefly the arrangements of the ancient temple. The sacred buildings occupy the summit of the hill. In the center was a noble and spacious edifice divided into 2 chambers. This formed strictly the temple. The innermost chamber was the Holy of Holies. It contained the Ark of the Covenant, overshadowed by the cherubim, between whom dwelt the cloud of glory, the symbol of Jehovah's presence. Into this awful chamber there entered no one save the high priest, and even he only once in the year. The second or outer chamber was named the sanctuary, and contained the altar of burnt offering and the altar of incense. The priests only and such of the people as had sacrifices to offer were permitted to enter here. Then, running around the temple and immediately adjoining it was the inner court, the appointed place of assembly for the Israelites. Beyond the court of the Israelites was another, the outer court, a spacious area which covered the entire summit of the mount, and was designed for the proselytes to the Jewish religion, and hence was termed sometimes the court of the proselytes. Such were the arrangements of the Jewish temple, which evidently formed the model of that which stood before John in the apocalyptic visions. There were first the sacred edifice, consisting of 2 chambers. Then, running round it, in an oblong form, was the court of the Israelites, and running around that again was the court of the Gentiles. John was commanded to measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. It is not said whether the court of the Israelites was to be included or left out in the measurements of John. Mr. Eliot thinks it was included for this reason that John was commanded to measure the altar and them that worship therein. And he believes this implies the altar court, by which we understand him to mean what is commonly termed the inner court. It does not necessarily mean this, and we think a more natural interpretation of this clause is that it refers to the chamber in which the altar stood, and to those who worshipped in that chamber, consisting of the priests, and of those of the people who had sacrifices and offerings to present. We are of opinion, therefore, that the whole area outside the temple building was left out, the court where the ordinary worshippers assembled, as well as the more spacious court of the Gentiles. This last, it is certain, was left out, for it is particularly commanded to be so, and a reason assigned. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. Nothing, in our view, was included but the temple and those who worshipped beside the altar within the first vial. But it is of importance to inquire what the action symbolized. Sometimes the measuring rod is employed to denote construction, as in the case of Ezekiel, chapter 40, verse 3 et secenus, where the angel uses his measuring reed to mete out the proportions of a new temple to be erected. Sometimes it is the symbol of destruction. In 2 Kings 21:13 and elsewhere, it is so used. A part was to be preserved, and a part was to be destroyed. It is plain that here the measuring reed is used in a sense somewhat analogous to its last mentioned meaning. That it was not used for the purpose of construction, as Mr. Eliot supposes, is very evident, for the temple measured was already built and standing before John. But it was used for the purpose of dividing between what of that temple was to be kept holy, and what was to be accounted profane. That this was the design of the measuring is certain, from the reason assigned for leaving the outer court unmeasured, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. The action gave warning that a great apostasy was to take place, and that the limits of the true church were now to be greatly curtailed. Unless we mistake, John now predicts in symbol what Paul had already foretold in plain language. We find him saying in 2 Thessalonians 2:3, et secinus, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day, the day of Christ, shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself God. This passage, we are persuaded, is the key to the right interpretation of the measuring of the temple. The vision is evidently placed at the commencement of the 42 months. For why was the temple measured, but that its inviolability might be secured during the time, the 42 months, that the outer court should be trodden under the foot of the Gentiles. And if we consult the history of the period referred to, we find that there was indeed a great falling away. During the 5th century, the church underwent a great change for the worse in her doctrine and worship, and, of course, also in her practice. The great body of her members were grossly ignorant, and her clergy wallowed in wealth and luxury. Magnificent churches were erected, in which ministers officiated attired in richly decorated vestments. True piety lay buried under a load of pompous rituals and burdensome and superstitious ceremonies. Pilgrimages began to be made to the tombs of martyrs, where tapers were kept burning at midday. Miracles were wrought by the efficacy of relics. The saints and the Virgin were invocated, and, amongst other pernicious inventions, fatal to morality as well as to religion, the confessional was introduced, and the pagan doctrine of the purification of departed souls by fire was more amply explained and confirmed in this century than it had previously been. The grand doctrines of Christianity were lost, especially those pertaining to the Great Atonement and the one mediator. The true temple, which God had pitched, and not man, was abandoned. The true altar was forsaken, not indeed entirely. A few there were whom the growing corruptions and superstitions had not carried away. These now formed the true church. They were the altar worshippers, but they formed no greater a proportion to the multitudes which filled the courts without, Christians in name, heathens in reality. Then did the priests at the altar of old to the assembled congregation of Israel that thronged the courts without. Thus the great apostasy rose, whose swelling tide lifted the son of perdition to his lofty seat in the temple of God, where through successive ages he showed himself as God, by arrogating the powers and assuming the name and attributes of God. In Vintringa's exposition of the passage, we, on the whole, thoroughly concur. The interior temple, says he, means true Christians, the exterior, false Christians, heretics, etc. The altar means Christ. Measuring the temple and worshippers is scrutinizing the character of Christians, real or professed. The casting out of the outer court is excommunicating false professors. The heathen who are to tread down the temple and city are Christians in name only, and therefore called heathen, who are to form an external church and have dominion over it, suppressing at the same time the true worshippers of God, until at last God shall exclude them from even the external pale of his church. The Gentiles were not merely to possess the court, which was without the temple. They were to tread underfoot the holy city. Jerusalem is here used as the symbol of the Christian church. The term treading underfoot denotes the subjection in which the church would be held, and the indignities with which she should be treated. Like Jerusalem when taken by the Chaldeans, or rather, like the same city when its site was plowed by the Romans, its walls broken down, its stately places demolished. And the foe walking in triumph over the ruins, so the Church of God was to exhibit, during this long and calamitous period, a spectacle of desolation. Her rights and privileges were to be taken from her. Her ordinances were to be profaned. Her head was to be insulted, and her members persecuted and slain. These oppressions she should suffer for 42 months, which is the precise length of time that the witnesses were to prophesy in sackcloth, the only difference being that the period of the witnesses is given in days, that of the treading underfoot of the outer court by the Gentiles in months. This, to our minds, is completely satisfactory that the profanation of the outer court and the prophesying of the witnesses were to be contemporaneous, and that it is the same event that is prefigured by both symbols, the apostasy of the heathenish and persecuting Church of Rome, and the indignities and oppressions to be endured by the true Church during the continuance of that apostasy. We cannot but admire the appropriateness of the symbols and the exact and lively picture which they exhibit of the leading events of the grand apostasy. John receives a measuring reed. The angel commands him to rise and measure the temple. He does so, on the authority of his divine commission, and in the application of a divine rule. He draws a line of separation between the pure and holy worshippers at the altar and the unclean and idolatrous multitude in the outer court. We behold Christendom divided into two ecclesiastical confederacies, vastly dissimilar in point of numbers, as well as in point of character. During one period of the 42 prophetic months, we behold the one company grown so small that the inaccessible cliffs and caves of the Piedmontese Alps sufficed for their dwelling. And, though driven by the rage of man to dwell here, beloved of God, and enjoying access to him through the one intercessor, kings and priests unto God, while the other company was so numerous that the wide plains and populous cities of the rest of Europe could scarce contain them. John, in measuring the temple, acted, we have said, on a divine commission, and by the application of a divine rule, plainly through symbolically teaching us that everything about the church, her government, her worship, the admission of her members, is to be regulated by the word of God. Civil rulers have sometimes arrogated the power making laws for her, and of saying who were to be admitted and who excluded from her offices and privileges. The self-righteous pride and the superstition of men have led them to invent pompous rites and burdensome ceremonies. But when brought to the test of Scripture, the rule which Christ had put into the hands of his servants for the purpose of regulating the affairs of his house on earth, they are discovered to be unwarranted and superstitious. They must be discarded, and such as persist in the observance of them must be cast out of the church as profane. It is at this part of Mr. Eliot's great work that its main blemish occurs. Nothing could be more anomalous, inconsistent, and fanciful than his interpretation of this whole vision, and especially of that part of it which relates to the measuring of the temple. The time when the temple is measured, according to Mr. Eliot, is the era of the Reformation. The measuring signifies, he tells us, the regular constitution of the Reformed Church by Luther and his brother reforming ministers, who recognized as belonging to it those who only held the cardinal doctrine of the Christian faith, justification by the alone efficacy of Christ's propitiatory sacrifice, and through Christ's alone mediatorship. The rod, Ravmush, given to John wherewith to measure the temple, intimates, says Mr. Eliot, that in order to these important acts, a certain ecclesiastical authority would be officially given them. It being said, there was given to me a reed like unto a rod, with which to measure. And both the more usual scripture use of the word rod, and the fact of this use being here absolutely necessary, in order to the words having any force at all, for what could be the use of resembling the measuring reed to a simple stick or staff, indicating that that same official rod was intended by the word, which was the badge of ecclesiastical or civil authority. Our readers will scarce gather from this passage the precise meaning which Mr. Eliot attaches to the symbol of the Ravmush rod. He speaks vaguely about it throughout. He nowhere distinctly tells us whether we ought to understand the rod as symbolizing civil power or ecclesiastical power, or mixed exercise of the two, or whether this power is exercised directly by civil rulers or immediately by ecclesiastical rulers, that is, in the way of borrowing their authority for reconstituting the church from the civil powers. Mr. Eliot's meaning must be gleaned, obscurely at the best, from a collation of passages scattered throughout this part of his work. It will be admitted, we think, that we state his meaning fairly when we say that he makes the symbol of the rod to carry the royal supremacy in matters ecclesiastical, and on the symbols so interpreted he founds the grave inference that the royal supremacy is lawful, and tenders an admonition to those who impugn it, and object to the constitution of the Church of England as Erestian. The apocalyptic prophecy, he says, seems to have pronounced distinctly against them, representing, as it does, the original constitution of the Lutheran and Anglican Reformed churches on that very principle, not as any act of sinful Erastianism, but as Christ's own doing, and so with the stamp of his approbation on it. The fallacy of this interpretation, in which an attempt is made to graft Erastianism on the apocalypse, had been ably exposed by Dr. Candlish. We refer those who may wish to see his argument at length to his 4 letters. Dr. Candlish accepts Mr. Eliot's interpretation of the vision. He grants that he is right as regards the time and the leading event symbolized, namely, the reconstitution of the Reformed Church. He joins issue with him only on his interpretation of the rod, denying both the meaning assigned to the symbol and the historical application of it. He asks justly, whether does kalamush, the rod, signify ecclesiastical or civil authority, or does it stand for both together, or for either indifferently? If it be ecclesiastical authority that is meant, then for whom is it derived, and by whom is it exercised? John says, there was given to me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, arise and measure. I presume you will not deny that the reed like unto a rod is given into John's own hands immediately by the angel himself, standing upon the sea and upon the earth. The angel of the covenant, just as the little open book was in the preceding part of the vision. There is not a hint here of any third party coming in between John and the angel, who is Christ himself. On the other hand, does the reed like unto a rod signify civil authority as applied to the regulation of ecclesiastical affairs? Then again I ask, who is the person wielding it? John and John alone. And from whom does he receive it? Is it not directly from the angel? Thus there is nothing in this symbol to countenance Mr. Eliot's interpretation, but everything to countenance a very opposite interpretation. The authority proceeded from the head of the church. It was exercised by a minister of Christ, and there is literally nothing to connect it, either in its nature or in its exercise, with the civil powers, and therefore the interpretation that so connects it, being inconsistent with the constitution of the church and the nature of spiritual authority, as revealed in the New Testament, is to be rejected. But a more searching examination of the context than Dr. Candlish's space permitted, or the necessity of proving his point required, would have led him, we think, to adopt a still broader ground of the objection of the interpretation of the Raufbusch rod presented in the Horai Apocalypticae. There are valid grounds for setting aside Mr. Eliot's whole interpretation of the vision of the 15th chapter and the first 2 verses of the 16th. It can be shown, almost to demonstration, that the measuring of the temple must refer to a period greatly prior to the Reformation, when the ministers of Christ had no connection with the civil authority, and derived no aid from it. Why was the temple measured and the outer court cast out? Plainly that it might be trodden underfoot of the Gentiles. Does not this warrant the inference that the profanation of the outer court dates from the measuring? And how long was it to continue? 42 prophetic months. How then can Mr. Eliot avoid the conclusion that if his interpretation, according to which the symbol of the measuring was fulfilled in the reconstitution of the Church by Luther, be correct, there must from that period be 42 prophetic months, 1260 years, during which the profanations of Antichrist are to be continued? It is not much more natural to suppose that as the period of the profanation of the outer court and that of the prophesying of the witnesses are precisely of the same length, the two are contemporaneous, the more especially that the 2 events seem the counterparts of one another, the triumph of Antichrist and the humiliation of the true church. It might also be asked, was there no separation between the true and the false church till Luther's days? Yes, the distinction between Rome and the true worshippers of the Lamb was in many respects much greater before than after the Reformation. But it is said that the Church of Rome was publicly pronounced to be idolatrous, to be antichrist by the reformers, that it was cast out. But was she not antichrist till seen to be so? Did the Gentiles not tread underfoot the outer court till Luther proclaimed the fact? Or rather, did not the faithful remnant preserved all along by their separation from her and withdrawal from the communion, and by the testimony that they bore against her, which Mr. Eliot tells us was pointed against all her errors, cast her out, as Luther did? In fine, it may be asked why, seeing the vision has obvious reference to a great apostasy, it should be viewed as referring not to the time when the great anti-Christian apostasy arose, but to the time when that apostasy began to be healed and the limits of the church to be again enlarged. Mr. Eliot's theory is open to all these objections, to which no satisfactory answers that we know of either have been or can be given. As regards the vision of the 10th chapter, that of the mighty angel who appeared veiled in the cloud, with a rainbow on his head, a little book in his hand, and who stood with his right foot on the sea and his left on the earth, and who, lifting up his hand, swore by him that liveth for ever and ever, that in the days of the voice of the 7th angel the mystery of God should be finished, as had been declared by the prophets. We dissent altogether from the interpretation that makes the vision the prefiguration of the Reformation. First, because the apocalyptic history had not yet come up to the great subject of popery, and it's exceedingly improbable that the symmetry of the apocalyptic plan would be so far violated and the laws of dramatic arrangements so far infringed, as that the Reformation from Popery should be exhibited before Popery itself had been exhibited. Second, because the interpretation given to the subordinate symbols in the vision, in order to suit the theory, is fanciful, in some instances, incongruous, and generally such as violates the first principle of symbolic interpretation. A person, Christ, is made to symbolize an event, the Reformation. This is incongruous. The little book is held to be the symbol of the Bible, the sea the symbol of the sea, and the earth the symbol of the earth. This is inadmissible, for it is plain that if they are symbols, as is admitted, they cannot be symbols of themselves. The main interpretation is inconsistent with the order of the apocalypse, and the subordinate interpretations are inconsistent with the laws of apocalyptic exposition. We think the interpretation we have given agrees better with regularity of the plan in the apocalyptic drama, and with the uniformity of its symbols. The series of events in the West had been brought down till the fall of the Roman kingdom. In the East, they had been brought still farther down, even to the subversion of the Eastern Empire by the Turks in the end of the 15th century. The apocalyptic history now returns to the West and resumes the narrative of events at the point where it had been interrupted. This point forms a grand epoch in the apocalypse, as it did in the history of the world. For now the man of sin was to be revealed. A dark night, therefore, was at hand, darker than any that had overtaken the world hitherto, and bringing with it to the church sorer trials and more protracted sufferings than any she had ever passed through. At this crisis of the drama, the great administrator of it appears before John. He is seen encompassed with all the glorious symbols of universal dominion, almighty power, absolute unchangeableness, and covenant faithfulness. He comes to comfort his church by giving her something to think of during the trials of a protracted night. He comes to bid her be of good cheer, that this last trial over, all would be over, and to show that the mystery of providence was now drawing to a close, and that it should assuredly be finished in the destruction of that enemy who was now on the eve of being revealed. He renews the oath which had been sworn in the hearing of Daniel at the beginning of that course of mystery so long before. He comes to deliver his last prophecy to the church, and to commission his last prophet to the nations. What a seasonable appearance! How like to his last interview with the disciples before his first departure! The language of this manifestation was in effect the same as that which fell from his blessed lips on that memorable occasion. A little while ye shall not see me. Verily, verily, I say unto you, that ye shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice, and ye shall be sorrowful, but your sorrow shall be turned into joy. I will see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and your joy no man taketh from you. The cloud was again to receive him out of their sight. It was expedient that he should go away. He had not yet brought to a close that wonderful series of glorious dispensations, which should introduce the final triumph and universal establishment of his church. But the end was nigh. One other dispensation, more full of terror to his enemies, of mercy to his friends, and of mystery to both, than any that had preceded it. And then, oh, what a blessed realization of what Daniel had seen in the night visions! One like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him, and there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Two Witnesses. Planted by apostles and watered by the labors of evangelists and pastors, Christianity grew and spread widely in the Gentile world. The legions from the banks of the Tiber gained victories less illustrious than those of the fishermen from the shores of Gennesareth, and the dominion of Caesar was less extensive than that of Christ. The nations inhabiting from India on the east to Britain on the west received the gospel. There were few places throughout this extensive tract where Christian congregations were not formed. The name of Jesus was known even on the frontier of China. Scattered throughout the continent of India, as well as in the islands of its archipelago, were numerous companies of disciples. The gospel had been planted, too, in those lands which were the birthplace of the human family, and it flourished upon the ruins of the Babylonian and Medo-Persian monarchies. The deserts of the sons of Ishmael, from the boundary of which the arms of Greece and Rome had recoiled, were subjugated by the cross. Amid the moldering temples of Egyptian mythology arose places for Christian worship. The gospel spread throughout Asia Minor, and its superstition and licentiousness were restrained. It entered Greece, and its philosophy grew into disruption. It was carried to Rome, and its idols were dethroned. From Rome, it spread northward, taming the fierceness and enlightening the darkness of barbarous nations. So goodly were the limits of the church, so vast the territory she occupied. During these ages, innumerable souls were converted and passed to glory. The righteousness of Zion had gone forth as brightness, and the salvation thereof as a lamp that burneth. And the Gentiles had seen righteousness, and all kings her glory, and she was called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord had named. But the faith which had been spread over so many lands, and received the homage of so numerous nations, was now to recede from its ancient limits, leaving the space it had filled covered once more with heathenism under the name of Christianity. What a fearful fulfillment of the apocalyptic prophecy given in the measuring of the temple, and the altar worshippers, and the casting out of the outer court, that it might be trodden under foot of the Gentiles! The enquiry, which must have immediately suggested itself to the mind of John, when the fate of the outer court was disclosed to him, could only be this: will the apostasy be universal? Shall none be spared to offer true worship and bear faithful witness for God in these evil times? Already, John's anxiety on this point has been set at rest. For in virtue of the same commission by which he had cast out the outer court, he had included the temple with the select company that ministered at the altar. But the angel now proceeds to communicate fuller particulars. Under the history of the witnesses, for, while taken in connection with the temple, they are priests, taken in connection with an apostate world, they are witnesses, a succinct and clear account is given of the struggle which the followers of the Lamb should be called to maintain during the 42 months. with an ungodly and anti-Christian world, the persecutions that should befall them in the maintenance of their testimony, their almost total suppression together with the truth to which they had testified, their sudden and miraculous revival at the very moment that their enemies were rejoicing on account of their death, and their public assumption to a state of dignity and power. Thus we have the leading events of the 1260 days epitomized in the history of the witnesses, presented in figures comparatively plain, that the more highly wrought symbolical prefigurations that were to come after might be the more easy of interpretation. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. God left not the old pagan apostasy without a witness, neither should he leave the anti-Christian apostasy without a witness. I will give unto my 2 witnesses. For so runs the original. The question is, what shall be given? The implied answer of our translation is, we think, the right one. Power. The power is spiritual. Power to perceive the truth and reject the errors by which so many were to be misled. Power to cleave to the truth and resist the temptations before which the majority were to fall. Power to proclaim the truth, and, by doing so, to convert others who might stand in their room and maintain their testimony when they should be called away, so that the line of witnesses should not be cut off, but run continuously on till better times should come. Individually, they would be removed by death or persecution, but as a body, the witnesses should be inviolable. Their work is next defined. They shall prophesy. Prophesying means here, as in many other passages of the New Testament, every kind of preaching by divine aid. The prophesying of the 2 witnesses was not to consist in the revelation of new truths, but in condemning the world for its defection from old ones. They were to receive and profess the whole body of doctrine revealed by Christ and his apostles, and in doing so, they should testify against the Romish apostasy. Hence the name given to them, witnesses. The name is borrowed from the Old Testament. Ye are my witnesses, said God to the ancient Israel. The honorable office of Israel, as a nation to whom had been committed the sacred oracles, was to stand before the other nations of the earth and testify to the fact that Jehovah was the one true God, and that they were no gods that were made by men's hands. The same honorable office was to be assigned to the little company before us. They were to stand before the anti-Christian nations and testify to the fact that Christ was the one only intercessor. As God termed the ancient Israelites my witnesses, because they witnessed for the supremacy of God the Father in opposition to the heathen deities, so here the angel, that is Christ, calls these men my witnesses, because they were to witness in behalf of the supremacy of God the Son, in opposition to the anti-Christian deities, and especially were they to witness for him as the one intercessor, in opposition to the numerous intercessors of the Romish Church. The guise in which they were to discharge their office is specially marked. They shall prophesy clothed in sackcloth. This is no stroke of coloring, introduced for the mere purpose of deepening the dark picture. It is a most significant symbol. It denotes the deep distress and mourning of the true church during the whole of that period. It was a thankless office they were to discharge, and often should they receive rough and cruel treatment at the hands of men. At the thought of the church of God lying waste and their brethren slain, a continual sorrow should oppress their hearts. denied all participation in honors and offices, deprived sometimes of their natural rights, hated of all men for his name's sake, whose witnesses they were, and banished from society. They should exhibit the same picture of mourning as the ancient prophets of whom it had been recorded. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts, and in mountains, and in dens and caves of the earth. They were to prophesy clothed in sackcloth many days. The exact number is determined, 1260. These are not literal, but symbolically days and denote years. The question touching the commencement of these days, which determines, of course, their expiration, is one of the most famous in the whole field of apocalyptic inquiry. Of that we shall speak afterwards. At present, we shall merely indicate the principle on which our interpretation of prophetic time proceeds. Scarce any principle is more clearly taught in the Word of God. A day for a year is a mode of symbolic speech which appears to have been in use in very early times. The institution of the sabbatical year was given in these terms. In Leviticus 25, that year is spoken of as if it were one day, and termed the Sabbath of the land. When a mystic character was given to the prophet Ezekiel, and he was called, as the substitute of the house of Israel, to bear their iniquity, the length of the infliction was determined on this principle, a day for a year. Chapter 5, verses 5 and 6. I have laid upon thee the years of their iniquity, according to the numbers of the days, 390 days. So shalt thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. And when thou hast accomplished them, lie on thy right side, and thou shalt bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. God himself announces the principle on which that arrangement proceeded. I have appointed thee each day for a year. Like the prophet Ezekiel, these mystic witnesses were substituted for the church and called to prophesy, clothed in sackcloth, during as many days as she was afterwards to do for years. We have had experience, moreover, of the truth of this principle. Daniel's prophecy of 70 weeks completely establishes it. Between the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem and the death of the Messiah, 70 weeks were to intervene. In 70 weeks, there are 490 days. And between the edict of Artaxerxes Longimanus and the death of Christ were 490 years. In the prophecy before us, then, we are to substitute years for days. Our authority for doing so is clear. During the long period of 1260 years was the church to prophesy. That is, she was to testify against the apostasy of Rome doctrinally by professing the opposite truths, and practically by separating from her communion. And she was to prophesy in sackcloth, that is, in the endurance of all the sacrifices and sufferings to which her faithfulness might expose her. During these years, no inconsiderable portion of her members should be required to seal their testimony with their blood. The next question of importance is, who are the witnesses? This part of the apocalypse has been the subject of boundless conjecture. These interpretations, incongruous and irrelevant in many instances, we do not stay to enumerate, for it is unnecessary to state what it would be useless to refute. The character of the witnesses may be determined with certainty from the nature of their work. The matter of their witness-bearing was the truth. The party for whom this testimony was borne was Christ, my witnesses. The party against whom it was borne was anti-Christ. Whom, in that case, can the witnesses be but those in whatever land who, during the period of Antichrist, professed the truth of Jesus and testified against the idolatries of Rome? But why only two? I will give power unto my 2 witnesses. We prefer the more common because of the more natural explanation. 2 witnesses were enough in law to substantiate any fact. At the mouth of 2 witnesses shall every word be established. But they were the smallest number that could do so. And therefore, when we are told that 2 witnesses should prophesy, we are given to understand that such a number should be preserved from apostasy, as should be competent to condemn the Romish idolaters, and leave them without excuse. And when we are told that only 2 witnesses should prophesy, we are to infer that the number should not be greater than was absolutely requisite to give credibility to their testimony, and to take away all reasonable ground of excuses from the apostate nations. Few will maintain that individuals are intended. 2 literal men would have been far too few to bear testimony with effect against the apostasy of a world. Organized societies must be meant. It is not persons, but churches that constitute the 2 witnesses. And if we look to the history of the period, we find a small but competent number, both in the East and in the West, who continued all along to testify against the prevailing corruptions. We are disposed to concur in the opinion of Mr. Eliot, Mr. Faber, and others, that the reference here is to the Eastern and Western churches. The former has, with great historical research, and with complete success, traced a succession of witnesses in both churches, from the close of the 6th century till the Reformation. Such of our readers as may wish to have fuller information respecting the 2 witnesses, their reduced numbers, and their sore trials during the long period of their prophesying in sackcloth, may consult the Horai Apocalypticae. Speaking of the Eastern Christians, and showing their claim to be regarded as one of the 2 apocalyptic witnesses, Mr. Eliot remarks, first, then, in regard both of ministers and congregations, the teachers and the taught, it is notorious that they bore a continuous and unvarying protest against those grosser superstitions of saint mediatorship, image worship, and other kinds of idolatry, through which the so-called Christians of the Roman world had degenerated into Gentiles of the outer court, and against which, consequently, witnesses answering to those of the apocalypse must needs have testified. Second, though before the eyes of men, the self-styled Catholics of the Eastern and Western Roman world seemed to constitute Christendom, though they filled, as it were, the whole visible temple, yet did these Polakians, the name given to the Eastern Christians, regard and speak of them throughout as those who belonged not to the Church of Christ, but, being apostles, belonged rather to the Gentile or outer court. Small as their numbers were, yet they called their assemblies the Catholic Church, and said, "We are Christians, you are Romans." Thirdly, as the apocalyptic witnesses are said to have observed the commandments and word of God, so the adherents of the Polakian dissidents to the gospel word, as the alone ground of their faith, subject of their preachings and teachings, and rule of life, is all along marked most strongly. Fifthly, it is obvious that the privations and sufferings entailed on them by their profession of faith were such as to make the mourning garb of sackcloth their fit clothing, as also that under them they exhibited a self-denial, unwearied zeal, constancy, and fortitude through life and unto death, just as if there was some superhuman power sustaining them, even a power such as St. John was told of in those words of the Apocalypse, "I will give power to my 2 witnesses." As regards the witnesses of Western origin who had not heard of the Waldenses, inhabiting the Cauchian Alps and those deep valleys through which the Rhone rolls. They maintained through successive ages their testimony against the corrupt churches of Roman Christendom. Mr. Eliot has likewise traced their history from the close of the 6th century till the era of the Reformation, not, indeed, without some breaks in the chain, which are not surprising when we take into account the remoteness of their times and the obscurity in which they lived, but still with wonderful continuity. Here, amid these alpine regions, they kept alive the lamp of truth, while darkness covered the rest of Europe. They were renowned for the purity of their faith, the simplicity of their life, and the constancy with which they testified against the Romish doctrines, resisting even unto blood. Europe was then one wide scene of profanation, covered with idolatrous temples and polluted with idolatrous practices, but its central mountains, white with eternal snows, which descended upon them from above and are unsoiled by the foot of man, had been reserved, like the inner temple, when the outer court was cast out, for the worship of the Lamb. With regard to their claim to rank as one of the two apocalyptic witnesses, we may quote the following passages from Mr. Eliot's work. With regard to the doctrine of the Waldenses, their own writings offer us, of course, the best evidence. In the former, the noble lesson, written, as it has appeared, within some 20 years of 1170, the following doctrines are drawn out with much simplicity and beauty: the origin of sin in the fall of Adam, its transmission to all men, and the offered redemption from it through the death of Jesus Christ, the union and cooperation of the three persons of the Blessed Trinity in man's salvation, the obligation and spirituality of the moral law under the gospel, the duties of prayer, watchfulness, self-denial, unworldliness, humility, love, as the way of Jesus Christ, their enforcement by the prospect of death and judgment, and the world's near ending by the narrowness, too, of the way of life, and the fewness of those that find it, as also by the hope of coming glory at the judgment and revelation of Jesus Christ. All these points, I say, of Christian doctrine are drawn out in the noble lesson very simply and beautifully. Besides which, we find it in a protest against the Romish system, generally, as one of soul-destroying idolatry against masses for the dead, and therein against the whole doctrine of purgatory, against the system of confessional, and asserted power of the priesthood to absolve from sin, the last point being insisted on as the most deadly point of heresy. Its origin referred to the mercenariness of the priesthood, and their love for money. The iniquity further noticed of the Romish persecutions of good men and teachers that wished to teach the way of Jesus Christ, and the suspicion half hinted and apparently formed that though a personal antichrist might be expected, yet popery itself might very possibly be one form of antichrist. Such is the doctrine of the noble lesson. In the treatise of Antichrist, we advance to an admirable and direct identification of the anti-Christian system of the papacy, which, though written after the period, we are passing under review, perhaps in the last quarter of the 14th century, may yet be fairly presumed to exhibit the opinions of the Vaudois of the 13th century on the subject. They having embraced, as we know, at the least as early as that period, the view of the papacy and Roman Church being the very Babylon and harlot of the Apocalypse. The following is an outline of the views held on this subject by the Waldensian Church: that the papal or Romish system was that of Antichrist, which, from infancy in apostolic times, had grown gradually by the increase of its constituent parts to the stature of a full-grown man. that its prominent characteristics were to defraud God of the worship due to him, rendering it to creatures, whether departed saints, relics, images, or Antichrist, i.e., the anti-Christian body itself. To defraud Christ by attributing justification and forgiveness to Antichrist's authority and words, to saints' intercessions, to the merit of men's own performances, and to the friar of purgatory. To defraud the Holy Spirit by attributing regeneration and sanctification of the opus operatum. I borrow the Friedentine term used afterwards, of the two sacraments, that the origin of this anti-Christian religion was the covetousness of the priesthood. Its tendencies lead men away from Christ, its essence a vain ceremonial, its foundation the false notions of grace and forgiveness. Such was the noble testimony of the Waldenses, and how nobly they maintained it, history testifies. How marvelous the ways of God! How astonishing his power and faithfulness in preserving his truth in the worst of times! When all the dwellers on the plains and in the cities of the Roman world were bowing the knee and saying, "Who is like unto the beast?" In the midst of the earth, in the very center of Europe, rose a temple not made with hands, in which the true God was worshipped. In the very midst of their enemies was an asylum found for the witnesses, where they prophesied 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Avenging Power of the Witnesses. The office of the two witnesses is still farther symbolically described. It will not be uninstructive to attend briefly to the more noticeable points on it. Chapter 11, verse 4. These are the two olive trees, and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. The station of the witnesses was a very dignified one. They stood before the God of the earth. Their office was not less dignified and excellent. They were the two olive trees, the only repositories of the true oil. They were the two candlesticks, the only dispensers of the true light. Let us consider them first as the two olive trees. All of the valuable trees with which Palestine abounded, the most precious was the olive. Not to speak of its numerous commercial and domestic uses, its oil alone was permitted to be burned in the temple lamps. Seeing this tree was devoted to a sacred use, it may well be used as a symbol of persons in sacred office. It is the pastors of the church that are intended. There is an evident allusion here to the vision exhibited by Zechariah at a period of great depression in the history of the Old Testament church. The prophet was shown a candlestick, all of gold, with 7 lamps burning on its branches. Beside the candlestick stood 2 olive trees, whose oil flowered into the 7 lamps and kept them alive. The prophet had the vision interpreted to him, and was given to understand that the candlestick was the symbol of the Old Testament church, the lamp of divine truth, preserved by God in the midst of heathenism, and that the 2 olive trees, which supplied that candlestick with oil, were the 2 anointed ones, sons of oil, that stand by the Lord of the whole earth, meaning the prophets and priests who communicated the truth to the church of old. The same symbols are employed in the vision of the apocalyptic witnesses, and, of course, are to receive the same interpretation as in Zechariah's vision. The 2 candlesticks are plainly the churches, Eastern and Western, we have supposed, preserved by God's power and mercy during the period of Antichrist. Zechariah saw 7 lamps. John, at a former stage of the apocalypse, had seen 7 candlesticks, the 7 churches of Asia. But now he beheld only 2 candlesticks. This showed what a dark time it would be. No light in the world but the 2 candlesticks, struggling to dispel the thick gloom that was to shroud the earth. Yet there they burned throughout the long night, malgré all the efforts of the man of sin to extinguish them, till the light of a glorious day returned once more to bless the earth. By the 2 olive trees are meant plainly the pastors of these churches. They conveyed the oil which maintained the brightness of the mystic candlesticks. They performed the same office to these churches which the prophets and priests performed to the Old Testament church. They preached the word, and they were employed, moreover, in multiplying manuscript copies of the Holy Scriptures, so that they supplied the church with both the preached and the written word, answering, according to the ingenious and natural supposition of Virginia, to the 2 golden pipes, by which the olive trees in Zechariah's vision emptied the golden oil out of themselves. Besides its great fruitfulness, the olive possesses this property, that it remains green all winter. So did these mystic trees. They were green during the long winter of the Christian church. When the storm of temptation arose, and others were overturned, they remained firmly rooted and grounded. When the poisonous wind of error blew, and its deadly influence became visible in the seared leaves and moldering trunks of the spiritual vineyard, they remained unscathed by the blight, like the fleece of Gideon, wet when all around was dry. And why did their lamps burn amid the darkness that had extinguished those of others? Why was their leaf green during the winter that brought so deadly a blight with it to others? They were full of oil drawn from no earthly fountain, but flowing down upon them from the heavens, placed in the midst of powerful enemies, called to discharge a duty peculiarly irritating and tormenting to these enemies, provided with no outward means of defense. How should they be able to repel the assaults to which they would be exposed? How, indeed, should they continue to exist? The apocalyptic symbols represent them as armed with the most ample avenging powers. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them into blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy. The allusion here is to an incident in the life of Elijah, and we are taught by association the horrors of the famine that was to prevail during the prophesying of the witnesses. Elijah's first appearance before us is with the words, "As the Lord God liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these 3 years, but according to my word." And the word of the prophet was fulfilled. That moment the heavens became brass over the land of Israel. The spring came, and summer and autumn followed, and these were succeeded by winter. But there was neither cloud in the heavens nor rain or dew on the earth. What a doubtful picture did the land of Israel then exhibit! Every mountain and pleasant field was burnt up. The channels of the brooks were dry. The figs dropped from the fig tree. The cluster hung rotting on the vine. The herd perished from the stall, and the faces of men began to gather the blackness of famine. As it was with the land of Israel during these 3 years and a half, so was it to be with Roman Christendom during a 3.5 prophetic years of prophesying of the witnesses. It was not a literal famine with which the world was to be scourged, a blight upon the earth, which should consume its mountains and its fruits, and cut off from man the bread on which the body lives. The drought here foretold was to afflict the spiritual heavens and earth, and dry up the fountains of salvation. It was a famine of the word of God. It is a historical fact that during the ages of their ministry, there was neither dew nor rain of a spiritual kind on the earth. But at the word of the witnesses, there was no knowledge of salvation, but by their preaching, no descent of the Spirit, but in answer to their prayers. And as the witnesses were shut out from Christendom generally, a universal famine ensued. The word of God was locked up in a dead language, or forbidden to be read. The priests of Rome, instead of preaching the gospel, descanted on the merits of indulgences, the efficacy of relics, or entertained their hearers with monkish traditions, or ridiculous and mendacious legends. Things that could not feed the soul. The heavens were shut, and there was no rain. And have power over the waters, to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often as they will. There is, we apprehend, an allusion here to the plagues by which Egypt was destroyed, which began by the turning of their river into blood. The former was a spiritual infliction. This is a temporal judgment. We are told, at a subsequent part of the Apocalypse, that waters are the symbol of peoples, and when we are told that these symbolical waters are to be turned into blood, we are to understand that direful carnage and bloody wars are meant. The Egyptians had attempted to destroy the Hebrews by drowning their children in the Nile, and righteously the Nile was turned into blood. The anti-Christian nations should employ the sword to exterminate the witnesses, and by the sword should God exterminate them. Hence, the song of the angel of the waters, when the third vial was poured out, upon the rivers and fountains of waters. Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art, and wast, and shalt be, because thou hast judged thus. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. This angel was answered by another from the altar. Even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments, intimating that the Church should take special notice of the equity of God in laying upon the supporters of the papacy judgments so similar to the injuries they had inflicted on his witnesses. When power is ascribed to them to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will, the allusion to Egypt is plainly continued. Moses had power to smite that kingdom with all the plagues necessary to accomplish its overthrow and set free the Israelites. A similar power were these men in sackcloth to possess over the papacy, a power to bring destruction upon destruction, till the kingdom of the man of sin should be annihilated and its captives liberated. Not that these plagues should come at their wish, as if they cherished a vindictive spirit, or had pleasure in the destruction of their enemies, but, foreseeing the doom with which prophecy menaced them, they should predict its approach. On their account, moreover, should all these plagues be inflicted, Christ, their head, should take care that not one wrong done to them should ever pass unavenged in his administration of providence. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoureth their enemies. We have placed this last, because it is a final judgment. The symbol becomes of easy interpretation when we refer to that part of Old Testament history from which it is taken. Behold, said God to Jeremiah, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them. This plainly refers to the consuming judgments Jeremiah was commissioned to denounce. Of the same sort was the fire that was to proceed from the mouth of the witnesses. when Rome was wasting the witnesses with fire and sword, and shedding their blood like water, they foretold that a time should come when she should be visited in like manner. Have blood to drink for all the blood she had shed, and be consumed in the fires she had kindled for them. And not one of their words ever fell to the ground. The warning is repeated to intimate its terrible certainty. If any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. A caution not unnecessary, seeing that they were apparently so defenseless, for never did any class of men appear more completely in the power of their enemies. But, as if the caution had run, let no man venture to engage in any plot against them, or have any hand in doing them injury, promising himself impunity in impressing men so devoid of the power to retaliate. In seeking to hurt them, he will most infallibly destroy himself. They have invisible guards to protect them. They have invisible powers at their command. They only need utter the word, and the bolt of heaven is not more speedy or deadly in its work of vengeance. And have not their words been as fire to the nations? What mean the bloody wars, the calamities of divers kinds, which have ravaged the popish countries of Europe these 300 years? These are the words uttered long ago by the men who dwelt amid the Alps. These are the answer to their prayers. These are from the fire from the mouth of the witnesses, kindled, burning, and to burn yet more fiercely. This power the witnesses were to exercise, not when the time came that they should possess the kingdom, but during their prophesying, and while they wore sackcloth. It was especially during the latter half of their prophesying that these judgments were to be inflicted, and particularly after the seventh angel had sounded and her last plagues had begun to fall on Rome. All these plagues came in answer to the prayers, in fulfillment of the predictions, and to recompense the wrongs done to the witnesses. The words we have been considering look back on 3 theaters of judgment: Jerusalem, Egypt, Sodom, and they exhibit the 3 leading plagues by which Rome's destruction shall be accomplished: famine, blood, fire. By famine was Jerusalem scourged, by blood was Egypt destroyed, and by fire was Sodom consumed. These are the 3 awful types of Rome's end. And the calamities peculiar to each shall meet in her destruction, for strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. War with the Witnesses. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them. This introduces us to the solemn subject of the death of the witnesses. Whether are we to place the slaying of the witnesses among the fulfilled or the unfulfilled predictions of the apocalypse? There are able expositors who regard this as not a past event, but one still to come. Of late, not a few in our country, whose attention has been turned to the apocalyptic predictions, have avowed it as their belief that the days of slaughter and extermination, prefigured in the symbol before us, are yet awaiting the church. If such are correct in their interpretations, all organized societies professing the truth, all visible churches throughout the earth, must yet be extinguished. Europe must be covered with the bodies of slain Protestants. Rome has not yet reached the summit of her power, nor committed the greatest of her crimes. She must yet lift her head higher towards heaven and smite the prostrate earth with more dreadful bolts than she ever hurled against it. She must yet efface the memory of all her past wickedness by deeds of more awful cruelty, by slaughters and massacres more inhuman, and exterminating them, any with which her past annals are stained. All this must yet come to pass, if the event we are considering falls to be classed among the unfulfilled prophecies of this book. If such indeed be the times we are approaching, it behooves the Church to have warning on good authority that she may prepare herself. But if already the witnesses have been slain, the fear of such a prospect is fitted to inspire, being unfounded, cannot be salutary, and ought to be dismissed. The witnesses were to be slain by the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit. This is the first appearance in the Apocalypse of this great enemy of God, and ruthless murderer of his saints. We here simply assume that this beast is the 10 confederate kingdoms of Europe, the same that grew out of the old Roman Empire, the papacy prompting their policy and guiding their arms. This beast was afterwards seen by John, with 7 heads and 10 horns, rising out of the abyss, or sea. It was on this 10-horned beast that the harlot rode, and we find the interpretation of the symbol in the historical fact that the wealth and power of the 10 kingdoms were lent to aggrandize the papacy, and that their swords were ever at her service when she needed them to slay the saints. The time when the witnesses should be slain is marked by the words, when they shall have finished their testimony. O dan telesossi din materian afton. The verb to finish, teleo, is used in numerous passages in the New Testament in 2 distinct and different senses. First, to finish in point of time, so that the person ceases to act. Second, to finish in the way of perfecting the work on which he is employed. He has perfected, matured it, and though he still repeats it, he ceases to perform it more completely or perfectly. We may make our meaning clear by a few instances. We have an example of the first sense in Paul's words to Timothy. I have finished, titeleka, my course. 2 Timothy 4:7. Here the word clearly refers to time. We have an example of the second sense in James 1:15. When lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, apotelesthia, bringeth forth death. The meaning here, sin, when it is finished, is plainly not that so soon as the sinner has ended his course of sinning, but so soon as his sin is perfected, completed, ripened. It bringeth forth death. These are examples of 2 different sets of passages in which this word occurs. In the one set, the verb to finish has reference to the expiration of a certain period. In the other, it denotes the perfecting or completing of a certain act. Mr. Eliot has selected an instance of the use of the word in the latter sense from what is said of the Jewish priests in Hebrews 9:6, and which is much in point. They enter the tabernacle continually. Tas latrias epeteluntes, fulfilling their services or priestly functions, the which, day by day, included several acts, the receiving incense, carrying it with altar fire into the holy place, and burning it, kindling or snuffing the lamps, etc., after the whole of which was accomplished, on any one defined occasion. Then it might be said that the priest had fulfilled his service. Etelesitin latrian aftu. Yet not so as then to have finally ceased, latre vin, or to have resigned thereon his priestly office, just in the same way, continues Mr. Eliot, supposing a repetition, more or less frequent, of their martyria, or testimony, required of the two witnesses of the Apocalypse, so soon as they might once have gone through the several component parts or acts of that testimony, so soon it might be said of them that they had fulfilled or completed their testimony, yet not so as to imply that their whole period of testifying was at an end, or that they thereupon ceased to be any longer Christ's witnesses. Seeing the word is used in these two senses, that of finishing a course of acting, and that of completing an act by performing all its parts, their question remains, in which of these senses is it here used? Whether does it relate to the time of prophesying, the 1260 days, or to witness-bearing, martyria, abstractly viewed? The more natural reference, we admit, is to the time of prophesying, and were there no element of judgment, but such as are found in the verses before us, we would at once grant that this is the true reference. But other considerations, springing from other parts of the Apocalypse, render this supposition impossible, and constrain us to apply the words to the martyria, testimony, that is, to regard the slaying of the witnesses as foretold to happen, not at the end of the 1260 days, but as soon as they should have completed their testimony, which might be expected to happen whenever popery should be fully developed, and the testimony of the Church have come to be pointed against all the leading errors of the papal system, which should then be seen and proclaimed to be the Antichrist. Let us mention these considerations. First, the place the prophecy of the slaying of the witnesses occupies in the Apocalypse. It comes in between the sounding of the sixth and the sounding of the seventh trumpet. This leads naturally to the conclusion that the slaughter of the witnesses would occur during this interval. The sixth trumpet was sounded at the beginning of the 14th century, and the seventh a very considerable while after the Reformation. And it is an historical fact that during this interval almost all the slaughterers that have been committed on the adherents of the truth occurred, and that the Church was brought lower than it has ever been before or since. Second, immediately after the prophecy of the slaying of the witnesses, the approach of the third woe is announced. Now, on whom does the third woe fall? On Antichrist. It consists of the 7 plagues by which he is to be brought to his grave. It is natural to conclude that the slaughter of the witnesses should take place when Antichrist was at his height, which he attained before the infliction of the second woe, and not when he was reeling and staggering under the weight of his last plagues. It is natural to suppose that affairs would be at their lowest in the Church when they were at their highest in the kingdom of Antichrist, that the midnight of the one would correspond with the noonday of the other, and that the greatest effort of the beast would be made when his affairs were flourishing, and not when his power was broken, and his kingdom had begun to pass from him. Third, while it is stated, at this part of the Apocalypse, that the issue of the war between the beast and the followers of the Lamb should be that the beast should overcome them and kill them, it is stated at a subsequent part of the Apocalypse that the issue of this same war should be that the Lamb should overcome the armies of the beast. The only way of reconciling these apparently conflicting statements is by the natural supposition that the war was to have these different issues at different times. That the beast should for a time prevail, and seem to be carrying all before him. But the advantage should turn out to be only temporary, and, the war going on, final victory should remain with the Lamb. These two issues could not be contemporaneous, and there can be no doubt as to which of the two should be the final one. It is plain, therefore, that the slaughter of the witnesses could not be deferred till the conclusion of the war, but must have taken place at a former period, sufficiently early to allow of the first battle being lost, of the second being gained. We presume it will not be maintained that the termination of the prophesying of the witnesses in sackcloth is earlier than the termination of the war. For what is meant by their warring with the beast, but just their testifying, in adverse circumstances, against the abominations of popery. Fourth, in the same hour in which the witnesses revived, there was a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell, Britain, one of the 10 kingdoms. This renders the conclusion inevitable that the resurrection of the witnesses is considerably prior to the end of the papacy. For observe what happens when the 7th vial is poured out. The great city is divided into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations fall, which is a much more striking result than the overthrow of merely the 10th part of the city. Fifth, the course of events these 300 years past, and the state and prospects of the world at this hour. This is the last consideration we mention, which strongly induces the belief that the slaying of the witnesses is past. From about the year 600 onward till the Reformation, the course of events ran steadily in favor of the papacy. All the great social revolutions and political changes of the world helped it onward. Even the most insignificant and trifling occurrences turned to its advantage, brought in new associations of wealth and power. In every contest in which Rome engaged, whether with bishops or kings, she was victor. And by a course of almost unbroken prosperity of more than 800 years' duration did Antichrist reach the summit of his grandeur. But at the Reformation, how plainly did the tide in his affairs turn! Almost every event that has happened since has gone against him. We can trace the same uniformity in the operation of events now, as before, so far as they regard Antichrist. Only then they wrought for his advancement. Now they are working his downfall. Partial revivals and successes popery may yet have, but we are strongly persuaded that affairs will continue to run steadily in the same course, till they end in its total downfall. Let us think, moreover, of the state and prospects of the world. Its state is now such as to render the supposition incredible that popery, especially after it has been so greatly weakened by the judgments of God, should raise itself to such universal power as to be able to suppress the truth in the same degree as before the Reformation. Though the gospel should be suppressed in Europe, there are wide realms around where it has been planted and would continue to flourish. America, India, Australia, and the islands of the Pacific. If a period of darkness yet awaits the church, such as that foretold in the symbol of the witnesses, the gospel must be suppressed in all these places, and all the labors of the past 300 years, and all the effort of missionaries must come to naught. But happily the world seems to be secured against such a catastrophe, not only by its own inherent improbability, but also by the terms of the apocalyptic prophecy. Both the scene of slaughter and the agent of slaughter appear to be limited to Europe. It is the 10-horned beast by whom the witnesses are slain, which every commentator admits to be the symbol of the 10 Roman kingdoms of Europe. And it is on the streets of the great city that their dead bodies are exposed, which plainly identifies the scene of tragedy with the European dominions of the papacy. On all these grounds, we unhesitatingly conclude that the slaughter of the witnesses is past. But how stand the facts of history with our interpretation? They are in perfect accordance therewith. The Waldenses, the Vaudois, and other bodies of Christians had borne an open testimony from the beginning against the various corruptions of Rome, her errors in doctrine, her idolatries in worship, and her immoralities of life. But at last, in the end of the 12th century, the same century in which, according to Gibbon, the meridian of papal greatness was attained, they proclaimed her to be the Antichrist of Scripture, the harlot of the Apocalypse. Thus and then did the witnesses fulfill their testimony. It was foretold that this should be the signal for the beast to make war with them, and so it was. Rome, as a body, now moved against them, which she had not done before. The war was commenced in the edicts of councils, which stigmatized the pure doctrines drawn from the Bible as heresy, and branded those who held them as heretics. The next step was to pronounce the most dreadful anathemas on those who Rome termed heretics, which were executed in the same remorseless and exterminating spirit in which they were conceived. The confessors of the truth were denied both their civil and their natural rights. They were forbidden all participation in dignities and offices. They could not buy or sell. Their goods were confiscated. Their houses were to be razed and never more to be rebuilt, and their lands were given to those who were about to seize them. They were shut out from the solace of human converse. No one might give them shelter while living, or Christian burial when dead. Thus were the witnesses called to prophesy in sackcloth. At last a crusade was commenced against them. Preachers were sent abroad through Europe to sound the trumpet of vengeance and to assemble the nations. To stimulate their ardor in these holy wars, a full remission of all sins committed from the cradle to the grave was promised to such as might fall in battle. Nay, a service of 40 days was so mysterious a work as to entitle the person to no less of a reward than paradise. The Pope wrote to all Christian princes, exhorting them to earn their pardon and win heaven rather than bearing the cross against these heretics by marching against the Saracens. Army after army was assembled under such men as Simon of Montfort and St. Louis. We do not intend to darken our page with a recital of the horrors of this war. We search in vain for anything equal to them, even in the worst atrocities of savage tribes, when engaged in their most sanguinary conflicts. Were a faithful account of all these enormities to be given, the recital would fill many volumes, and would shock and outrage every feeling of our nature. Though legions of fiends had become inaccurate and been let loose to ravage the earth, they could not have devised more exquisite torments. They could not have inflicted more ruthless slaughters and massacres. Nor could they have stood by and witnessed the agonies of their victims with a more hellish delight. The peaceful and fertile valleys of the Vaudois and the Waldenses were invaded and speedily devastated with fire and sword. Their towns and villages were burnt, while not one individual, in many cases, escaped to carry tidings to the next valley. The young and the gray-haired, the most helpless and the most unoffending, were involved in the same indiscriminate slaughter. Mothers with their infants were thrown from the rocks. Bonfires were kindled, and human beings by hundreds were piled upon them. Pits were dug, and vast numbers were burned alive. In short, every cruelty, barbarity, and indecency which rage, lust, and bigotry could invent and perpetuate, were inflicted on these confessors of Christ. To accomplish what the Crusades, though carried on with indescribable fury, failed to effect, it was at last resolved that the holy office of the Inquisition should be erected. The horrors of this terrible court far exceeded those even of the Crusades. The Crusades did their work quickly. They swept across the scene of their visitation like a tempest, converting in a few days, sometimes in a few hours, busy and populous seats into profound solitudes. Such a proceeding was merciful compared to the lingering and excruciating torments to which the victim was doomed in the dungeons of the Holy Office. The ravages of the Crusades were acted in the face of day. The smoke of burning cities and human hecatombs rose into the air, polluting the firmament with a dismal cloud. The shrieks of the mother, as in her agony she clasped her babe, when both were about to be precipitated and headed long from the top of the precipice, were repeated again and again from the rocks adown which they were thrown. Their moans the Vials redoubted to the hills, and they to heaven. Accordingly, history has recorded, at least of these horrible tragedies, that we may admire the grace of God, as shown in the constancy and courage of the noble confessors that endured them, and know at what an expense of suffering and blood the truth has been handed down to us. But it is not so as regards the Inquisition. History has been forbidden to descend with her torch into the dungeons of the Holy Office. The crimes that have been there enacted, and the sufferings that have been there endured, remain untold. The familiars and the racks of the Inquisition piled their dreadful work in darkness. No eye saw the writings of their victim, no ear heard his groans, and the much that these dungeons conceal shall remain concealed forever, till the dread judgment day. This terrible court ramified into every country where there were professors of the truth, into Piedmont, France, Spain, Bohemia, Germany, Poland, Flanders, England, and endeavored by the most horrible means to exterminate what it termed heresy and heretics, to wear out the saints of the Most High. Thus were the words fulfilled, when they shall have completed their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war with them. The history of the world is little else than a series of wars. Many of these are sufficiently melancholy and revolting, but in no age of time, and in no country of the globe, has there been seen a war of so cruel, ferocious, and bloodthirsty a character as that which the beast had carried on against the witnesses. Having partaken of her wine, and being phrenized and maddened therewith, princes, at the instigation of Rome, have wasted the blood and the treasure of their subjects, and literally beguiled themselves to carry on this war. Philip II of Spain, when on his deathbed, acknowledged to the prince, his son, that he had spent on the civil wars of France, those of the Low Countries, and in other enterprises of the same nature, more than 594 millions of ducats, a sum altogether inconceivable. How many millions of lives, as well as of treasure, have the efforts to extirpate the Huguenots in France cost that kingdom? How often has it been brought thereby to the brink of ruin? As an instance of how careful Rome was to bind all secular princes to prosecute this war in the most unrelenting spirit, we may mention the decree of the Council of Toledo, which was to the following effect: "We, the Holy Council, promulgate this sentence, pleasing to God, that whosoever hereafter shall succeed to the kingdom shall not mount the throne till he hath sworn to permit no man to live in his kingdom who is not a Catholic. And if, after he hath taken the reins of government, he shall violate his promise, let him be anathema maranatha in the sight of the eternal God, and fuel for eternal fire. Numerous bulls of the popes, conceived in the same terms, and enjoining the same duty, might be adduced. Who can tell what vast numbers of Christians have fallen a sacrifice in this way? When, at the last trumpet, the mounds of this great battlefield, which is wide Europe, shall be opened, what numbers of slain shall rise up to condemn their common murderer? Calculations have been formed of the numbers whom popery has slain. From the year 1540 to the year 1570, comprehending only the space of 30 years, no fewer than 900,000 Protestants were put to death by papists in the different countries of Europe. During the short pontificate of Paul IV, which lasted only 4 years, the Inquisition alone, on the testimony of Vergarius, destroyed 150,000. Those that perished in Germany during the wars of Charles V, and in Flanders under the infamous Alva, are counted by hundreds of thousands. For a number of years, especially after the Reformation, these countries swarmed with executioners and were covered with scaffolds and fires. In France, several million were destroyed in the innumerable massacres that took place in that kingdom. It has been calculated that, since the rise of the papacy, not fewer than 50 millions of persons have been put to death on account of religion. Of this inconceivable number, the greater part have been cut off during the last 600 years, for the papacy persecuted very little during the first half of its existence. It was not till the witnesses completed their testimony that it made war against them. 50 millions in the space of 600 years gives a rate of upwards of 80,000 per year. Let us think of 80,000 human beings destroyed year after year for the long period of 600 years, till at last the numbers are swelled to the overwhelming amount of 50 millions. What a fearful meaning does this give to the words of John. I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and in her was found the blood of prophets, and of saints, and of all that were slain upon the earth. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Death of the Witnesses. Thy way is in the sea, and thy path in the great waters, and thy footsteps are not known. Such was the exclamation of the psalmist as he recalled the past events which had befallen the church, and thought how much of mystery her history had wrapped up in it. A retrospect of divine providence at this day would furnish abundant cause to repeat the exclamation. One would have thought that after Christ had come, and by his death put an end to the comparatively dark dispensation of Moses, and introduced the more glorious and spiritual economy of the gospel, that after Christianity had been published to many of the nations, and established in many of the countries of the Gentile world, it would never be in any danger of being suppressed. It might have been expected that a final end would be put to all the trials and calamities of the church, that her path henceforward would be one of unbroken prosperity and ever-enlarging triumph, that her light would wax brighter and brighter, till the last it shone in the full splendor of the millennium, ushering in that day, long foretold and long ardently expected, which shall see all nations worshiping God and serving the Lamb. This is what the Old Testament saints doubtless expected. They looked forward to the coming of the Messiah as the end of the Church's troubles, and the introduction of an era in which the truth should have no opposition to encounter, and its friends no suffering to endure, in the way of its maintenance. This was the primitive Christians also expected, when the word of God grew mightily and prevailed, when the Church, which had been confined hitherto to the land of Judea, went forth among the Gentiles, and the desolate parts of the earth were inhabited. Little did they anticipate that her period of greatest darkness was yet to come, and that her severest trials were yet awaiting her, that all she had suffered in Egypt, all she had suffered in Babylon, was as nothing, compared with those more dreadful sufferings which she had yet to endure at the hands of an enemy to arise within herself. And even we, when we look back and think of the little progress the gospel has made, and of the countries once enlightened, some plunged again into darkness, while others are Christian only in name, even we say, wonder why God has allowed so great obstacles to impede the progress of the gospel, and not to impede it merely, but actually to roll it back, and to leave those countries once covered with its fertilizing waters again bare, to be scorched by the fiery rays of idolatry. We feel persuaded that God has some special and great end in view in this arrangement, that the early triumph of the gospel would, in some way that we know not, have marred its ultimate and final triumph, and that the long delay of its success was some way or other connected with the happiness of future ages. We feel assured that God has some end of this kind in view in this arrangement, which shall be clearly understood by the men of future ages, and which ourselves, in other stages of our being, shall know and admire. But meanwhile, it is a mystery unfathomable to us. It yields, however, no small satisfaction that all has happened according to the divine arrangement. If we compare the events of the past 18 centuries with the prophecy before us, we find that there is an exact accordance between the two. In the Apocalypse, John was warned, and we through him, that even after the truth should have been widely spread and the church planted in all the more important countries of the world, she should be brought into a more depressed condition than she had ever formerly been in. That truth should be all but totally suppressed. That for 1260 years the whole world should apostatize. That 2 witnesses only should appear in behalf of Christ, and that these should have to maintain a terrible warfare waged against them by the beast, the issue of which should be truly disastrous. We have already sketched the outline of the war with the witnesses. We have traced its beginning to the edicts of councils, and have shown that the form in which it first displayed itself was that of the anathemas of the popes, those thunders from the 7 hills which have ever betokened woe to the world, that scarcely had these anathemas been launched, till hosts began to muster, and immense armies to roll towards the Alps, amid the deep valleys and inaccessible cliffs, of which the witnesses dwelt. When it was seen that the sword was inefficient to exterminate them, the Inquisition was called into existence. To the fire and sword of war, the racks and wheels of the Holy Office were now added. Undismayed by the hosts that gathered round their hills, and bidding defiance to the terrors with which they were menaced, the witnesses still maintained their testimony. The world was in arms against them, but greater was he who was in them than he who was in the world. Their numbers were thinned, their dwellings were laid in ashes, their valleys were stained with the blood of their dear brethren on their beloved relatives. They were compelled to abandon the low plains and betake themselves to the high valleys, and there, amid rocks and eternal ice, though not altogether free of assaults from their enemies, and sometimes suffering dreadfully from their fury, yet defended in good degree by the difficult nature of their position. The place prepared of God. They maintained with noble constancy, from age to age, their testimony against the corruptions and idolatries of Rome. Throughout the whole of the 13th and 14th and 15th centuries was the war carried on. At last, it became apparent that the end approached, not because the fury and rage of the church's enemies had abated, but because her members had been well nigh all cut off. This happened towards the end of the 15th century. There is something so truly pathetic and mournful, something so much in the spirit of the apocalyptic prediction itself. In Fleming's account of this transaction, that we shall here give it at length, though doubtless already familiar to many of our readers. Now the slaying of these witnesses began in the year 1416, when John Huss and afterward Jerome of Prague were burnt, but came not to its height until the Bohemian Calixtines compiled with the Council of Basel, Annals 1434, after which the faithful Tauberites were totally ruined, as well as their brethren in Piedmont, France, etc., which happened about the year 1492. For they being destroyed, the Calixtines were no better than the dead carcasses, as they are called, verse 8, or core of the former living witnesses, over which the popish party did triumph, for they looked upon them as standing trophies of their victory, and therefore did not think fit to kill them further, or bury them out of sight. For it is said, verses 7, 8, that after they had finished their testimony, the beast did make war upon them. Ke apotkine aftush, ke ta potoma afton, etc. He killed them, and their core also, for the additional words in our version, shall li, are not in the original, and do but mar the sense. Or their bodies, for some readings have it, somata, in the street of the great city, i.e. in Bohemia, one street of the papal dominions, or the great city, Rome, in a large sense. For I find that towards the end of the 15th century, the witnesses were in a manner wholly extinct. For Comenius tells us that about the year 1467, the Waldenses in Austria and Moravia had compiled so far as to dissemble their religion and turn to popery in profession and outward compliance. The Tauberites, in the meantime, upon their refusing to do so, were so destroyed that it was much that 70 of them could get together to consult about continuing their church, and about finding out some qualified person to be their minister. For they had none left. Annals 1467. And so low was the Church of Christ then, that when the hidden remains of the Tauberites, who were called Speculani, from their lurking in dens and caves, sent out 4 men, as the same author relates in another book, to travel, one through Greece and Egypt, another to Russia, and the north, a third to Thrace, Bulgaria, and the neighboring places, and a fourth to Asia, Palestine, and Egypt. They did all indeed safely return to their brethren, but with their sorrowful news, they found no church of Christ that was pure, or free from the grossest errors, superstition, and idolatry. This was in the year 1497. And when they sent 2 of their number 2 years afterwards, Vizelicet, Luke Prague, and Thomas German, to go into Italy, France, and other places to see if there were any of the old Waldenses left alive, they returned with the same melancholy news as the former had done, that they could neither find nor hear of any remaining. Only they were informed of the martyrdom Savonarola, who suffered in the year 1498, and they were told of some few remains of the Piedmontois that were scattered and hid among the Alps, but nobody knew where. Now, a few years after this, even the few remains of the Taborites were found out and persecuted, hardly any escaping. So that after Christ 1510, 6 suffered together publicly, and the year following that famous martyr, Andreas Pellica, who, I think, was the last of that period, from whose death in the end of the year 1511 or beginning of 1512, to the dawning of the Reformation by the first preaching of Carolastadius and Zuinglus, who appeared at least a year before Luther, as Hodinger and others tell us. There was only about 3 years and a half, which answers as near as can be to 3 days and a half of the unburied state of the witnesses, so that the spirits entering into the witnesses, verse 11, began with the year 1516, if not the year before, though this appeared most remarkably when Luther opposed the Pope publicly, Annal 1517. The 2 witnesses were not individuals, but organized societies, churches. Their death, therefore, must needs be symbolic, not their death as individuals, but their apparent extermination as organized societies, the suppression of that public testimony which these churches had borne before Christendom. Now, if we look back, we discover but one period in the history of Christendom to which predication can apply. The period we have indicated, the beginning of the 16th century, just before the Reformation. During that period, all public testimony of the witnesses against the papacy were silenced in every part of Europe, and Rome appeared to be universally and completely triumphant. Fleming has told us, in his own affecting language, with what wonder and dismay the few individuals who were left after the slaughters and massacres of 3 centuries beheld the universal triumph of the beast, witness the total execution of gospel light, which had ceased to be held forth by any constituted church. He has told us that, as if only half believing the tremendous fact of which they were the witnesses, they sent out 4 messengers to search throughout the earth, if haply they might discover somewhere a pure church of Christ. The messengers returned like the dove to Noah, but with no olive leaf plucked off. They returned to tell those who had sent them forth that the faith of the apostles existed nowhere, that error and superstition everywhere prevailed, that a second deluge had rolled over the world, and that its dark waters stood above the tops of the highest hills. But the most satisfactory and convincing explanation of the fulfillment of this apocalyptic prediction is that which Mr. Eliot has given. By a variety of historical references and documents, he has shown that from the 5th of May, 1514, to the 31st of October, 1817, 3 years and a half precisely, all public testimony against the papacy was suppressed, and that at the later date, that testimony was suddenly and gloriously revived. The importance and interest of the subject will justify us in giving a series of extracts from that part of the Horae Apocalypticae to show the eminent clearness of Mr. Eliot's demonstration. And thus, says Mr. Eliot, what was the aspect of things when the new 16th century opened? Let Milner's be my first historic testimony. The 16th century opened, he says, with a prospect of all others the most gloomy in the eyes of every true Christian. Corruption, both in doctrine and in practice, had exceeded all bounds, and the general face of Europe, though Christ's name was everywhere professed, presented nothing that was properly evangelical. The Roman pontiffs were the uncontrolled patrons of impiety. The Waldenses were too feeble to molest the popedom, and the Hussites, divided among themselves, and worn out by a long series of contentions, were at length reduced to silence. To the same purport is the testimony of Mosheim. At the commencement of the century, no danger seemed to threaten the Roman pontiffs. The agitations previously excited by the Waldenses, Albigenses, Begards, and more recently by the Bohemians had been suppressed by council and the sword, and the wretched surviving remnant of Bohemian heretics were an object rather of contempt than fear. So, again, Mr. Cunningham, whose historic sketch of the epoch I may rather quote because his prophetic explanation is independent of it. At the commencement of the 16th century, Europe reposed in the deep sleep of spiritual death under the iron yoke of the papacy. That haughty power, like the Assyrian of the prophet, said, in the plenitude of his insolence, "My hand hath found as a nest the riches of the people, and as one gathereth eggs, I have gathered all the earth, and there was none that moved the wing, or opened the mouth, or peeped." Once more, in language strikingly to the point, the writer of the article on the Reformation in the Encyclopedia Britannica thus describes the era. Everything was quiet, every heretic exterminated, and the whole Christian world supinely acquiesced in the enormous absurdities incalculated by the Romish Church, when, I only break off the quotation at his notice, of just such a speedy, sudden, and extraordinary revival of the witnessing as we saw from the prophetic sequel ought to follow the event intended by the death of the witnesses. Having adverted to the proofs arising from the apocalyptic description of the scene of the slaughter, the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom in Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified, and of the public rejoicings on account of their death, held by them of the peoples and kindreds and tongues and nations, to which we ourselves shall afterwards have occasion to refer, Mr. Eliot proceeds as follows. In turning from prophecy to history, from the symbolic picture to the thing symbolized, it seems almost impossible to mistake the precise scene and occasion alluded to. It can surely be none other than that of the very Lateran Council, held from 1512 to 1517, under the pontificates of Julius II and Leo X, just before the Reformation. Having stated that the object for which this council was assembled was the suppression of all that might yet remain in Western Christendom for witnesses for Christ, and particularly the Bohemian Hussites, for both the Lollards of England and the Waldenses of Piedmont had been reduced to silence. Mr. Eliot resumes, in a papal bull issued with approbation of the council in the very next or 8th session, held December 1513, a charge was issued summoning the dissidents in question, the Bohemian witnesses, without fail, to appear and plead before the council at its next session, unless indeed they should have previously done so before a neighboring papal legate, the object declared being the conviction and reduction within the bosom of the Catholic Church, and the time finally fixed for the said important session, May the 5th, in the spring ensuing. Thus was the crisis come, which was to try the faith of this bleeding remnant of witnesses, and exhibit its vitality or death? And would they then face their Lord's enemies? Would they brave the terrors of death and plead his cause before the lordly legate or the anti-Christian council, like the Waldenses at Albi, and at Pamiers, like Wycliffe and Cobham in England, like Huss and Jerome at the Constance Council, or Luther afterwards at Augsburg and at Worms? Alas, no. The day of the 9th session arrived. The council met, but no report from the cardinal legate gave intimation either of the pleading or even of any continued stirring of the Bohemian heretics. No officer of the council announced the arrival of deputies from them to plead before it, nor, again, was there a whisper wafted to the synod from any other state, or city, or town in Christendom, of a movement made, or a mouth opened to promulgate or support the ancient heresies. Throughout the length and breadth of Christendom, Christ's witnessing servants were silenced. They appeared as dead. The orator of the session ascended the pulpit, and, amid the applause of the assembled council, uttered that memorable exclamation of triumph. An exclamation which, notwithstanding the long multiplied anti-heretical decrees of popes and councils, notwithstanding the yet more multiplied anti-heretical crusades and inquisitorial fires, was never, I believe, pronounced before and certainly never since. Jam nemu reclamat nullus obsistit. There is an end of resistance to the papal rule and religion. Oppressors there exist no more. So did they from the people and kindred and tongues and nations, assembled in the platea, or broad place of the great city, look on Christ's witness as, from thenceforth, dead. Let the reader well mark the description, for it is a description from the life, and let him well mark the day, for it seems scarce possible that we can be mistaken in regarding it as the precise commencing date of the predicted 3.5 years, during which Christ's witnesses were to appear as dead corpses in the face of Christendom. It was May 5th, 1514. So ended the long and furious war waged by the beast against the witnesses. Christianity, after existing during 15 centuries, had become extinct as regarded the public profession of it. There were a few individual saints still upon the earth, but there was nowhere a church. There were none who now dared open their mouth and proclaim Rome to be anti-Christ. The event was astounding, and yet it was only what the prophecy had foretold. The beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them. It was a dark night, yet but the prelude to a glorious morning. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. Resurrection of the Witnesses. The witnesses were slain. And how were their bodies disposed of? Doubtless by being committed to the grave, the quiet grave. When one dies, both friends and foes unite in consigning him to the tomb. His friends to show respect to his memory, and his enemies that they may not incur the reproach of a revolting inhumanity. When John was beheaded, his disciples came and took up the body and buried it. The tyrant by whom he was cut off did not think of carrying his resentment so far as to forbid the rites of sepulture to his remains. But it was not to be with the witnesses as with other dead. They had no friends who might perform this office to their remains, and their enemy, whose rage and vengeance extended beyond death, would not suffer their dead bodies to be put into graves. Therefore, where they had fallen, there they lay, and their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city. Our first inquiry regards the place where the dead bodies of the witnesses were to be exposed, the streets of the great city. As regards the great city, there is no difficulty. The symbol is explained in chapter 17, where it is said to be that great city that reigneth over the kings of the earth. There is only one city to which this can apply, even Rome, not the literal city, but that system of polity, ecclesiastical, and civil, of which Rome was the center, and which extended over and was supreme in all the 10 kingdoms of Europe. Governed by the papal code, Europe formed but one corporation or symbolic city. To make the city indicated still more clear, its designation is given, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. It will not be supposed that the literal Sodom is here meant, because she had been turned to ashes many ages before the visions of Patmos. That it is neither the literal Sodom nor the literal Egypt that is here intended is plain from the words which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, the city on the street of which the dead bodies of the witnesses were to lie, should exhibit precisely the same moral and spiritual character as Sodom and Egypt, should bear as close a resemblance as if she had been these long perished kingdoms risen from the grave. She is called Sodom to denote her impurity and lewdness. This was the characteristic vice of that city on which God rained fire and brimstone. But we question rather the most violating abominations of Sodom equaled those gigantic and dreadful pollutions of which sober history affirms the palaces of the popes and cardinals and the religious houses which covered Europe to have been the scene. This great city is called Egypt to denote her idolatry and cruelty. Egypt was the land of false gods, and she was, moreover, the first and cruelest persecutor. The resemblance holds good in that Rome was a land of superstition, a worshipper of demons, and, like Egypt, held the true church in captivity and sought utterly to destroy it, and, in seeking to accomplish her purpose, shed more righteous blood than ever was shed on the earth by any other power. Others have been sated. She was drunk with blood. Both cities have inherited an immortality of shame. Sodom from her lewdness, and Egypt from her superstition and cruelty. Rome has become the heir of both. She unites in her own person the impurity of the one, the cruelty of the other. It is added, as farther descriptive of this city, where our Lord was crucified. That is Jerusalem. Jerusalem being used not literally, but symbolically. Where our Lord was crucified, not in his own person. Since the day that he ascended from the Mount of Olives and entered within the gates of heaven, no suffering has come near his blessed body. But there are other ways in which Christ may be crucified. the apostle tells us that they who apostatize from the faith crucify the Son of God afresh. Rome is the grand apostasy. Christ in his truth she had crucified, and Christ in his members she had crucified. His own blessed body was beyond her rage. She could neither imprison, nor torture, nor crucify it. His members were fully in her power, and there are no torments which racks and fires and steel can inflict, which she did not subject them to. Inasmuch, he said from heaven, as another and another of his witnesses was slain. Inasmuch as ye did it to the least of these, ye did it unto me. Here, then, are the three types of the city: Sodom, Egypt, Jerusalem. Here are portrayed by a single stroke her three leading characteristics: impurity, idolatry combined with persecuting cruelty and infidelity. As we are to view these three types of the manner of her life, so, as we have already said, we are to view them as types of the manner of her end. Utter rejection like Jerusalem, the sword like Egypt, and burning like Sodom. The great city, we have said, is wide Europe in its papal character. But what locality is symbolized by the street of the great city? The street, Platea, literally the broad place, has reference plainly to the forum of ancient cities. This was the place where public assemblies were held, where laws were proclaimed, justice administered, and merchandise set forth. To guide ourselves to the street on which the sad spectacle of the dead bodies of the witnesses should be seen, we have only to inquire in what city of Europe was it where the papal gatherings took place, where the papal laws were proclaimed, where papal causes were adjudged and sentence pronounced, and where the papal merchandise was set forth. The answer is Rome. This was the broad place, or forum, of the great city. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. It is well remarked by Mr. Eliot that it is clear from these words, they of, from, the people and kindreds, etc., that there was to be an assembly of deputies from all parts of the papal world, at the time that the dead bodies of the witnesses should be lying on the street of the city, who should behold and enjoy the spectacle. This was remarkably fulfilled in the Lateran Council, then met at Rome, composed as it was of princes and prelates from every part of the Roman world. But what are we to understand by the predication, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves? Mr. Eliot, we think, has not been equally successful in his exposition here. He makes the words refer mainly to the well-known practice of Rome to deny Christian burial to the bodies of heretics. As the witnesses were symbolic, so the burial here represented as withheld must be also symbolic. As to deny burial to a person is one of the greatest indignities that can be done to him, and was in ancient times employed to express utter contempt, so nothing more may be here meant than the contempt which the council expressed for heretics, and the various methods to which recourse was had to heap disgrace on their cause. But perhaps this may not be thought precise enough. Then we must first inquire what we are to understand by their corpses or dead bodies. Life and organization are connected. The moment life departs, the organization is lost, and the body is reduced to its component elements. The witnesses were organized societies, and the slaying or silencing of them lay in their suppression as churches. After that, though a few of the individual members which had composed these churches existed, they had lost their organization. The principle of social life, they were the mere elements of what had been the living witnesses. They were their corpses. These corpses their enemies would not suffer to be put in graves. Mr. Eliot mentions a fact which we presume to think is the true explanation of the matter. The same day on which it was proclaimed that there would no longer any oppressors to the papal rule and religion, the council issued an edict cutting off all heretics of whatever kind and of whatever nation from the church, and decreeing against them the usual punishments. Seeing that, on the avowal of Rome herself, there was no longer any organized church anywhere opposing her authority, the edict could have respect to only individual dissidents, which might and did exist, though concealed in some places, the corpses of the witnesses, that by her edict she cast out of the church and adjudged to contempt and punishment. By her famous proclamation, Jam nemo reclamat nullus obsistit, she affirmed that the witnesses were slain. By the edict that followed, she proclaimed that their remains were still upon the earth. That edict, in truth, served the same end to these remains of the witnesses, which the refusal of burial does to a dead body. It kept them in the sight of men. Now indeed there was rejoicing. The two witnesses were slain, and every square and street of the city rang with shouts of triumph over their death. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. What? So powerful and so proud, and yet so unhappy at the sight of these two witnesses! How little was Rome to be envied, even when at the height of her glory! What tormentings burned beneath her purple and scarlet and fine linen! Had she not unbounded riches and dominion? Did not the whole world worship before her? And yet, all this availed her nothing, so long as these two witnesses in sackcloth refused, like Mordecai at the palace gate of old, to do obeisance. These two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. They condemned Rome as the Antichrist, and though one would have thought that still small voice would have remained unheard amid the loud roar of a world's homage, it reached her ear, and there was in it that which both roused her indignation and shook her courage. For conscience, not utterly extinct, told her that the testimony of the witnesses was just. But now the witnesses were silent, and the prediction before us, rejoicing and making merry and sending gifts to one another, whose terms are borrowed from the customs of ancient festive occasions, is finely and vividly descriptive to the unbounded exultation and congratulation which reigned throughout the Roman world, now that all heresy, as was supposed, was forever suppressed. But since man was placed upon the earth, the triumphing of the wicked is short. Accordingly, the next event that happens on the apocalyptic scene is the resurrection of the slain witnesses. And after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. 3 days did Christ lie in the grave, and then he returned from it, to the terror of his enemies. In this he was the prototype of his witnesses. Their enemies imagined, doubtless, that, being dead, they had now done with them. But at the very height of their triumphing of their foes, the witnesses suddenly arose. The resurrection must be of the same kind with the death. The death was symbolic, so also must be the resurrection. It was the truth that was suppressed. It was the truth that again burst forth. The witnesses did not arise in their persons, but in their cause. The confessors that had been put to death in former ages, and whose martyred blood and ashes had been sown over the various countries of Europe, still continued in their graves. Their spirits returned not from their glory to animate their former bodies, and contend over again on the new stage, on which they suffered of old, but a new generation of men, animated by the spirit of the ancient martyrs, and testifying in behalf of the same cause, arose. Churches were organized, and a public testimony was again born against the abominations of popery, fuller and bolder than ever. The spirit that quickened them is termed the Spirit of life from God, the knowledge of the truth conveyed by the Holy Spirit. It is said the Spirit entered into them. The original term denotes not only entrance or taking possession, but entrance so as to dwell in them. The witnesses were not again to be slain. The truth was not again to be totally suppressed as before. They stood upon their feet, terms which indicate the courage with which they were filled. They stood boldly up as men who knew that God had raised them, and that their enemies had no power to kill them. But in what event in the history of the Church are we to seek the fulfillment of this symbolic resurrection? If we were right in applying the death of the witnesses to the suppression of all public testimony in behalf of truth immediately before the Reformation, then their resurrection must refer to that remarkable revival of truth. Indeed, in the past history of the Church, there is not another event to which we can apply it. The exposition which Mr. Eliot has given of this prediction is so precise, striking, and satisfactory that it is enough on this subject to quote it. But does this chronology suit? Asks Mr. Eliot. It was predicted that for 3.5 days the witnesses were to be looked on as dead. In other words, that there was to be the interval of 3.5 years between the first recognition of their extinction by the assembled deputies from the states of Christendom and their resuscitation. Was the interval between that memorable day of the 9th session of the Lateran Council, on which the orator pronounced his paean of triumph over the execution of heretics and schismatics, and the first and yet more memorable act of protestation by Luther? Let us calculate. The day of the 9th session was, as we have seen, May 5th, 1514, the day of Luther's posting up of his theses at Wittenberg, the well-known epoch of the Reformation. October 31st, 1517. Now, from May 5th, 1514 to May 5th, 1517 are 3 years, and from May 5th, 1517 to October 31st of the same year, 1517, the reckoning in days is as follows. May 5th through 31st, 27. June, 30. July, 31. August, 31. September, 30. October, 31. In all 180, or half 360 days, that is, just half a year. So that the whole interval is precisely to a day, 3.5 years. Precisely to a day, the period predicted in the apocalyptic prophecy. Oh, wonderful prophecy is the exclamation that again forces itself on my mind. Oh, the depth of the riches of the wisdom and the foreknowledge of God, that the symbol of the rising from the dead was fulfilled, and the fact, although the martyrs continued in their graves, the cause for which they had suffered arose, we may appeal to the testimony of both friends and foes. And I, said John Huss, speaking of the gospel preachers that should appear after he had suffered at the stake, and I, awakening as it were from the dead and rising from the grave, shall rejoice with exceeding great joy. Again, in 1523, after the Reformation had broken out, we find Pope Hadrian saying, in a massive address to the Diet at Nuremberg, "The heretics Huss and Jerome are now alive, again in the person of Martin Luther." The consternation and dismay which fell upon the adherents of the papacy when Luther arose and the Reformation under him began to gain ground is a fact too well known to every reader of the history of the period to need any particular illustration here. And they heard a great voice from heaven, saying unto them, Come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. Christ, after his resurrection, ascended to heaven in a cloud. So was his church received up at the Reformation. Whatever tended to give protection and influence to the church of the Reformation may be justly regarded as the fulfillment of this symbol, the civil laws passed in her favor, by which, in several of the countries of Europe, she was placed in the enjoyment of full religious toleration, and could worship without incurring, as aforetime, either civil or ecclesiastical penalties. But the exposition most in harmony with this ascension symbol is that given by Dr. Candlish in his 4 letters to Eliot, and which is as follows. Thus, generally, it may be said concerning the apocalyptic distinction between the heaven and the earth, that the one represents the region of influence, the other the region of events, the one the seat of power, the other the seat of action. The first, the ideal locality, or, as it were, retiring room, in which the unseen agencies that tell upon the world's history meet and mingle and adjust themselves. The last, the actual locality, or open stage, on which the palpable occurrences of that history are enacted. Thus, on the earth the Reformation is begun. For a time, the agents in that mighty work, Luther and his compeers, are like passive instruments, acted upon rather than acting, Luther himself being like one blindly driven by a superior force, which he can neither measure nor explain. He put forth vast power, but it is as one impelled or possessed. He cannot regulate his own movements. He recoils and is reluctant. He knows not whither his steps are leading him, and he staggers as he finds himself in front of the papal bull. But, by the by, the principles thus rudely wrought out in the region of events pass again, with their great author and inspirer, into the region of influence. The Reformation becomes something more than an uncontrollable effect. It becomes a commanding cause, the motives and impulses which, as if spontaneously and simultaneously, stirred everywhere the irresponsible revolt against Rome's intolerable tyranny, are gathered up, systematized, and elevated into the high position of a ruling power, not only in morals and religion, but in the whole economy also of the social system of the world. In a word, the scheme of Protestant doctrine, based upon the sole supremacy of the Scriptures as the rule of faith and of the Spirit as the interpreter of the Scriptures, was settled and promulgated as a testimony for Christ, open, authoritative, and influential, and the harmony of the Reformed confessions became, as to its spirit and substance, the true ascension of the witnesses. Certainly, nothing has more struck and startled their enemies than this, in so far as it has been wrought out. It has been really, in an intellectual and spiritual point of view, more noticeable as a source of real trouble to them than all the Protestant establishments in Christendom put together. Their very anxiety to exaggerate real and to invent imaginary discrepancies among Protestants proves how keenly they are stung by the essential and divine unity of the Reformation testimony in favor of a free salvation by grace through faith alone. It is this holy and heavenly system that they hate and fear, and its exaltations as by a voice from heaven into a principle of paramount influence in the teaching and standards of the Reformers is the real cause of amazement with which their enemies beheld them. I am persuaded that this view will commend itself the more it is pondered, as fully answering all the conditions of the symbol, even as you apply it to the era of the Reformation. I think also that it is free from the difficulties to which I formerly adverted. The ascension to heaven, upon this theory, has nothing in it inconsistent with a prolonged prophesying in sackcloth. The Reformers, in giving to Protestant impressions a high local habitation and name, among the elements and sources of command over the minds of men, did no more than carry out more authoritatively and influentially, yet still with persecution, the completed testimony of their martyred predecessors. The resurrection of the witnesses, like that of their Lord, was accompanied by an earthquake. The earthquake was connected with and sprung out of the resurrection, and may therefore be viewed as symbolizing a revolution mainly of a moral or religious character. In the earthquake, the 10th part of the city fell. To explain this, we have only to bear in mind that the city was constituted of the 10 Roman kingdoms of Europe, confederated under the papacy. Which of these 10 kingdoms was it that fell at the Reformation as a popish country? The answer is Britain. The fall of this 10th part, the tithe, of this city was the first fruits, as it were, of that great harvest of destruction awaiting the papacy. An important announcement follows. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. The second woe, the Turks, came to its height in 1572, about the same time that the Reformation was established, but could not be said to be past, as we shall afterwards show, till about the middle of the 18th century. The third woe was to begin when the seventh trumpet should be sounded, and was to comprehend the 7 last plagues of mystic Babylon. The third woe cometh quickly. There was an interval of 500 years between the first and second woe, but the second was to be followed by the third, at the distance of only about 15 years. It was to do its work quickly after it did come, by a series of fearful and exterminating judgments following each other with astounding rapidity. Was Rome to be brought down? The seventh trumpet, now to be sounded, was her death knell. But though to her a terrific peal, it was a trumpet of jubilee to the church. It announced the destruction of her great enemy, and the deliverance of the nations, who were henceforth to become the kingdoms of her Lord and of her Christ. Accordingly, no sooner did it sound than great voices were heard in heaven, proclaiming the reduction of the world under the reign of God. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The 10-horned and 7-headed beast of the sea. Before describing the third and last vial, we must speak of the object of that vial. We have no occasion to do so hitherto, because he has not yet appeared on the apocalyptic scene. The next vision of John, however, brings him before us. Paul, as well as other apostles, had spoken of one whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, the man of sin, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. But when Paul wrote, as he himself tells us, there were lets and hindrances in existence, which obstructed the appearance of the man of sin, and should continue to do so for some ages to come. But the apostle intimated at the same time that these obstructions should in due time cease to exist, that the let would be taken out of the way, and then that wicked would be revealed, affording to the saints an opportunity of displaying their practice in the endurance of his tyranny, and to God of manifesting his power in breaking him to pieces. The Roman Empire, in its imperial form, was the grand let to the rise of popery in Paul's time, and for some time after. It was necessary that the throne of the emperor should be abolished, in order that the chair of the bishop might be erected in its room. And to what were the great acts of the drama we have been contemplating? The events falling under the seals and trumpets, directed, but just to break in pieces the fabric of imperial Rome, that, the let being taken out of the way, the man of sin might be revealed. Accordingly, in the vision to which we have now come, we witness his portentous rise. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Chapter 13. This chapter contains an account of the rise of 2 beasts. The first beast is represented as rising out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The second beast is represented as rising out of the earth, having 2 horns like a lamb, and speaking as a dragon. We shall briefly indicate what we are to understand by these 2 beasts. This will enable us to enter with advantage upon the exposition of the details of the symbols. The first beast, that which rose out of the sea, we take to be the secular empire, with its papal head. The second beast, that which rose out of the earth, we take to be the hierarchy or ecclesiastical state. It was by the union of these 2 that the world was so long oppressed, and the church brought to the very brink of extermination. Between the 2 branches of the papacy, there was as close and intimate alliance, almost as between body and soul. The state served the same purpose to the popedom, which the horse does to the rider, which the hand does to the will. It was the beast on which the harlot rode. It was the arm by which the papacy executed all its cruel and bloody decrees. It appeared to John as if he were stationed on the seashore, and as he gazed upon the waters, which at the time were agitated with tempest, he saw a monster emerging from the deep. His appearance was sufficiently dreadful. He had 7 heads, indicative of craft, 10 horns, the symbol of power, crowns upon his horns, the emblem of dominion and authority. On his heads, blasphemous titles, plainly indicating an idolatrous and impious character. Such was the frightful combination of evil qualities, craft, ferocity, power, impiety, which was apparent at the very first glance. It is usual in Scripture to represent tyrannical kingdoms under the symbol of a wild beast. It is impossible not to admire the propriety of the symbol. It is the property of man to be ruled by reason, to be accessible to considerations of clemency and pity, and to have respect in his actions to the will of his maker. It is the attribute of a beast, on the other hand, to be actuated only by brute passion and appetite. Now, have not the kingdoms of the world hitherto, and especially the 4 great despotisms seen by Daniel in vision, acted more like the beast of prey than as associations of reasonable and accountable beings? Have they not exercised a lawless violence all along, and done whatever they listed, without regard to the will of him who ruleth among men? The ascertained import of the symbol, then, renders it clear it is the rise of a tyrannical and persecuting power that is here prefigured. A reference to the prophecy of Daniel will give us material aid in determining the kingdom here symbolized. There is the closest resemblance, as any one may see who compares the 2 descriptions between the 4th beast of Daniel and the beast of the sea seen by John. The description given by Daniel is such as to lead us to conclude that the 4th beast was a compound of the preceding 3. It had the teeth of the Babylonian lion, the claws of the Persian bear, and the spotted skin of the Macedonian leopard. That is, it possessed all the propensities of its predecessors, in addition to its own characteristic qualities. Now, such is precisely the appearance of the beast of the sea. Verse 2. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. Hence, we conclude that it is one and the same political association which is symbolized by the fourth beast of Daniel and the beast of the sea of John. The 10 horns of the beast of the Apocalypse answer to the 10 toes in the image in Daniel. But the fourth beast of Daniel is, by the universal consent of expositors, the symbol of the Roman Empire. And it is this empire, therefore, that is symbolized by the beast of the sea, only we have mainly to do with it in its divided form. As held forth by the 10 horns, we may note this further point of resemblance, that the two beasts came to the same end. Daniel's is slain, and his body is given to the devouring flame. John's is taken prisoner at the Battle of Armageddon, and is cast into the lake burning with fire and brimstone. A short commentary will make the application of the vision to the papal empire exceedingly plain. The beast rose out of the sea. The sea is the symbol of society in a state of agitation. The Western world at this time was convulsed. The winds that agitated it blew from the north, and were formed of the Gothic nations, whose successive eruptions completely destroyed the fabric of the empire, and plunged society into the utmost confusion. It was out of this flood that the 10 Roman kingdoms of modern Europe emerged, having 7 heads. Let us here avail ourselves of the aid of an interpreter who, we are sure, will not mislead us. In Revelation 17:9 and 10, we are told the 7 heads have twofold signification. First, they symbolize the 7 hills, which were to be the seat of the government of the kingdom. This, as Eliot remarks, is a character as important as it is obvious. It binds the power symbolized through all its various mutations, from its earliest beginning to its end, to that same 7-hilled locality, even like one at scriptum glebe, and as all essential part of his very constitution and life. This leads us at once to the city of Rome. In the passage just referred to, we are further informed that the 7 heads also symbolize 7 kings, i.e., 7 forms of government. Now, such is the number of distinct forms of government which the Roman Empire has assumed from first to last: kings, consuls, dictators, decemvirs, military tribunes, emperors. Of these kings, or forms of government, it was said 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. 5 of these had fallen before the days of John. The 6th, namely, the imperial, was then in being, and the 7th was then future. It was intimated, and when he, the 7th head, cometh, he must continue a short space. Who is this 7th head, whose term of existence was to be so brief? On no point are apocalyptic commentators more divided, or their conclusions more vague. Mead makes the 7th head the demi-Caesar or Western Emperor. Bishop Newton thinks the dukedom of Rome, established after the conquest of the Heruli, is meant. Others suppose that the Christian emperors constituted the 7th head and had its wound by the sword of the Heruli. Mr. Eliot finds the 7th head in the change of government that took place under Diocletian, who, together with his successors, in place of emperor or general of the Roman armies, became king or lord, and in place of the laurel crown and purple, assumed the diadem and robe of silk, the Asiatic symbols of absolute rule. This was followed by great and fundamental changes in the administration and is marked by Gibbon as the new form of administration. These are the nearest approaches which have been made to the solution of the difficulty of the seventh head. And I saw one of his heads as if it were wounded to death. This form of government was extinguished by the sword of the gods. A new head was to arise in the room of that which was cut off, and this, though it should only count as the seventh, would in reality be the eighth, and under it the beast was to go into perdition. He is the eighth, and is of the seven, and goeth into perdition. Who is the eighth head? To this question, an answer is given by the angel himself. The beast that thou sawest was, and is not, and the beast that was, and is not, even he is the eighth. From which we infer that the papacy is the eighth head. This is a singular and apparently contradictory account of the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. How is it possible that both statements could be true, that the beast had ceased to exist, and yet was in existence, i.e., when it was the object of wonder to all who dwelt on the earth? And yet, this account is perfectly consistent with fact. Pagan and imperial Rome had existed, but the Gothic invasion had brought its existence to an end, apparently forever. But it rose again in its decem regal state. It was the same empire in reality which existed now in the 10 kingdoms, as had existed in its undivided form before the Gothic invasion. We have already shown the identity of the 7-headed and 10-horned beast of the abyss, or sea, with Daniel's 4th monarchy. But Daniel's 4th monarchy was the Roman Empire, and therefore the symbol before us is that of the Roman Empire, which again reappeared. It had apparently been wounded to death, and it was resuscitated, and mainly through the papacy. Thus the beast was not, and yet was. And 10 horns. This is explained in chapter 17, verse 12. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, not individual kings, but lines of rulers or kingdoms, which have received no kingdom as yet. An intimation that their appearance was still future. The empire had to be broken in pieces by the shock of the barbarous nations, and out of what had been one undivided monarchy, 10 distinct and independent kingdoms were to arise. It is well known that such was the origin of the 10 Roman kingdoms of Europe. Let us trace the boundary line of the Western Empire. The wall of Adrian, dividing Scotland from England, forms the boundary on the north. This line we prolong across the German Ocean to the Rhine. We ascend that river to Baden-Baden, thence strike eastward to the source of the Danube, which we descend to Belgrade, and thence, in a southwestern direction, across the Adriatic and Mediterranean, to the great desert of Africa. This line will include the Roman Empire of the West, and on this platform were the 10 kingdoms to arise. We should expect that these 10 kingdoms would be formed not long after the Gothic invasion, for the beast emerged from the flood, with all the 10 horns already present. We are disposed to take the era AD 532. At that epoch, we find the following 10 kingdoms within the limits we have traced: the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks of Central, the Alamon Franks of Eastern, and the Burgundian Franks of southeastern France, the Visigoths, the Suevi, the Vandals, the Ostrogoths in Italy, the Bavarians, and the Lombards. Great changes have occurred at various periods in Europe. Some of its states have fallen and others have arisen. But from the Gothic invasion to the present era, 10 has been the prevailing number of its kingdoms. Of these 10 kings or kingdoms, it was said that they receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. The mian oran, 1 hour, indicates not the duration of their power, but the time when they should receive it, that their formation as independent kingdoms and the development of the beast should synchronize, both should receive their power at one and the same time. It was at the end of the 5th century, or rather the beginning of the 6th, that the formation of the 10 Gothic kingdoms was completed, and by the same time the Pope, supported by the decrees of councils and the acquiescence of kings, and asserted his character of Vicar of Christ and Vicegerent of God, in virtue of which he claimed supremacy over all kings, and had begun to exhibit the anti-Christian characteristics of blasphemy and hostility to the saints. No sooner had the beast of the sea appeared than the dragon gave him his power, and his seat, and great authority. The dragon recognized the beast newly arisen as his lineal descendant, and, as such, hastened to serve him heir to all his power, wealth, and dominion. By the dragon, pagan Rome is meant. By the seat of the dragon is denoted the countries over which Rome had swayed the scepter, which included the richest lands and the wealthiest cities of the Western world. Of all these, once the possession of pagan Rome, papal Rome has long been mistress. She occupies the same seat as the dragon of old. In his heads were names of blasphemy. Every form of government which had arisen at Rome has assumed titles and arrogated powers of a blasphemous character. The chief magistrate of the Romans from the first was the high priest, Pontifex Maximus, and the supreme authority in matters ecclesiastical. To come down to the emperors, some of them were addressed as the August and the Eternal One. Most of them were worshipped as God after death, and some of them were so even before it. But the last head, the papacy, far surpassed its predecessors. There is nothing in the history of the universe that equals the blasphemous titles and powers which the popes have assumed. They have openly laid claim to be regarded as Vicar of Christ, the vicegerent of the Creator, and governor of the world. And on that claim is built up the tremendous and monstrous fabric, partly civil and partly ecclesiastical, that constitutes the papacy, the beast. And all the world wondered after the beast. This was partly owing to what is stated before, namely that his deadly wound was healed. The event was so marvelous that it drew the admiration of all that dwelt upon the earth to the beast that was the subject of it. When it was pierced by the sword of the Goths, men thought there was now an end of that terrible kingdom, which had shed so much blood and devoured so much flesh. But when they saw it revive in its 10 horns or kingdoms, occupying the same territory, governed by the same laws as its predecessor, and finding a new bond of union in the papacy, it appeared to them as if Rome had returned from her grave. So completely had the wound been healed. This appeared little less than a miracle in the eyes of a blinded world, which accordingly fell down before the beast. They had worshipped the dragon, given unbounded admiration and implicit obedience to every edict of pagan Rome. whether it regarded things civil or things spiritual. It had dictated supremely both law and religion. And when they saw the beast sitting on the same throne and wielding the same power as the dragon, they could render nothing less to the beast than they had given aforetime to the dragon. And when they worshipped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? The religion of papal Rome was but a revival of that of pagan Rome, under different names, and it became an easy matter to those who dwelt upon the earth to transfer their worship from the one to the other. They who had worshipped demons could do so by whatever name they were called, whether the classic one of Venus or the Christian one of Mary. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. When the beast found himself on the throne of the dragon, and the world prostrate before him, his heart was lifted up within him, like that of the king of Babylon of old. He imagined himself to be God, and the pride of his heart found vent in the dreadfully blasphemous words of his mouth. He opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, to them that dwelt in heaven. No names have been so fearlessly blasphemous as those which the Pope has assumed. He has claimed dominion over the whole world, and, as if this were not enough, he has extended it to the other, whom he can consign to hell, and whom he can save from it. The gates of paradise he can lock and unlock. He has issued his order to angels, straitly charging them to do his bidding. We command the angels of paradise to introduce that soul into heaven, said Clement VI, of such as might die on their pilgrimage to Rome in the year of Jubilee. He has exercised authority over devils, compelling them to release such as he wished to deliver from flames. Gregory the Great rescued thus the soul of the pagan emperor Trojan. To speak of his setting his throne above that of kings is nothing very remarkable. He has exalted it above that of angels and archangels. He has exalted it above God himself. He has annulled divine ordinances and claimed a power to abrogate the moral law, thus challenging an authority superior to that from which the law emanated. He has sat in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. To the Romish Church, writes Clement II, every knee must bow of things on earth, and that at his pleasure even the door of heaven is opened and shut. We find Cardinal Domiani writing to Victor II, introducing Christ as speaking, I have appointed thee to be as the father of emperors. I have delivered into thy hands the keys of the whole church universal, and placed thee my vicar over her, yea, by the removal of a king. The Emperor Henry III had just died. Have granted thee the rights of the whole Roman Empire now vacant. We find Innocent III calling himself the lieutenant of him who hath written upon his vesture and on his thigh, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and telling King Richard that he held the place of God upon the earth, and without distinction of persons, he would punish the men and the nations that presumed to oppose his commands. We find Clement VII affirming in a letter to King Charles VI that, as there is but one God in the heavens, so there cannot nor ought to be of right but one God on earth. Politanus thus addresses Alexander VI, We rejoice to see you raised above all human things and exalted even to divinity itself, seeing there is nothing except God, which is not put under you. Under the pontifical arms, at the coronation of the Pope we have just named, was inscribed this distich: Caesare magna fuit, nunc Roma est maxima, sextus regnat Alexander, ille vir inde Deus. But, not to multiply proofs, we close with the very extraordinary titles assumed by Martin V in the instructions given to a nuncio sent to Constantinople: the most holy and most blessed, who is invested with heavenly power, who is Lord on earth, the successor of Peter, the Christ, or anointed of the Lord of the universe, the Father of kings, the light of the world, the sovereign pontiff, Pope Martin. Nor are we to suppose that this was a mere empty boast or unallowed claim, like the high-sounding titles which Eastern despots have sometimes assumed. It was ratified by councils, submitted to by kings, and exercised in the very spirit in which it was arrogated over the persons, consciences, and lives of all men. There is not a fact in history better established than the literal fulfillment of what is here foretold. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. And thus, too, was Paul's prophecy in his epistle to the Thessalonians fulfilled: who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints, and to overcome them. We have always spoken of this war under the head of the witnesses, and our space does not permit us to reopen the subject. There is not one of 10 horns which has not, at some period of its history, persecuted the saints, nor is there a spot of Europe within the limits we have formerly traced, which has not been sprinkled with their blood. We need only name the murderous crusades carried on for ages against the Waldenses and the Albigenses, the slaughter of the Piedmontese, whose bones whitened the Alps, the martyrs of Provence, whose blood tinged so oft the blue waters of the Rhone, the massacre of St. Bartholomew, when in Paris alone 30,000 Protestants perished, and the intelligence of which was received at Rome, with the ringing of bells and the firing of cannon, the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, when many thousand Protestant churches were razed to the ground, and hundreds of thousands of Protestants were put to the sword or driven into banishment, the bloody wars of Alva in the Low Countries, the suppression of the Reformation in Spain, and Italy by the terrors of the axe, the faggot, and the horrors of the Inquisition, besides the countless thousands who perished at other times, and in other parts of Europe, by the hands of popery, and of whom no record has been kept, and whose names shall never be known till the books are opened. Engraven on the pages of history stands the record of her crimes. She shall perish, but it is eternal. To the end of time, not a line of the crimson writing shall be effaced, and so long as it continues to be read, it will excite the mingled horror and indignation of mankind. But the most marvelous thing in the prophecy is that the beast should overcome in the war, i.e., in the first instance, for the final issue, the Lamb should overcome. Let us here mark the adorable sovereignty of God. This power to make war, and to overcome in the war, was given unto the beast. Thou couldst have no power at all against me, said Christ, when standing before Pilate to be judged, had it not been given thee from above. The beast, in the plenitude of his pride and power, thought that he might do according to his will, without having respect to any god or man, saying no doubt, with the king of old, "Who is he that can deliver out of mine hand?" The beast was mistaken herein. He could not have split a drop of the church's blood, nor touched a hair of her head, had he not received power from above. But why did God permit his fold so long to be a field of slaughter? Why did the church's blood continue to flow, and her groans to ascend to heaven, while he stood by, as one who either would not or could not deliver? We know not. But this we know, that it was God who did it, and that he had wise purposes for doing it, and that he will yet bring good out of it all, and glorify both himself and the church by the course of suffering through which he has led her. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Two-Horned Beast of the Earth. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. We intend here simply to indicate in a few brief sentences who this lamb-like beast is, and then pass on to the grand catastrophe. It is the ecclesiastical hierarchy which we take to be here symbolized. The vision brings the Pope again before us. Only in the beast of the sea he is seen as the ruling head of the 10 papal kingdoms. Here he is beheld as the ruling head of the papal clergy. This beast rose out of the earth, the symbol of the Western Empire in its tranquilized state. He had 2 horns like a lamb. The key of the symbol is found in our Lord's warning. Beware of them that come to you in sheep's clothing. Such was the clothing in which the beast of the earth appeared, a circumstance which fixes upon him a clerical character. The 2 horns indicate the 2 kinds of dominion which were to center in the ruling head of that body, the civil and the sacerdotal. The Pope united the imperial diadem with the mitre. He grasped the sword of the Caesars together with the keys of St. Peter. We may adduce the bull of Boniface VIII, commonly called Unum Sanctum, as affording a good commentary upon the symbol of the 2 horns. This bull attributes to the Church and the Pope 2 swords, the spiritual and the temporal, the former to be exercised by the Church, the latter for it, the former by the sacerdotal, and the latter by the regal and military hand, but at the nod and sufferance of the priest, according to the commission given to Jeremiah. So I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. There are some who understand the 2 orders of the Pope's clergy, the regular and the monastic, as being intended by this symbol. These were sufficiently distinct and sufficiently powerful to answer to the 2 horns. The beast of the earth, then, was a pretended minister of Christ. We say pretended because, while he had horns as a lamb, he spake as a dragon. The dragon is the symbol of pagan Rome. The popes displayed all the lust, cruelty, ambition, tyranny of the Caesars. But it was in his speech mainly that he was to display the characteristics of the dragon, which clearly points to the character of his teachings. The religion which the hierarchy of Rome inculcated, was paganism, very slightly disguised. The doctrine of the popes was the doctrine of devils. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, i.e., by delegation. The clergy were vested in the same powers as the pope. They could loose and bind. They could offer sacrifice for sins. In short, perform every ghostly function which the pope could do, in virtue of powers received from him. They discharged the functions of both horns. By ecclesiastics, mostly were the temporal affairs of the 10 kingdoms managed, and all this power the second beast exercised in the way of being accountable to the first, and for the purpose of subserving his interests. Thus it is added, and causeth the earth and them who dwell therein to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. The papal clergy were the great preachers of passive obedience. They bound the people neck and heel and laid them at the foot of the civil power. They were the grand supporters of both secular and spiritual despotism. Through their instrumentality mainly was the word plunged into slavery and kept enslaved for so many ages. No human power can prevent a people enlightened by religion from achieving their independence, and no human power can make a superstitious and ignorant people other than slaves. What advances might the world have made in the knowledge both of the principles of civil liberty and of physical science, had it not been for these men who have been the grand obstacles to progress of every kind? The great discoveries in physics and mechanics, which have distinguished our times, would have been made years ago, and much more numerous, beautiful, and useful applications of them would have been known at this day, which are still to be found out. The laws by which nations are to be governed, commerce carried on, and the intercourse of states with one another regulated, are only beginning to be understood. And why only now? Because mind was completely overborne by a set of men who placed all virtue and wisdom in the maxim that the world should worship the beast. And he doeth great wonders. Who has not heard of the pretended miracles of the Popish Church, the palpable cheats, gross delusions, and impudent falsehoods, which she has practiced in support of her authority? Transubstantiation alone, which her priests are performing every day, were enough to confer on that church unrivaled preeminence as a wonder worker. Nor are the wonders of the beast sometimes of a very harmless kind. He maketh fire to come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. Has he not arrogated to himself the power of wielding at will the thunderbolts of God? What dreadful curses, with bell, book, and candle, has he not pronounced on the persons, goods, and souls of his victims? These anathemas struck terror into the hearts of the bravest and laid the mightiest monarchs prostrate in the dust. No armies, no human might could avail the man against whom had been launched the thunders of the 7 hills. The fire of heaven could not have been more instantaneous or more deadly. With this fire, how often has the Pope scathed whole nations at once? When the sentence of excommunication was thundered against a kingdom, what wailing, despair, suffering overspread it! The whole course of life was instantly arrested. The churches were closed. The sacraments were interdicted. And whoever died while the excommunication was in force, his body lay unburied, and his soul was cast out of paradise, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. It was by the help of these impostures that the clergy kept up the authority of the Pope, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image of the beast, which had the wound by his sword, and did live. The beast that received the wound was the old Roman Empire. From the Gothic sword did it receive what seemed to be its death blow, but it lived again in the 10 kingdoms, united and governed by the papacy. This last was a faithful imitation of the former. Its head arrogated more than the supremacy and extent of dominion possessed by the Caesars, and its religion was just a revival of paganism, so that papal Europe was but the image of pagan Europe. Nevertheless, the clergy wrought so adroitly with their wonders that they gained the consent of a blinded world that this image should be set up and held in universal veneration. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak, and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. It was no dead painting. There was life in the image, and the clergy breathed that life into it in discharge of their main function, which was to proclaim the supremacy and divinity of the Pope. That the image of the beast should both speak in blasphemy against God by arrogating his titles and powers, and speak in anathemas against the saints, them that dwell in heaven, by denouncing all who would not worship him as heretics, and delivering over their bodies to be burned. And he caused it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. It was customary in ancient times for servants and soldiers to have imprinted on their persons the mark of their master and commander. The mark was sometimes a hieroglyphic, sometimes the capital letters of the name, and sometimes the name in full. Popery, too, required its supporters to wear its mark more or less conspicuously, if not in their forehead, yet in their right hand. That mark consisted in the profession of the Romish faith, without which Rome would not permit any man to enjoy either natural or civil rights. No man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. From instances only innumerable, we shall select only one. Pope Martin V, in his bull issued soon after the Council of Constance, enjoined the professors of the Catholic faith not to permit heretics to have houses in their districts, or enter into contracts, or carry on commerce, or enjoy the comforts of humanity with Christians. This furnishes a striking point of resemblance between the beast whose deadly wound was healed, and the image of that beast, between the dragon and the dragon's successor, which, though it wore the lamb's skin, had the dragon's voice. For we can find an edict issued against the primitive Christians by the pagan emperor Diocletian, in precisely similar terms. According to that edict, the Christians, says Justin Martyr, had not the power of buying or selling anything, nor were they allowed the liberty of drawing water itself, before they had offered incense to detestable idols. We might go on in this way, presenting the portraiture of popery, but many volumes would not suffice to contain it, and a whole lifetime would not be long enough to finish it. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Commencement and Termination of the 1,260 Days. We now come to discuss the question of time. There is a certain period fixed by God between the birth and death of every man. The same providence, by an irresistible decree, has determined the days of the man of sin, between his appearance above the dark flood and his descent into his burning grave. An interval will elapse of 1,260 years. This number occurs in the Apocalypse in connection with the existence of Antichrist, not less than 5 times. The Gentiles were to tread the holy city underfoot 42 months. The witnesses were to prophesy clothed in sackcloth 1,260 days. The woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of God for 1,260 days. And in the wilderness she was nourished for a time, and times and half a time. Power was given unto the beast of the sea to continue 42 months. The period is variously expressed in days, months, times, but its length is the same in all, 1,260 days, or years. The prophecy of Daniel, too, limits the duration of Antichrist to the same period, a time, times, and the dividing of time. Thus, as regards the length of the period, there is no doubt. The papacy cannot possibly survive its 1,260th year, dated from its rise. This is the hour of its doom, beyond which neither craft nor power can prolong its existence. Then it goeth into perdition. The main point here, then, is to ascertain the period of the rise of the papacy. 1,260 years, added to that, will give the epoch of its fall. Of course, its rise must be placed subsequent to the Gothic invasion, for out of that flood did the 10 kingdoms emerge. The 10 kingdoms, as we have already stated, were completed by the opening of the 6th century. We are not, therefore, to look for the full development of the papacy before that century, nor are we to look for it at any era very much subsequent, as must be evident from our former explanations, that the 10 kingdoms of Europe, united and governed by the Pope, their last and 8th head, forms the beast of the abyss, whose continuance is limited to 42 months. Do we find any strongly marked epoch occurring soon after the commencement of this century in the history of the 10 kingdoms or of the papacy? Do we find any signal change in the constitution of the first, or any signal enlargement or confirmation in the powers and claims of the second? We do. About the year 530, we find a change passing upon the 10 Gothic kingdoms, which made them, in fact, Roman kingdoms, and linked them to the 4th monarchy of Daniel, and made them, in truth, but a continuation of that Roman Empire to which the invasion had given a deadly wound. From AD 530 to AD 533, Gibbon tells us the Emperor Justinian published his immortal works, the Code, the Pandects, and the Institutes. These contained a digest of the laws of the ancient Roman Empire, which henceforward became the law of the 10 kingdoms. Gibbon remarks that, by the execution of this work, Justinian, the Greek emperor of Constantinople and the East, was the legal successor of the Latian shepherd, who had planted a colony on the banks of the Tiber. Much more, we would remark, was it true of the 10 kingdoms, which now began to be governed by the laws of ancient Rome, and into which the very spirit of Rome was thus infused. That it had now become the legal successor of that Latin kingdom which Romulus founded on the banks of the Tiber. The promulgation of the Justinian Code seems to mark the epoch of the full emergence of the 10-horned beast above the Gothic flood. The 10 kingdoms then became the true lineal descent of pagan Rome. But what of the papacy? Was there about the same time any signal enlargement or confirmation of the powers of the Pope? It was just at this time that Justinian issued his famous decretal epistle to the Pope, in which he recognized him as the head of all holy churches, not the head of the churches of the Western Empire only, but of these of the Eastern also. Roman Catholics themselves have acknowledged this to be the first imperial recognition of the absolute primacy of the Pope. Then it was that the Pope assumed the blasphemous title of Christ's Vicar, a character which forms the basis of that authority which the Pope claims over temporal sovereigns. Christ is King of Kings, and were the Pope really Christ's Vicar, he would be a King of Kings too. Thus, in assumption of the title of character of Christ's Vicar, the Antichrist was revealed. It is remarkable that at the same period we find a remarkable change taking place, both in the constitution of the 10 kingdoms and in the character of their real head. We find the former becoming Roman kingdoms, and the latter Christ's Vicar, i.e., Antichrist. From this period, then, we are disposed to date the commencement of the 1260 years, during which the witnesses prophesied clothed in sackcloth. 70 years later, we find another strongly marked epoch in the history of the papacy. In AD 606, the Emperor Phocas confirmed by his decree what Justinian had done by constituting the Pope universal bishop and requiring all the churches to acknowledge the papal supremacy. And in AD 608, Phocas gave Pope Boniface the Pantheon, which, from being a temple originally dedicated to all the pagan gods, was henceforward dedicated to the worship of the Virgin Mary and all the martyrs. It had been the high place of pagan idolatry, and now it became the high place of anti-Christian idolatry. We would request our readers specially to mark these two stages in the rise of the papacy. They are Justinian's edict, AD 533, and Phocas's edict, AD 606. Others have traced yet a third stage in the rise of the papacy, the era of Charlemagne. Charlemagne, King of France, was crowned Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo in AD 800. By the help of Charlemagne, the Pope's temporal authority was enlarged and confirmed. 3 of the 10 kings whose territory adjoined the Roman see being abolished, and the Pope being vested in their authority and their territories, thus fulfilling the prophecy of Daniel that 3 of the horns should be plucked up before the little horn. From which of these 3 epochs are we to date the commencement of the 1260 years? The opinion entertained by some that there may be a double, or perhaps even a treble commencement of this period is very probable, and may turn out to be true. It is countenanced by a prediction long since fulfilled. The 70 weeks of Daniel determined the length of the captivity in Babylon, but there was at 3 several times a carrying away. And, of course, the question came to be, from which of these periods the commencement of the 70 weeks should be dated. It was found that as there were 3 stages in the captivity, so there were 3 corresponding stages in return, with exactly 70 weeks between each corresponding stage. So, to the 3 stages in the rise of the papacy there may be 3 answering stages in its downfall and total extinction. If we date the commencement of the 1260 years from the era of Justinian, AD 533, we are brought down to 1793. If we date from the era of Phocas, AD 606, we are brought down to 1866. And if we date from the era of Charlemagne, AD 800, we cannot look for the downfall of popery till 2060. Let us examine these 3 epochs a little more particularly and see how they correspond with the present state of the world and of the papacy. We feel satisfied that we are warranted to make the era of Justinian the primary commencement, at least, of the 1260 years. At that epoch, we behold the 10 kingdoms risen, governed by Roman law, with Christ's vicar placed in arrogant and blasphemous supremacy over them. If to that we are to add 1260 years, we are brought down, as we have said, to 1793, the era of the French Revolution. How does that period correspond? Was there any similarity between the rise of the papacy in 533 and its fall in 1793? A very striking similarity. The Code of Justinian first recognized the Pope's absolute ecclesiastical supremacy, which properly constitutes him the Antichrist, and is the basis of all the power he claims over temporal potentates. At the French Revolution, the leading kingdom in continental Europe disavowed and formally abolished his supremacy. The clergy were declared totally independent of the See of Rome, and the choices of bishops was vested in the departmental authorities. The manifold calamities of which the Revelation was productive to the papacy, we shall have a future occasion of stating. We only here farther remark that the tremendous blow then inflicted on Rome she has somewhat repaired, but is very far from having fully recovered. The second epoch, that of Phocas, AD 606, brings us to 1866. All admit that the Pope was by this time vested in the title and powers of Christ's vicar. The general consent on this point warrants the conclusion that at this era there was a fuller manifestation of Antichrist, that now, at least, he was fully come, and that at the corresponding era of 1866, he will be fully and finally destroyed. But though the papal system will then, in all likelihood, be broken up and swept away, remnant of popery may remain, and the full glory of the millennium, consisting in the restoration of the Jews, and the full conversion of the Gentile world, may not be realized till toward 2000, forming a third period corresponding to the era of Charlemagne. Daniel speaks of 2 periods, one of 30 and the other 45 years, making 75 years in all, which are to be added to the 1260 days. And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days, which are just 30 days added to the 1260. 30 years after the termination of 1260 years, we may expect some event bearing with decided effect on the downfall of Antichrist. But a still more blessed change may be expected 45 years after that again, for it is added, Blessed is he that waiteth, and cometh to the 1,335 days. If we make the era of Justinian, AD 533, or rather 530, for he began the promulgation of his code in 530, the commencement of the 1260 years, they will end in 1790, and, adding 30 years to that epoch, we are brought down to 1820, the era of the Greek insurrection, the pouring out of the Sixth Vial, as we shall afterwards show, so that the waters of the symbolic Euphrates might be dried up, and preparation made for the catastrophe. In another 45 years, which brings us to 1865, according to Daniel, a blessed era shall begin, the millennium, most probably ushered in by the complete destruction of Antichrist. It is a remarkable coincidence that the rise of Antichrist, there were 75 years between his primary appearance at the era of Justinian and his secondary at the era of Phocas, and we find an era of corresponding length in his predicted downfall, extending from the French Revolution to 1865, which most probably marks the epoch of his consummated ruin, the interval being filled up with the plagues of the consummation. But there are some who maintain that the rise of the papacy cannot be dated earlier than AD 800, when the Pope became a temporal sovereign, having, by the help of Charlemagne, completed his conquest of 3 of the 10 princes and incorporated their territories with the patrimony of Saint Peter. Such base their conclusion on the symbol employed in Daniel to represent him, the little horn, which say they import his temporal sovereignty, and that therefore, till he appeared as a horn, that is, as a temporal sovereign, he could not be said to risen. It appears to us that such confound the accidents with the essence of the papacy. We know not on what ground it is asserted that a horn cannot symbolize an ecclesiastical ruler, especially when the ecclesiastical authority is of so absolute and sweeping a character as to involve the possession and exercise of temporal dominion, whether the person vested in that ecclesiastical authority be nominally the head of a temporal kingdom or no. The following considerations, we think, will be deemed satisfactory. First, the prediction respecting the 3 horns that were to be plucked up before the little horn is not given in the Apocalypse at all, a circumstance that satisfies us that great stress is not to be placed upon it. Second, the plucking up of the 3 horns is represented in Daniel as subsequent to the rise of the little horn. The words are, "The other which came up, and before whom 3 fell. Another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings." Thus the symbol represents him as existing previous to the subjugation of the 3 horns, and exhibits their subjugation as his act. It follows that Antichrist was a horn before he had any temporal kingdom. Third, it is expressly said that this horn was diverse from the others. To what can this refer but to the fact that while they were secular rulers, he was an ecclesiastical potentate? If the horn symbolizes him only as a temporal prince, it could have been affirmed on no good ground that he was diverse from the others. Fourth, the temporal power of the Pope springs out of his ecclesiastical authority. His having a temporal kingdom was, if we may so speak, a mere accident. It was not that which gave him his temporal authority, although he had never been sovereign of the papal states. His temporal dominion would have been not the less unbounded and supreme. It grew out of his claim as Christ's vicar, and though he had never had a single soldier nor a single acre of territory, he would, as the vicar of Christ, have been supreme over the kings of the earth. It is this claim that constitutes him the Antichrist, a claim that involves in the supreme dominion, temporal as well as spiritual. And, to us, it appears a matter of no moment at what time he obtained his insignificant patrimony, seeing his supreme dominion was neither in point of theory, nor in point of fact, founded on that. The moment that the Bishop of Rome avowed himself the vicar of Christ, and had that claim acknowledged, the Antichrist was come. Then he had a character allowed him, which placed him above sovereigns, entitled him to dispose of their crowns and kingdoms, and to press into his service, when occasion required, the revenues and armies of Europe. This claim, we have already shown, was first admitted by Justinian in 530, and more formally and fully recognized by Phocas in 606. These 75 years form a broad line marking off the era of the reign of Antichrist, and the 1260 days of sackcloth to the witnesses. And a line of equal breadth will mark the termination of his reign, filled up by two terrible catastrophes, the first of which we have already seen. The last is most probably opening upon us, the former symbolized in the apocalypse by the harvest, and the latter by the vintage. There is another consideration which adds great force to our conclusion, a consideration which is aptly stated by Mr. Eliot in his great work. All the great lines of prophecy, however remote the point whence they take their rise in the past, converge to our era. In the 8th chapter of Daniel's prophecy, we find the longest prophetic number anywhere in the Bible, 2,300 days, forming the limiting period of the defilement of Eastern Christendom by the Mohammedan abomination. Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto that certain saint which spake, How long shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifice, and the transgression of desolation, to give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden under foot? And he said unto me, Unto 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. No time is specified from which the commencement of the 2,300 days is to be dated, and we are left at liberty to select the most marked epoch in the history of the power by which the sanctuary was to be defiled. Some commentators have dated it from the year BC 165, when the temple was defiled by Antiochus. But there is no authority for this in the prophecy itself. There is more probability in the epoch fixed on by Mr. Eliot, that of the acme of the Persian ram's conquering power, which was seen in the vision pushing westward and northward and southward. Counting from BC 480, when Xerxes made his triumphant progress to invade Greece, the 2,300 prophetic days bring us down to AD 1820, the year of the Greek insurrection, when Greek Christendom began to be cleansed from the Turk and his religion. Mr. Eliot is not alone in his selection of this period, and according to this calculation, the termination of these days falls within the noted 75 years assigned by Daniel for the time of the consummation. Again, it is highly probable that the 7 years' insanity and bestiality of Nebuchadnezzar were typical of the moral and political madness with which the four monarchies, of which he was the golden head, were to be smitten. If so, and if we calculate from BC 727, when the Assyrians under Shalmaneser I came down like the wolf on the fold of Israel, we find the 7 times of the aberration of the great monarchies, terminating about 1790. It is a striking fact, taken in connection with this view of the matter, that the French Revolution appears to have brought to an end in Europe the War of Monarchs. The wars that may be waged henceforward will be those of the people against their monarchs. Yet again, the most probable calculation of the world's chronology makes the world's 7th millenary to begin about 75 years after the epoch which we have fixed on as that of the primary termination of the 1260 years. It was an old Jewish opinion, and likewise an early Christian belief, that after the year 6000, dated from the creation the world's Sabbath would begin. We are on the eve of this long-anticipated Sabbath. It already begins to dawn towards the great first day of the coming era of rest and blessedness. Thrice welcome to a world which has been so long desolated by the tempests of war and enthralled by the fetters of superstition. And not less welcome to a church which for so many ages has worn only sackcloth, unless the shadow on the dial of prophecy greatly misleads us that mighty consummation is at hand. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Harpers on Mount Zion. As the night of his 7 last plagues closes darkly around Antichrist, we behold the day opening upon the church. John had just been shown a vision of the rise of the beast of the abyss. His pride, ambition, blasphemy, unbounded cruelty, and tyranny. After these had been symbolically detailed, one would have expected the next scene to be the terrible catastrophe of his overthrow. But no, when the curtain rises, the view rests on a comparatively small but blessed company gathered with the Lamb, and standing with their harps amid the light of Mount Zion. And I looked, and lo, a Lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. Chapter 14. We saw this company before, immediately previous to the apostasy of Christendom, and just as the beast, after which the whole world was to wonder, save those whose names were written in the Lamb's book of life, was about to rise and begin his domination. We saw a certain number, the precise number that now appeared on Mount Zion with the Lamb, selected in divine sovereignty and sealed by God, in order that they might not be seduced by the craft of the beast, nor destroyed by his power. But where had they dwelt, and how had they been preserved? When Antichrist reveled in the wealth and dominion of the Western world, they found an asylum in the wilderness. When the Gentiles were treading underfoot the outer court, they ministered at the altar. And how often did they present the sacrifice of their own lives? For as individuals, they were mortal, though as a sealed company, they were inviolable and immortal. But now, after being so long hidden from view, they reappear, and not one is lacking. The identical number sealed at the commencement of the 1260 years of sackcloth is seen with the Lamb on Mount Zion at the termination of these years. And I heard the number of them which were sealed. The special attention of the apocalyptist was called to the number, that he might afterwards be able to mark the fact of their wonderful preservation. I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000. John could not but recognize the same company and admire their completeness, notwithstanding the calamities and apostasies that had been prevalent since the epoch of their selection. And I looked, and lo, a Lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. To what occasion in the Church's history does this appearance refer? It is exceedingly improbable that so important an epoch as the Reformation would pass unnoticed in this symbolical history. It had been referred to in the history of the witnesses under the symbol of their resurrection. But we would expect also to meet in the parallel prophecy of the beast. The chronological point where we would naturally look for it is precisely that which this vision of the 144,000 on Mount Zion occupies. Without hesitation, therefore, we conclude that this vision symbolizes the Reformation. The several parts of the vision exactly agree with the various facts of that great event. These we shall briefly note. The company appeared on the Mount Zion, the symbol of the true church, in opposition to the city now trodden underfoot of the Gentiles. They appeared with the Lamb, the true priest, in opposition to the false prophet, after which the world wondered. They had his Father's name written on their foreheads, i.e., they made open profession of his truth. John heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, symbolizing the nations that embraced the Reformed faith, waters being the symbol of nations: Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Holland, Geneva, England, Scotland. He heard, too, as the voice of a great thunder, the symbol of the mighty dispensations of providence, which attended and followed the Reformation. The wonderful unanimity of sentiment and harmony of profession which reigned among the Reformed churches are brought finally before us in the symbol of the voice of harpers harping with their harps, scattered throughout several of the countries of Europe, yet holding and expressing the same views of truth. They resembled a confederated company of harpers, and even in our days of division, we still perpetuate the recollection of that noble melody which flowed from their well-strung harps, by the general use of the phrase, the harmony of the Reformed confessions. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders. In the various places in Scripture in which reference is made to a new song being sung, we find that the occasion is some new and signal deliverance, a deliverance so great, marvelous, and complete, as to take precedence of all former deliverances and supersede all former songs. Such was the song of Moses at the Red Sea. Such was the song of Deborah, when Sisera was discomfited, and such was that of the captives when they escaped from Babylon. The ransomed of the Lord returned and came unto Zion with singing. So the new song sung by the 144,000 who had escaped from mystic Babylon is finely expressive of the wonder, gratitude, and joy of the reformers, on occasion of their miraculous escape from the rage and power of Antichrist. They were like them that dream. Then was their mouth filled with laughter, and their tongue with singing. But no man could learn that song, save the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. They only who had participated in the deliverance, been redeemed from the papal earth, could join in the song of thanksgiving. Or if by that song be meant the truth professed with such singular unanimity by the Reformed churches, then none but those who had been elected by God's grace and illuminated by his Spirit could learn that song. God had an election in the various countries of Christendom, and they only, from the era of the Reformation downwards, have been able to profess the truth as held by the Reformed Church. Several particulars of their life and character are added. They are virgins, which intimates the care they would exercise to preserve themselves, both in doctrine and practice, from the pollution of the Romish idolatry. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. The symbol of their steadfastness, self-denial, and patient endurance. Many and grievous accusations would be preferred against them. They would be regarded as rebels by the civil authorities and heretics by the ecclesiastical. Nevertheless, they should stand acquitted in the presence of him whose judgment is according to truth. And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God. To these elected and sealed ones should attach their farther interest of being the first fruit of Reformed Christendom, like the sheaf presented of old in the temple at the beginning of the harvest. The Reformed Church was the first sheaf of that glorious harvest yet to be gathered from all the countries of Europe. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. The great apostasy was now drawing to its close, and by 3 grand epochs was the work of God on earth to be revived, and the millennial glory of the Church introduced. These 3 distinct stages are exhibited under the symbol of 3 successive angels, seen by John flying in the midst of heaven. To each of these revivals in the Church, there is a corresponding epoch in the downfall of the papacy. The first is thus described. And I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people. This angel is the symbol of a body of faithful preachers of the gospel, which were to arise at the time referred to in the various countries of the Roman earth. To ascertain the epoch in question, we have only to inquire when was the first general promulgation of the truth in Europe, after it had been suppressed by Antichrist. Undoubtedly at the Reformation. And what corroborates this opinion is the fact that the angel gave warning of the danger of continuing in the idolatry of Rome, and revealed to men the true object of worship, saying with a loud voice, Fear God, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven, and earth, and the sea, and the fountains of waters. The very call which the Reformed preachers addressed to the popish idolaters. The second angel, we apprehend, marks the epoch of the termination of the 1260 years. He proclaimed the fall of Rome. And there followed another angel, saying, Babylon is fallen that great city, because she made all nations drink the wine of the wrath of her fornication. It is not the final, but begun fall of Babylon that is here announced, for the second angel is followed by a third, who proclaims her consummated ruin. The reference here, we conceive, is to the tremendous blow which the First French Revolution inflicted on the papacy, and from which there is no probability that it will ever recover. On the minds of Protestants, that dispensation produced an impression that popery was near its fall, just as if an angel had cried it from heaven. The third and last angel announces the complete overthrow of Babylon. This is plain from the fact that the terms of the proclamation are the same with those which in other parts of the apocalypse are employed to express the final and consummated doom of Antichrist, a cup of unmixed wrath and torment, with fire and brimstone, the smoke of which ascendeth up forever and ever. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his right hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Then follows an intimation, the import of which we take to be that now at least the period of suffering allotted to the church had terminated, and that henceforward the saints should enjoy a special blessedness. Has the third angel, the herald of Babylon's final doom, yet appeared in heaven? We cannot confidently affirm that he has. Neither are we prepared to maintain that he has not. When we look to the Roman earth and contemplate the insurrections, massacres, intestine broils, and bloody wars, of which it is, at this moment, the theater, when we think of the fierce resentments and animosities which have sprung up, in which every hour is exacerbating, and which are now being directed in their full force against the members of that city whose capital is the Seven Hills, we are persuaded that we see the cup in the hand of Babylon, the fires kindled amid which she is to be consumed, and the smoke of her torment already ascending into the skies. It is not here only, but in other parts of the Apocalypse, and also in Daniel, that we find the three great epics that will constitute the time of the end predicted. Daniel adds a period of 75 years to the 1260, the commencement of that period synchronizing, we conceive, with the second angel, who announces the begun ruin of Babylon, and its termination with the third angel, who proclaims Babylon's completed destruction. In chapter 18 of the Apocalypse, which contains a lengthened and detailed account of the overthrow of the papacy, we find that overthrow marked off into three periods. The first is that of an angel, with whose glory the earth was lightened, and who cried mightily with a loud voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. This angel seems to correspond with the era of the Reformers, whose preaching lightened Europe, and who exposed the abominations of popery in almost the identical words of the angel. The next stage is that of the voice which gave warning of the approaching plagues of Babylon and called on God's people to flee out of her, which synchronizes, we apprehend, with the French Revolution, when her doom began to be inflicted. The last is termed a mighty angel. Power is his attribute, for he shall finish what the other two only commenced, and accordingly the act he performs strikingly symbolizes the sudden, fearful, and irretrievable ruin that shall overtake Rome. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. There are yet other two prefigurations in the Apocalypse of the time of the end, fraught with more terrible import than even those to which we have just adverted: the harvest and the vintage. The first, we are disposed to think, synchronizes with the termination of the 1260 days, and was formed of that great event which marked that era, and which, breaking out in unprecedented horror in France, overspread Europe in a desolating war. The last is yet to come, but probably it will fall out so as to be completed before the termination of the 75 supplementary years. The intelligent reader can scarce fail to remark how strikingly this accords with the manner of Antichrist's destruction, as foretold by Paul in 2 Thessalonians 2:8. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Consume gradually at the first, and destroy suddenly and fearfully at last. It appears that not in a single day or year, but by 3 mighty and progressive dispensations is Rome to be destroyed, and the millennial glory of the Church established. Rome must pass through long years of shame, disgrace, humiliations, sufferings, and torment. Awful horrors will crowd around the path that leads down into her tomb. Dismissed, she cannot be from this earthly scene till the world resound with her woes, as once it resounded with her crimes. The history of the past is filled with the record of her grandeur, and the history of the future must be filled with that of her disgrace. Most equitable and just, surely, is the sentence which has been passed upon her. How much she hath glorified herself, and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. The justice that pronounced this sentence will infallibly execute it. And as the gloom deepens around the one, the glory of the other shall shine forth, waxing brighter and brighter like the day. In this, as in everything else, God has provided the full display of his own wisdom, the ample vindication of his saints, and the signal punishment of his foes. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Seventh Trumpet. The dark scene of Babylon's overthrow now opens to our view, not merely in the symbols of the apocalypse, but not improbably also in the astounding events of our times. A consideration fitted, surely, to produce that solemn and devout spirit which eminently becomes an inquiry like the present. The commencement of the dreadful catastrophe is notified to the world by the trumpet of the seventh angel. The first question here is, when did this angel sound? We derive material aid in determining this point from an intimation immediately preceding that of the angel sounding. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. The second woe was the Turkish invasion. The capture of Constantinople in 1453 formed the acme of that power. We cannot surely make that date the end of the Turkish woe, for we find the Turks afterwards becoming a woe to the Western world. The first check given to their arms was in 1673 by John Sobieski before the walls of Vienna. This is the earliest date we can assign to this passing away of the second woe, but even this appears to be too early, for the form of speech here employed intimates not merely that the woe had begun to decline, but that it was past, and we think, with Mr. Eliot, that 1774, in which year the Turks, after sustaining repeated defeats by the allied forces of Russia and Austria, signed a peace, the terms of which were dictated by the conquerors, is the true period when the woe had passed. Before 1774, then, the seventh trumpet, which forms the third woe, could not be sounded. But it must have been sounded soon after, for the third woe was to follow quickly on the passing away of the second. The next great epoch of calamities that opened the world followed the exhaustion of the Turkish woe at the distance of only 15 years, the French Revolution. Beyond that event, 1790, we are not disposed to defer the sounding of the seventh angel, and we cannot fix it either. This makes the sounding of that angel synchronized with what Daniel designates the time of the end, and also with the termination of the 1260 years, and the appearance of the angel with the cry of Babylon's falling. The sounding of the seventh trumpet was instantly followed by great voices in heaven, announcing the conversion of the kingdoms, the wrath of the nations, the time of the dead, that they should be judged, the opening of the temple of God in heaven, accompanied by lightnings and voices and thunderings, and an earthquake and great hail. These symbols we can only briefly indicate, not illustrate. The voices which spoke in heaven announced, as the first consequence of the sounding of the trumpet, the conversion of the kingdoms, i.e., of the Roman earth. The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ. This foretells radical change, as awaiting the kingdoms of Europe, a change as great as that which passed on Nebuchadnezzar when, at the end of the days, his understanding returned, and he lifted up his eyes to heaven and blessed the Most High. Like their prototype, these kingdoms have long been smitten with the mad rage and ferocious cruelty of the wild beast. But at the end of the days, their reason shall return, and they shall praise and honor him that liveth forever. The Roman element, which Justinian breathed into them, shall become extinct. New principles shall guide their policy, even those of the Word of God. Their wealth and power shall be devoted to higher objects, the true happiness of their subjects. And whereas they have been the bulwarks and fences of superstition, they shall come to account it their glory to subserve the interests of God. But in order that this transformation may be wrought upon them, they must first, as indicated in Daniel's vision of the image, be ground to powder. And the nations were angry. This implies that the period of the seventh angel, the nations of the Roman world should become exceedingly exasperated. It forebodes an era of turbulence and fierce contention. The object of their rage is not stated. Let us observe that it is the nations that are angry, not the beast. His wrath has now been changed into terror and despair. And thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged. Who the dead are, and the design for which they are now judged, we gather from the next clause. And that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them who destroy the earth. It is some grand and public vindication of the martyrs slain in former ages that is here foretold. They had this day in their eye when they were slain, and from the tribunals where they were condemned, from the fires and scaffolds and dungeons where they perished. They appealed to the judgment of this day, and when it comes, the events of providence shall make it as clear to the world as if the great judge himself were to erect his tribunal on the earth, that their cause was just, and that they perished fighting for liberty and truth. In the triumph of their cause on that day, and the honor to which their memories shall be then raised, God shall give reward unto his servants the prophets, and to his saints, and to those of them, especially who lived during the 1260 days of the domination of Antichrist, and were called to prophesy clothed in sackcloth. And the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. The symbol of the partial enlargement of the Protestant Church, and the readier access now afforded to the men of the Roman earth to the Bible. Contemporaneously with the French Revolution, or immediately subsequent, there was a signal revival of the evangelic and missionary spirit in Britain. Numerous societies were formed for the spread of the gospel and the circulation of the scriptures. Missions were set on foot to almost all parts of the world: the West Indies, the South Sea Islands, Africa, Australia, Greenland. The evangelization of India was a work not too mighty to be undertaken. The Jews were visited, and even the brightened and idolatrous churches of Eastern and Western Christendom were not neglected. The French Revolution opened great part of Europe to the preaching of the gospel. Thus, the temple was opened, and the Ark of the Testament, the Bible and gospel, which popery had veiled, was anew discovered to the Roman nations. But this statement must be taken in connection with another most important intimation in the end of chapter 15, respecting the temple now open. And the temple was filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power, and no man was able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled. God was present on this scene as an avenging God, punishing the popish nations for the blood they had shed and the idolatries they had committed, the smoke from the glory of God, and from his power that filled the temple, and till he had vindicated his holiness by the infliction of these awful plagues, no man was able to enter into the temple. Nevertheless, all the while the storm was raging, it stood open, revealing, as it were, to the nations, the sanctuary of safety, and the temple of worship, where they should ultimately be gathered. Since evangelic agencies began to be employed on the continent of Europe, there have been individual conversations, not a few, but there had been no general or national evangelization, nor are we to expect that there will be till the judgment of the Seventh Vial is ended. France, Austria, and the other popish countries continue nominally popish to this hour. This has often occasioned great discouragement to the friends of truth. But when they think that this is precisely what was foretold, the result ought to confirm their faith in the divine word and stimulate to greater exertions in spreading it. The labors of the missionary are not in vain, though not followed by immediate fruit. After the lightnings and thunderings and great hail of the vials will come the tender rain of the Spirit. And then the seed he is now sowing shall spring up. This is another circumstance that tends to satisfy us that we are right in fixing the sounding of the 7th angel at the era of the French Revolution. Those who defer the pouring out of the 7th vial and the downfall of popery till more than 200 years from the present time must defer likewise the conversion of the continental nations till the same period. But we think of the numerous evangelic agencies now at work, and the zeal, ability, and devotedness with which they are prosecuted, and will continue to be prosecuted. For the temple remains open in the symbolic representation till the vials have all been expended. We cannot think that for 200 years to come these efforts are to be without result. It is not in the manner of God to withhold so long his blessings from the labors of his servants. Honestly, zealously and prayerfully carried on. The terrible convulsions, revolutions, and wars which were to follow the sounding of the seventh trumpet are symbolized in the vision by lightnings and voices and thunderings and an earthquake and great hail. The Arc de Triomphe at Paris, which forms the approach to the city on the west, is inscribed all over with the great battlefields of Napoleon. No nation but the French could show so long a list of victories gained in so short a space. These are the lightnings, thunderings, earthquake, and hail of the seventh trumpet. This arch, with its record, will descend to future ages, an impressive monument of the fulfillment of the prophecy. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The first 5 vials. As the opening of the seventh seal introduced the 7 trumpets, so the sounding of the seventh trumpet introduces the 7 vials. The particulars we have noted above from the general characteristics of that trumpet, and they strikingly agree with the historical facts of the French Revolution, the full details of which are given under the vials. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is filled up the wrath of God. These great dispensations are beautifully personified, and are seen attired as priests. And the 7 angels came out of the temple, having the 7 plagues, clothed in pure and white linen, and having their breasts girded with golden girdles. Denoting the purity and holiness of these events as proceeding from God, the vials of wrath are represented as being put into the hands of the angels by one of the 4 living creatures. By the living creatures is symbolized, we have said, the gospel ministry. Why is their agency here employed? It was not they who gave the commission to the agents of Babylon's destruction, nor was it at their instigation. But so clearly did they perceive their character as God's commissioned angels, so fully did they acquiesce in the result of their work, and so great care did they take to make it known to the church and the world that God was now pouring out the vials of his wrath on Antichrist, that it was, in a sort, as if the ministry had put these vials into the hands of the angels. Such, at least, may be the explanation of the symbol. For there is here no definite rule according to which we might frame our interpretation. These 7 ministers in white vestments and golden girdles await the divine behest. A great voice out of the temple thus addresses them: "Go your ways, and pour out the vials of the wrath of God upon the earth." The first 6 vials we shall explain no farther than may be absolutely requisite for introducing ourselves to the great catastrophe of the 7th, on which we mean to fix attention. Our scheme of interpretation of the vials is somewhat different from that which has hitherto been given, but we think it is more consistent and complete. It makes the vials begin at the very foundations of the papal world, and proceed regularly upward, till at last the whole fabric is involved in ruin. The first stroke falls upon its individual men. the next upon its nations, the next upon its monarchies. Then its great centralizing and governing head, the popedom, is smitten, and the last and finishing vial is poured into its air, thus wrapping the entire papal universe in ruin. Like the flood, these waters of wrath cover the first level grounds and the low valleys of the Romish earth. Next, the little hills are submerged, but the waters continuing to rise, the proudest of its mountains are in due time overwhelmed. And the first went and poured out his vial upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image. There can be little question that this noisome and grievous sore symbolizes the infidelity and atheism of the French Revolution. It is unnecessary here to state that the infidel principles, so industriously and insidiously propagated by Voltaire and Rousseau, after corrupting to an unprecedented extent the national morals, found vent, at least, in an outbreak of blasphemy and crime so fearful that nothing like it is found in the history of the world. And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea, and it became as the blood of a dead man, and every living soul died in the sea. This is commonly interpreted of the naval wars between Great Britain and France, which immediately followed the Revolution. We demur to this because it treats the sea not as a symbol, which it undoubtedly is, but as a literal term. The peculiar significancy of the symbol lies, we are disposed to think, in the phrase, "It became as the blood of a dead man," stagnant and putrid. The symbolic sea into which this vial was emptied lost that free play and motion on which its purity and healthfulness depended. One of the first effects of the French Revolution on the body politic throughout Europe was to induce a fatal stagnancy. Its masses began to be leavened with corrupt and anarchical principles, altogether hostile to the free and natural working of organized society. The several members of the European family were disunited, and symptoms of dissolution began to be apparent. Thus the blood of the modern Roman Empire became foul and stagnant as the blood of a dead man. And the third angel poured out his vial upon the rivers and fountains of waters, and they became blood. Rivers and fountains symbolized nations. The popish nations of the continent were to be scourged under this vial with the sword of war, wielded by the revolutionary legions of France. It is very noticeable that the principal scenes of slaughter in these wars were the same as those that in former ages had been the chief scenes of persecution and of the martyrdom of the saints. The armies of Napoleon swept round the base of the Alps, tracking their path in blood, and passing to the Rhine and the Low Countries, where so many martyrs had been slain. They there inflicted their ravages. The fearfully retributive character of the vial is solemnly indicated by the song of the angel in the waters. And I heard the angel of the water say, "Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art, and wast, and shalt be, because thou hast judged thus. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy." To this song a response was made from the altar, the symbol of martyrdom. And I heard another out of the altar say, "Even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments." And the fourth angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. The common interpretation of this vial makes the sun the symbol of but one of the kingdoms of the popish earth, namely its leading kingdom, France. We demur to this because we conceive that the vials proceed on the principle of expansion, not of contraction. That is, that each successive vial has a wider sphere of infliction, up to the last, which embraces the entire papal system. We are disposed to regard the sun as indicating the general monarchy of Europe. If nations were the rivers of the papal world, the combined monarchies of Europe were its sun. And if we look to the history of the event, we find that this was the part of the papal system on which the next stroke of vengeance fell. In the years 1807 and 1808, most of the monarchs of Western Europe were either dethroned or had their power greatly abridged by Napoleon. There was not a single throne which escaped the shock of the Revolutionary Wars. And power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. Terrible calamities to the men of the papal earth followed the darkening of the papal sovereignties. A tremendous conflict ensued, of 8 years' duration, the horrors of which it is impossible to describe, not to mention the many bloody fields that were fought during that space. The countries which became, in succession, the seat of war were almost depopulated. So great were the ravages of the conflicting hosts, who lived by a system of plunder, who burned villages and towns and slaughtered the inhabitants, so that in entire districts not a human being was to be seen, not even an animal, except ravens feeding on corpses. Thus, power was given unto him to scorch men with fire, and men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God, which hath power over these plagues, and they repented not to give him glory. It is equally astonishing and melancholy that the nations on whom these plagues fell remained totally insensible to them in the character of judgments, evinced not the smallest signs of repentance for their own idolatries and impieties, or the murders of their fathers, who had shed blood of the saints, and plunged anew, as soon as these calamities were at an end, into all the excuses of their obscene atheism and gross popish superstition. They repented not to give God glory. And the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain. The locality affected by this vial is distinctly marked, the seat or throne of the beast. In other words, 7 hills. The last drops of that terrible tempest which had burst over the thrones of Europe fell upon the Vatican. After he has subjected all the sovereigns of the West to his authority, the next act of Napoleon was to abolish the Pope's temporal power, incorporate Rome with the Empire of France, and reduce the Pope to a stipendiary of the state. This he did in 2 celebrated decrees, which he issued in 1809 from Schönbrunn and Vienna. This, as Eliot remarks, was but the consummating act of a series of insults heaped by the French on the Popish Church from the commencement of their revolution. Here we meet strong corroborative evidence that we were right in fixing the commencement of the 1260 years at the promulgation of Justinian's Code in AD 530, which gave a legal existence to the papacy and laid the foundation for its future wealth, power, and grandeur. Precisely 1260 years after, we find that spoiling of her wealth and power began, which had been foretold by Daniel as the taking away of dominion from it to consume and to destroy it unto the end. Eliot had condensed into a single paragraph the various acts of spoliation then committed upon the papal church. One of the first measures of the assembly, says he, was to abolish tithes, establishing an insufficient rent charge on the state in lieu of them. A second, at one fell swoop, to sever from the church and appropriate as national property all ecclesiastical lands throughout the kingdom, lands, let it be observed, which had been regarded ever before as not French property only, but that of the Romish Church, and as needing, therefore, the Pope's sanction to its alienation. Then followed the suppression of all monastic houses in the kingdom, to the number of 4,000, and in regard of the clergy, already made pensioners of the state, the substitution of popular election for institution after the papal concordat, and the requirement from each of them, on pain of forfeiture of the pension, of a solemn abjuration of all allegiance to the Pope. And then, in 1793, the decree issued for the abolition of Christian, or rather Romish, religion in France, whereupon the churches were many of them razed to the ground, others left in partial ruin, and the rest shut against priests and worshippers, the most sacred places defiled, the treasures rifled, and the bells broken and cast into cannon. So was the whole French ecclesiastical establishment then destroyed. As to the French clergy themselves, 24,000 were massacred. So as I have before stated, with the most horrid atrocity. The rest, for the most part, utterly beguarded, found refuge from the popular fury by flight into other and chiefly Protestant lands, bearing about with them everywhere visible evidence that the predicted hating and tearing and making bare of the great whore of Babylon had indeed begun. Begun in France, the spoliation of the harlot church and of its papal patron and head spread quickly to the other countries of Christendom. A propagandist spirit, in respect of this, as in respect of its other principles, was one of the essential characteristics of the revolution, and the tempests of war gave it wings. But the crowning act was reserved for 1809, the resistance which the Pope ventured to offer to Napoleon's views drew down upon him the two decrees, to which we have already referred, of Schönbrunn and Vienna. These decrees laid the Pope's temporal authority prostrate in the dust and reduced the Eternal City to the rank of the second capital of the French Empire, as the ancient dynasties had by this time been discrowned, and the thrones of the Roman world, with the exception of Austria, which had now become the ally of France, been filled with the vassals of Napoleon, the act of the emperor, by which the power of the Pope was mortally wounded, and his treasures rifled, was not Napoleon's alone, but also that of all the 9 kings of the Roman earth, Britain having fallen as a papal power at the Reformation, who were consenting thereto, a striking fulfillment, surely, of the prophecy that the 10 horns of the beast should hate the harlot church, and make her desolate and naked, and eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. Thus was the vial poured out upon the throne of the beast. The Pope replied in an excommunication, which he fulminated against the emperor, and which was received only with ridicule, but the impotent bitterness of this act of retaliation showed that the prophecy had been fulfilled. And they gnawed their tongues for pain. Still, no signs of repentance and reformation were visible. Neither the popish nations nor the popish hierarchy abandoned their impieties and idolatries, and therefore they were sealed over, in their impotency, to the more awful judgment of the Seventh Vial. They who inflicted these calamities, and they who endured them, united in blaspheming the God of the heaven, because their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Sixth Vial and the Three Frogs. And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. The sixth trumpet affected the same region of the earth as the sixth vial, that of the Euphrates, by which all admit the Turkish power to be symbolized. Like a mighty flood issuing from the region indicated, the Turks had overflowed and desolated all eastern Christendom. But at the era of the sixth vial, this flood was to recede. This teaches us to turn to the east for the scene of the next calamity. It is remarkable enough that no sooner had the field of Waterloo given peace to Europe than troubles broke out in the Turkish Empire. In 1820, the Greeks raised the standard of revolt against the Porte, and, after a struggle of 8 years, succeeded in fully establishing their independence. Thus were the waters of the Euphrates dried up from Greece. Since the Battle of Navarino in 1828, when the Turkish navy was annihilated by the allied fleet of England, France, and Russia, one disaster after another has befallen the Ottoman Empire. In 1829, the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia were wrested from the Porte by Russia. In the same year, Algiers was taken by the French, and, from being a province of Turkey, became a colony of France. Next followed the great rebellion of Mehmet Ali, who, though driven out of Syria by the great powers of Europe, achieved for Egypt a real independence, though it still owns a nominal subjection to the Porte. Since 1820, then, how have the waters of the symbolic Euphrates been dried up? They have receded from Greece on the west, Algiers and Egypt on the south, Wallachia and Moldavia on the north. And if we look to the Central Empire, in what a state of decrepitude do we find it? A feeble government, an exhausted treasury, the provinces groaning under rapacious pachas, and the population yearly diminishing under the influence of tyranny, famine, and plague, so that, in the memorable phase of Lamartine, Turkey is dying out for want of Turks. The sixth angel had poured out his vial, and the waters of the great river Euphrates are rapidly drying up. There was a special end to be served by the drying up of this river, which is here intimated. And the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of, from, the east might be prepared. all expositors of the apocalypse have been much at a loss to give a satisfactory and natural solution of this clause. Who are the kings from the east? How will the drying up of the symbolic Euphrates prepare their way? On what errand will they travel westward? Various and contradictory answers have been given to these questions. We would venture to submit a new solution. The symbol is taken, we apprehend, from what occurred at the siege of the literal Babylon. The Euphrates was diverted from its channel, and the conquerors, who came from the east, entered the dry bed of the river, and the city was taken. Mystic Babylon is now on the eve of being overthrown, and the exhaustion of the Turkish Empire may open a passage from the east, from Greece, Egypt, Persia, and Russia, for the kings and armies who it may be the purpose of God to summon to the scene of Babylon's destruction, partly to aid in accomplishing it, and partly to share in it. An intimation follows almost immediately that in the battle of that great day of God Almighty, not only will the kings of the Roman earth be present, but likewise the kings of the whole world. It is probable that the representatives of the four great monarchies, so far as these are still on the earth, will be assembled on that occasion and finally destroyed. Thus the monarch beheld in his dream that the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold was broken to pieces together and became like the chaff of the summer thrashing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. But of this we shall have occasion afterwards to speak. During the pouring out of the sixth vial upon the Euphrates, Europe will become the scene of busy intrigue. The skies of the Western world are to clear up for a little space. The lightnings and hail of the seventh trumpet will be intermitted, and the quiet interval will be intensely occupied by the agents of the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet, who shall prosecute with incredible zeal and activity their unconscious mission of bringing on the grand catastrophe. And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty. We determine the character of these frogs, or spirits, by tracing their origin. The first issues from the mouth of the dragon, which is the old serpent, the devil. This can be nothing else than infidelity, the religion of Rome in its dragon form, in conjunction with its usual concomitants, democracy and rebellion against all authority, divine and human. The next issues from the mouth of the beast, i.e. the 7-headed and 10-horned beast. The characteristic principle of this beast, as distinguished from that of the false prophet, is despotism. The third and last spirit comes from the mouth of the false prophet, and beyond question is popery. We have no hesitation, then, in concluding that the 3 principles that are to burst into widespread and vehement action during the brief interval of quiet in Western Europe are infidelity, despotism, and popery. This marks conclusively, we think, our own times as the period to which the prophecy has reference. It is plain that the advocates of these principles were to propagate them, not by the sword, but by loquacious talk, for they are symbolized as frogs, stingless frogs, a figure which has been employed since the time of Cicero, who applies it to the prating demagogues of his day, to designate the noisy advocates of demoralizing principles. Who is so ignorant as need to be told how rampant these three principles are at this moment in every country of Europe? No sooner had peace returned to the West than Popery, with prodigious effort, set about repairing the calamities of the Vials. She advanced her former blasphemous pretensions, intrigued in every court of Europe, flattered sovereigns, pandered to the passions of the people, had her men of science for the learned, her miracle workers for the ignorant, sent missionaries into every land, affected liberality in free states, and directed the Inquisition to certain despotic ones. Thus did she labor to recover her ancient dominion. The spirit of despotism, too, rallied from the terrible blows which the French Revolution had dealt it. The former dynasties were restored, and, untaught by the bitter experience of the past, began systematically to act on the principle of enlarging the kingly prerogative and curtailing the popular privilege. France itself was no exception. There, this line of policy was pursued both by the elder Bourbons and the House of Orleans, who have borne sway since the Revolution. And, as regards infidelity, there never was an age since the flood in which so great a proportion of the human race were disbelievers. Were the great apostles of infidelity, Voltaire and Rousseau, to look up from the dead, how would they be astonished at the success of their labors, a whole continent converted? For we affirm, without fear of contradiction, that the vast proportion of the people of Europe at this moment are atheists. Their whole character, life, and creed may be summed up in 3 words. They fear nothing, worship nothing, and believe in nothing. With what restless energy has this spirit been propagating itself these 30 years past? Agencies innumerable has it pressed into its service. The journals and novels of France, the poetry and philosophy of Germany, the university chairs on the Rhine, the academics and printing presses of the Helvetic towns, all have been the vehicles of conveying infidelity under its various forms of neology, socialism, communism, pantheism, and the result that has been wrought out, especially on such a groundwork as the popish mummeries, had been the means of creating, is not surprising. Thus have these symbolic frogs covered Europe, penetrating everywhere, loading the air with their croakings, and polluting the earth with their filth. But though individually insignificant and base, collectively they have been the authors of a tremendous catastrophe. In the execution of their commission, they have gathered the kings of the earth and of the whole world to the battle of that great day of God Almighty. This is the next terrible scene that opens before us. On the very eve of battle, a solemn warning is tendered. Behold, I come as a thief. For this event is to overtake the world with unprecedented and startling suddenness. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked, and they see his shame. This warning plainly imports that immediately before that great day, individuals and churches should be exposed to peculiar temptation to forsake their principles here symbolized by their garments. The temptation will not arise from the persecution of force, but from the seduction of these spirits. Do recent events throw no light on this prediction? Has not Puseyism solicited some depart with the doctrine of Christ's atonement and intercession? Has not Erastianism solicited others to give up the headship of the Lord Jesus? And has not Neology tempted others to make shipwreck of the faith altogether? A peculiar blessedness will be his who watcheth and keepeth his garments. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Seventh Vial by James Aitken Wylie. Read to you by Mugita Sokio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are released into the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, you may visit LibriVox.org. The Seventh Vial. We have contemplated the period of judgment that passed over Europe, commencing on the 4th of May, 1789, with the splendid ceremonial of the assembling of the States General at the Palace of Versailles, and terminating on the 18th of June, 1815, with the awful carnage of the field of Waterloo. History has been guilty of an untruth, if another period can be found, of the same length, in which so many dark woes befell the human race. But when the period of judgment came to an end, it was seen that, though the world had suffered much, it had learned nothing. They have blasphemed the God of heaven because of their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds. No sooner had the deluge passed over than the ancient landmarks began to be restored. Where is the promise of his coming? Said all the men of that time, and, concluding that all things would go on as before, they began to make provision accordingly. Absolutism set up the thrones which the revolutionary tempest had overturned. Superstition purified the altars which atheism had profaned, and infidelity, unawed by the display which God had given of his being and holiness in his judgments, began again to vent its blasphemies and propagate its shallow and impious dogmas. On the same stage, the same three principles which had already convulsed Europe and deluged it with blood, anew began to act with increased activity and energy. We now behold the result, a catastrophe which even the men of the earth would admit threatens to shake the globe to its farthest extremities. And the seventh angel poured out his vial into the air, and there came a great voice out of the temple of heaven, from the throne, saying, "It is done." And there were voices, and thunders, and lightnings. And there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake, and great. The act of the angel was followed by a great voice out of the temple of heaven, from the throne, saying, "It is done." The mystery of providence is finished and disclosed, and an end is put to the sufferings of the church. This symbol, we think, intimates that the dispensation, when it should occur, would proclaim its own character and mission. The papacy would feel that the blow was a final one, and lose heart and spirit, while the church would see in it the harbinger of deliverance, and hail it with a shout of triumph. Our readers will have gathered by this time that we are disposed to view the present widespread revolutions of Europe as the commencement of the pouring out of this vial. Let us briefly recapitulate the evidence. In AD 530, Justinian promulgated his code, giving a legal standing to the papacy, and enacting persecuting laws against the church. This we have ventured to fix on as the probable commencement of the 1260 years of prophesying in sackcloth. We add 1260 years to the era of Justinian and are brought down to 1790, the era of the French Revolution. We find the revolution abrogating the Justinian Code, alienating to state purposes the church's property, and declaring the temporal power of the Pope to be finally abolished. In these events, we find what appears to be the termination of the 1260 years. From the commencement of the Vials at the Revolution, we have traced their pouring out, one by one, on evidence which we think will be considered tolerably satisfactory. We have seen in the actual events, as in the apocalyptic symbols, each successive wave rise higher and higher till the throne of the beast itself was overwhelmed. We have next seen in the history, as in the apocalypse, the scene shift to the east, and in 1820, by the Greek insurrection, the waters of the Euphrates began to be dried up. At this point, we meet the termination of two of Daniel's chronological lines. The first is that of his 2,300 days or years, reckoning from the invasion of Greece by Xerxes to the insurrection of the Greeks in 1820 against that power, lineally descended from Xerxes, which desolated Greek Christendom. We find that three are exactly 2,300 years. To the 1260 years, Daniel adds first a period of 30, and after that, a period of 45 years. The first 30, we have seen, brings us down to 1820, when Eastern Christendom began to be cleansed of the Mohammedan desolation. And its cleansing is now so far advanced that Protestant congregations now enjoy a legal toleration in Turkey. The second of Daniel's supplementary periods should run out in 1865. It might be thought that the seventh vial would not be poured out till that year, but it would appear from Daniel that it must commence, so as that all its plagues may be finished by that time. For the prophet makes that the commencing year of a blessed epoch. Blessed is he that waiteth and cometh to the 1,335 days. 17 years, the time from the present date to 1865, does not seem too long for such revolutions and changes as those comprehended under the seventh vial. But further, we have seen the Western world enjoy that period of repose, which it is plain from the prophecy it should do, a peace so lengthened and profound as to have excited the astonishment of statesmen. And in the interval, we have seen the three identical spirits symbolized in the apocalypse commence an agitation in point of energy and persistency exceeding anything ever known before, and mainly, we might say, entirely, through their machinations while the world was saying peace, and its wise men could see no sign of coming convulsion. We have seen a terrific storm all suddenly arise, darkening the whole social and political horizon of Europe, and by its lightning wars, and its earthquake revolutions, shaking it from one extremity to another. And the seventh angel poured out his vial into the air. The preceding vials had affected each a part of the anti-Christian system, but this falls with destructive force upon the whole of it. The first was poured upon its earth, the second upon its sea, and so on. But this is poured into its air. The atmosphere encompasses the globe, and any derangement occurring there is fatal to the whole earth. So this vial is being poured into the air of the papacy, involved the entire system in ruin. Its earth, sea, rivers, and firmament were all smitten at once. And after a series of dreadful convulsions, its fabric was forever dissolved. As regards the symbol before us, we can be at no loss to interpret it, seeing it has been adopted into the forms of our ordinary discourse. We daily speak of the social and political atmosphere. Into the air was the seventh vial poured. The air is the region of electric storms. Accordingly, the pouring of the vial into it was instantly followed by voices, thunders, and lightnings, and there is a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake, and so great. These are the usual apocalyptic symbols of tumults, insurrections, wars, and revolutions. The great and universal changes introduced by the earthquake are farther described by a reference to the islands and mountains, the symbol of great and small monarchies. And every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. Contemporaneous with the shocks by which the earth was moved to and fro, the mountains overturned, and the islands submerged. A great hail poured down from the firmament. Hail is the emblem of northern war, and this hailstorm was of unprecedented severity, every stone being about the weight of a talent. This tremendous infliction, however, does not induce repentance, for men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail, for the plague thereof was exceeding great. Accordingly, the vial is consummated by a last and awful judgment on the papacy. In the earthquake, the great city was divided into 3 parts, as not usually happens to cities similarly visited, and the cities of the nations fell. This was the immediate precursor of the destruction of Antichrist, for it is added, and great Babylon came in remembrance before God to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. We are taught then to expect at the period referred to some sudden and great derangement of the political atmosphere of Europe, the consequence, most probably, of the action of the 3 spirits, who will succeed in charging it, as it were, with the most vicious, disorganizing, and antagonist elements, which some event will suddenly bring into fierce collision, and in a single day, as it were, the whole of Europe, so far at least, as it was included in the limits of pagan and of papal Rome, will burst out in violent tumults and insurrections, that these will issue in a revolution of unprecedented magnitude, unprecedented both in the largeness of its sphere and the complete and radical character of its changes. All former revolutions have implied only a change, one form of government to another. But this will involve the destruction of all government together. When the Chaldean Empire fell, it was succeeded by the Medo-Persian. When that was removed, it was replaced by the Macedonian, and when the Macedonian came to an end, it was followed by the Roman. But what will the fall of the 10 Roman kingdoms be succeeded? By the reign of anarchy, for a short period at least. The fall both of the little kingdoms and the great monarchies of Europe is plainly predicted in the apocalyptic representation. For John saw that, in the earthquake, every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. This revolution will be followed, or more probably, accompanied by a war of unexampled severity and horrors. The hails of the first trumpet was fulfilled in the descent of the northern nations. The hail of the seventh trumpet in the terrible wars of the French Revolution. But here we have a hail shower, whose violence is more terrific and its effects more destructive still, for every stone is about the weight of a talent. This symbolic hail will fall on Europe from some northern region, for hail is a northern product from France or perhaps Russia. Another accompaniment, or rather consequence, of the earthquake is the division of the great city into three parts. Either the formation of the European Commonwealth after its present kingdoms are broken up into three grand confederacies, or a threefold schism in the Roman Catholic Church. This will be immediately followed by the destruction of Great Babylon, whose doom is here intimated in terms the partial obscurity of which imparts a terrible emphasis to their meaning. And great Babylon came in remembrance before God, to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. Let us compare that part of the monarch's dream of the four kingdoms which synchronizes with the prediction before us. Nebuchadnezzar traced the image to its 10 toes, the 10 kingdoms. He saw the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together and becoming like the chaff of the summer thrashing floors. When all suddenly the winds of heaven arose and swept away its very dust. The fourth kingdom was not succeeded by a fifth, nor was it removed by the sword of a foreign foe. It grew weak apace. Its iron became mixed with clay, the despotic with the democratic element. At last, it fell by internal disorganization, and the winds of popular fury, bursting upon it all their force, swept its fragments away, and effaced every trace of its existence. Such is the catastrophe which prophecy reveals as awaiting the 10 Roman kingdoms of modern Europe. The prophecy of Daniel synchronizes with the seventh vial and throws light upon it. The symbols of the two prophecies are different, but their import is most obviously the same. Both portend an entire change in the social and political fabric of Europe, the fall of its kingdoms, the extinction of its dynasties, the alteration of its laws and forms of government, the abolition of its offices and dignitaries, the dissolution of its armies, the destruction of all the symbols of its authority, and the obliteration even of the territorial boundaries of its states. Nothing short of this can fulfill the figures of Daniel and the symbols of the apocalypse. In one, we not only behold the image ground to powder, but its last particles swept away by the tempest. In the other, we see the earthquake burying cities, overthrowing mountains, and agitating the waters of the ocean so as to submerge the islands. If figures have any meaning, these must import the total overthrow of all the powers that now bear rule in Europe, and the utter extinction of the last vestige of their authority. It is a new creation, which the world is to undergo, and dreadful upheavings and convulsions will usher it in. when we turn from the symbols of the apocalypse to the astounding events now passing in quick and startling succession across the stage of Europe. We think we behold in the latter the realization of the former. We think we hear the roar of those mighty winds that are to sweep away the fragments of the Iron Kingdom, and feel the shocks of that great earthquake. That is, to remove the mountains of European governments. If we are wrong, we ask, will the scene be more dreadful when it does come, or will it bear a closer resemblance to the prophecy? Here we have the great voice from the temple saying, "It is done," in the impression strong and deep, in which men of all classes and all nations share, that a new era is opening on the world. The statesman, the Christian, the masses, all alike, participate in this feeling. That awful and unknown future discloses itself to few, but it makes its approach felt by all. It is a pillar of cloud to the world, a pillar of fire to the church. The elements now dominant in society are altogether diverse from those which at any former period molded its institutions or governed its affairs. Thus, we lack the clue in our endeavors to explore the future. The conditions of the problem are unascertained. Induction, analogy, and even our past experience avail us nothing. One thing only do all feel and acknowledge, that an unprecedented change is approaching, and the future must be altogether different from the past. This is no vague and ungrounded impression, like what has existed at some former stages of the world's history, springing from the ferment of men's minds, whose hopes were excited and their imaginations dazzled by the novelty of unwanted events. It is the legitimate conclusion of calm reason. It rests on a basis of well-ascertained facts. Its strength in different minds is in proportion not to the ignorance, but to the knowledge which the person possesses of human society. Those who have the best opportunities of making themselves extensively acquainted with the state of the world are those who entertain the impression most deeply. Society has come to possess new powers of thought, new principles of action, new elements of change. We speak now more particularly of that part of the world which is held forth in the apocalypse as the scene of its catastrophes. In the first place, the foundation of all obligation has been completely raised in the minds of the inhabitants, generally speaking, of this portion of the world, which, let us ever remember, is, and for the past 2,000 years has been, the most influential portion of the world. The pantheism, which in the end of the last century was confined to the closets of the studious, whose three foci were Verney, Lausanne, and Clarence, is now the vulgar creed of the European masses. God to them is but a principle, not a person. They feel that they have no relations to him, are not accountable to him, and have neither good nor evil to hope for from him. It is plain that in minds in which this creed is entertained, all sense of obligation must be at an end, and with the sense of obligation extinct, on what ground can authority longer maintain itself? It has lost its fulcrum and finds itself paralyzed. It is plain that men with such a creed are prepared to abolish all authority, make their own will their law, and their own interest their end. The very first moment they may become sufficiently numerous and powerful to resist constituted order with impunity. Popery has been the primary agent in bringing about so fearful a state of matters. The mummeries of her priests prepared men to listen to the impieties of Voltaire. The dogmas of atheism are not more shocking to reason than those of the papacy. And as on popery mainly rests the guilt, so on her mainly shall fall the doom. But along with the new mental philosophy came a new political philosophy, new theories of social life, new opinions regarding the uses and prerogatives of government, the source of power, and the extent of popular privileges. The spread of these theories was powerfully aided by those means of recent discovery and invention. For the instantaneous diffusion of knowledge, the daily journals, the clubs, delegates, university lectures, tracts, pamphlets, volumes, sermons, songs. Machinery the most varied and powerful was employed in the cause, and wrought with untiring energy, and converts were made by hundreds and thousands. While the two great apostles of infidelity were sleeping in the catacombs of the Parthenon, their disciples were traversing Europe, fighting with the weapons their masters supplied, battering down the strongholds of superstition, and undermining the fabric of government. While the guardians of the old order of things slept, the enemy was sowing his tares. Every day recruited their numbers. Numbers gave them courage, and union gave them strength. They saw that without them, governments were weak. They saw, too, that governments had lost them, and they stood prepared, on the first provocation, to shiver into atoms at one mighty blow. The old, powerless, monarchical fabrics, whose appearance was still imposing, but whose real strength was gone. Such was the position of Europe 6 months ago, before the outbreak. That part of the world had for ages been ruled by the twin powers of superstition and force. The continental nations had completely emancipated themselves from the restraints of the first. Infidelity had broken that yoke. Force only remained. It was the last bulwark, and if that should give way, no human power could prevent the waters breaking in. Of that order of things, Metternich was the type. He stood between the dynasties and the democracies, the last bulwark which guarded the ever-growing decrepitude of the one form, the ever-waxing strength of the other. And he understood his position, hence his memorable words, "After me the deluge." Such, we say, was the position of Europe immediately before that unexampled outbreak, which has taken by surprise those only who were unacquainted with the true state of matters. And there were none that shared so deeply this dangerous ignorance as those who had most at stake, and whose duty it was to have taken measures of precaution. The avalanche had gathered and hung trembling on the mountain's brow, but, alas, the dwellers in the plain beneath lived on in profound security, little dreaming that a single breath might draw down upon the thundering ruin. But what a dark prospect does this open for the future? Here is a state of society that never existed before. It has found a new bond of union. It avows new objects and is armed with new and tremendous powers for achieving these objects. How plain is it that the fate of all the existing monarchies of Papal Europe is sealed? There is no longer ground of any kind on which their authority can be based, or their functions carried on. All sense of obligation to them, as the appointed conservators of order, is gone, their subjects having lost all respect for the authority of the great ruler. Their armies fraternize with the people, and in these circumstances, their last prop having given way, there appears no possibility of saving them from destruction. Already we behold their power completely paralyzed, and even where the throne is still left standing, law is prostrate, and all the functions of government are virtually executed by the mob. But what is to take the place of those empires that are now on the eve of dissolution? If the governments that already exist cannot be maintained, where shall we find elements for the reconstruction of new ones? The causes so powerfully at work in society at this moment are all of a disorganizing kind, where no right to exact obedience is acknowledged, and no power to compel obedience exists. How is anything bearing even a faint resemblance to government to be constructed? It is on anarchy that Europe is at this moment drifting. The image is in the act of being ground to powder, and the mighty winds are rising in their strength to sweep from the face of the earth its very particles. The shocks of the great earthquake have begun, and the islands disappear, and the mountains are moved out of their place. All attempts, whatever the country in which they are now making, to restore order and erect new constitutions, have only one issue, and that is greater confusion. France was able in 3 days to abolish her monarchy, but how many ages will she require, judging from her present rate of progress, to construct her new republican edifice? Her people live in the midst of perpetual alarms. Her factions are daily growing in strength and fierceness. Bloody conspiracies are breaking out and dragging her, ere she is aware, to the brink of a universal massacre. Unhappy France! She has denied the doctrine of an immortality. She has ridiculed the idea of hell. And is there no reason to fear that she is about to become in her own person a proof of the doctrine which she has ridiculed? Is there no reason to fear that she is about to afford to the world an awful demonstration, that whether or no there is a hell hereafter, there may be a hell here, a hell upon the earth? Let the passions of her massacres be unchained but a little more, and France will be a pit of torment, one wide region of social burning and woe, set forth in the midst of Europe as a terrible sign to its nations, suffering like Sodom and Gomorrah, the vengeance of fire. If we turn to Germany on the east of the Rhine, we find that she has not cast away so completely as her neighbor on the west of that river the principles of stability and unity. The Mephistopheles spirit of negotiation does not as yet possess her to the same degree. She does not only destroy, she constructs. The wide scene of disorganization she is beginning to exhibit is gilded by the golden rays of the spirit of German poetry. For we cannot but regard as the dream of the poet, rather than the sober conception of the statesman, the project she is now attempting to realize of restoring the old Germanic Empire surmounted by the crown of the Caesars. The project rises before us in these days of uncertainty and misgiving in imposing splendor. An Aladdin's castle, a palace of the Sicilian fairy queen, built, too, we suspect, like hers, of sunshine and sea mist. While we write, the deputies have assembled, to whom the grave task has been entrusted of framing that constitution which is to combine into one great empire the various Germanic states, and, by developing their elements of greatness, and concentrating their energies, make them once more a unity and power in Europe, a bulwark between the absolutism of the East and the republicanism of the West. Are the men competent, or circumstances propitious? Alas! Their first meeting was passed in disorder. But though the men were of approved political sagacity and prudence, there are insurmountable obstacles in their way. Every step will create rival claims and rouse conflicting interests, the adjustment of which were difficult at any time, but altogether impossible at present. Who shall wear the imperial crown? Will the Emperor of Austria permit it to pass from his brow? Or will Frederick William of Prussia, who is to bring all his states within the circle of the Confederation, yield to the more ancient claims of the House of Habsburg? Where shall the capital be fixed? Will Vienna and Berlin be content to descend to the second rank, while Frankfurt on the Main rises at one provincial obscurity into imperial splendor? How shall the independence of the separate states be secured consistently with the sovereignty of the whole? Will the anomaly offered by the composition of the second chamber, according to which sovereign princes shall sit side by side with their own subjects, form no obstruction? Such are a few of the difficulties that stand in the way. They stamp the scheme with an empirical character. Its realization at this moment, when the work of internal disorganization is going on so rapidly, when the waters of republicanism are rising on the western frontier of Germany, and the tempests of war are gathering on her northern and eastern borders, is utterly hopeless. Thus, all attempts at reconstruction end only in failure. The great settlements of Europe, too, are disregarded. Its last treaty, that of Vienna, has gone to the same bourne as the treaties of Utrecht and Westphalia. But other bonds, more powerful to conserve society than the treaties of princes, have been given to the winds. The sense of obligation and the love of order on the part of the people. Thus society has lost its cement. There is no principle of cohesion in it, and therefore there is no visible limit to the changes the world is now undergoing. There is no resting place in sight. So far as the eye can reach, there is nothing in prospect but change coming after change, till society shall have been resolved into its ultimate elements. When the seventh angel had poured out his vial, and the great voice from the throne had announced, "It is done," there were. End of section 20.